close. We are live. We are live. Highest number of first finally. We are live. We are live. In the close. No. We are live. 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 What is up? What is up, chat? What is up? Good dude. First ठीक है. W ठीक है. हेदरोज. कैसे है भाई? आज किसको हराने वाला? आज भाई देखो पहला मैच वाइटलिटी जीतेगा. सायोनारा या कोजी या टाई. हायर रेशियो सायोनारा. सारा वाइटलिटी 13-0 चाहिए मेरे को. सिंपल बात है. एक सेकेंड चैट चालू करने दो. चैट ये रही. समटाइम्स आई क्वेश्चन माई सेल्फ, हाउ डिड आई एंड अप इन दिस क्रेजी bald and old person stream, and somehow I feel comfort. Okay buddy. VIT pads of it. Let me ask. Fallen. Let me ask. कोई न्यूज़ पड़ी?
Enterprise Esports.
लाला रुक जाओ, वॉइस नोट आया.
Vitality in Enterprise. Legends against upcomers. What a match to open playoffs. What a match to see whether these playoff squads are really worth all of the hype. Whether they, by qualifying straight through from groups, and they deserve their spot, or whether they are the next people on the chopping block for Enterprise to take a swing at.
I love the way that you've set that up. And for a lot of the Enterprise players, first time ever being able to step onto a stage with that live
on the way. Hello chat. Love you too. Bang, how are you? एकदम W. G fighting आज नहीं है. Group game नहीं होगा क्या? नहीं. मतलब vitality points नहीं लगाना है language. Hello bang, long time no see. क्या हाल है? Missed you. मैं तो इधर ही मेरी जान कटे देखो तो सिकबान. कैसे bang एकदम बढ़िया. Bang group game होगा ना.
And then they leave it open. Both teams actually getting rid of their permaban because now Breeze is gone. So that means target bans, and is this not a trap? If somebody leaves open their permaban,
surely.
I mean, my alert bells.
Chat ध्यान रखना, EP ने Fnatic को हराया था.
If you leave open your perma after 2 weeks off,
घर जाएंगा Vitality को हराया था.
You gotta have something.
They must do. Surely they do. Billy, would you not be a little bit worried if you're Enterprise picking into something?
No, I think something that the Challengers teams have been doing super well is playing into the threats and coming to the stage and showing that confidence. If you honestly believe that you can beat them on a map that they've not had to play just yet, then, you know, run with that confidence in my opinion.
What would you imagine the theory is here? Like if you had to pick a, I'm not saying an exact comp, but a style. What would you like to see from Vitality?
I think a comp is probably a discussion. There's probably a massive grey area throughout Vitality.
भाई ये बंदा मेरा favorite है. कच्चे में कौन है ये?
Surprised to see still maybe some overlap with roles. I'm more interested in what Yampy's going to pull out, for example. I think they're probably leaning back towards double duelist comps, but it's who's playing what that's going to be key for me.
Well, it's been a while since these.
2026 is not a good year for great teams like Fnatic, Portugal, Real Madrid, and SC12.
I think that's one of the things to take a look at.
Somehow they are still loved as much as before, even more. Don't worry about them, little bro. You better be shit in your pants for Sun, cause they're shit. तेरी गांड मातेगा लड़.
To give it on the stage, so being in that studio was super fun.
This is the guy that like just gets it done. You get him in the late stage of anything in terms of qualifications, in terms of making deep runs. He shows up, he gets teams into qualification.
I mean, you look at Patek, he has always made it to a top 3 finish whenever he has played on that playoff stage here in EMEA. And as we take a look at agents like Mike,
Black Myth, Jiang, Q, gameplay trailer reaction.
Good indicator for me as well to see Chronicle on the chamber. Interesting thing on the other side, I know we discussed this earlier, was the approach with Brim for Enterprise. That for me is probably, especially on
easy Vitality win by ये सब छोड़ के goals के लो.
Defense to really slow that down. Could argue a little one-dimensional.
कोई जा रहा बार्सिलोना? Which team पे आ रहा है Vitality? सब Vitality इसकी वैन की.
Last time Cozy dropped 27 kills. Would be outrageous if you managed to do that again. I like that Vitality are kind of pulling their corrode comp back.
भाई सुनो, तुम लोग को एक क्रेजी चीज पता है? ये तो कंफर्म है कि मैं कल भी सुबह 9 बजे सोया. पॉइंट ये नहीं है. पॉइंट ये है कि भाई कल C9 हार गई भाई, वो भी 2-0। कैसे T1 टीम्स कैसे हार रहा है, जबकि T1 पैसिफिक में है? सोचने वाली बात है।
Conditioning the weapon such as the operator, right? Does Derka pick it up sometimes on the Yoru? Is it going to be Chronicle on the Chamber? I'd love to see them condition that very early on to make Enterprise scared of walking into any of these angles.
आज पुराना वैलो वीडियो देख रहा था, क्या एम था आपका? लव यू यार मेरी जान गड़े।
Or using your Yoru flashes.
Yeah, and that's what I mean when it's kind of one-dimensional. This first fight, particularly for Vitality on the defense, is going to be absolutely key to their success.
Well, Vitality, you can see this is the first time that they've played on this map before. They're playing for the road to Barcelona, the trophy that they're looking for as well. This is a team that was built to pick up silverware, and it's finally the finals of EMEA Clash. Let's send it over to a couple of young scallywags on the cast. It's Cairo and Hazza for the call.
मेरा मेंबरशिप गया फिर से लोना यार, एक जमाना था। नाम अभी भी तो आता है ग्रीन में, अभी भी तो वही व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है, वही प्यार है यार। स्ट्रीम नहीं हो रहा है, थोड़ा किक फोकस है कि नहीं? काश दोस्त अंडरडॉग्स आर प्लेइंग बेटर दिस टाइम। बेटर इनसेन बटर लगा के पहन रहे हो तो इनोस ओके शाउट
like you said, all names from that
किक पे लेने बोलो, किक पे बोलो, दोनों जगह लो।
So almost 20 days on from securing a place in playoffs, Team Vitality
लाइम क्या मैग्नम तो मेरे को मालूम है,
it starts with Chronicle,
पैटी टेक और मैग्नम मालूम है, लाइम क्या है?
He's the only player here for now. Yeah.
But set shot. Oh, clean.
Encroach, not going to happen. Even trade, but a big loss and Causey's skill gone. Mid left open. Vitality unaware of this right now in terms of positioning. Full retake coming in from the cave side, and that's where you see Enterprise start to stretch their legs into the courtyard now. Yeah, flash on Yampi.
Bro, easiest retake. सब लोग साइड में अटके।
As for Enterprise, playing all
सब लोग सेट में अटके, क्या मैं ऊपर कर रहा हूँ?
Try and break down, but you're hoping that utility will hit, and the Molly looks
good to
break apart across fire. Well, Vitality swing in and win out. Yampi, unbelievable.
यार वो लोग पोस्ट प्लांट पोजीशन में क्यों नहीं गए? क्रॉस क्यों नहीं था?
Get the pistol round.
मॉड व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप ज्वाइन कैसे करो? एक्सक्लेमेटरी मार्क मॉड्स, उससे मॉड्स आएंगे, फिर उसके बाद वो हेल्प करेंगे। छाती पे कोजी भाई का नाम लिख लो, EFTW क्यों?
Just shaking off a bit of the rust coming out of that 20-day break.
बिंग में मल्टीटास्किंग हो रहा है।
See what they've worked on, and it's already starting to look good. I think that's the big thing.
Spiker killed this round, obviously.
This was originally Vitality's Permaban summit, and obviously Abyss coming in as well. Those 2 weeks, I mean, we have to see it. We have to see the impact that break is taking. And on the other side, it's the form that Enterprise are looking to try and carry straight into this next one. Very pacey play into the second round here. But Vitality moving forward in numbers, a wall of players, they just trickle into Profek as he produces 3 on the spot. Yampi adding the final details.
No man notice क्या language सतुक बात है कौन है
trying to continuously hit that EC,
सियाने
create a little bit of conditioning
देखो तो 3 months
and make Vitality
ये prediction किस पर है Twitch?
But as for now, you can see that piece really there. Equal threats for Profek, lovely stuff.
A.
That's it, great time.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's worrying.
Don't worry about it.
जीता तो प्रॉब्लम, हारा तो प्रॉब्लम। क्या चाहिए
कुछ
को?
bonus round, strengthened on the
भाई execute
by few rifles here. Yampi again intention
Bro, अगर वो recon टूटता था ना, oh fuck, insane. Insane.
By Profek, as you can see, once more, Enterprise just trying to full send it into this A site. Patty plucks off one with the molly, and Lime in this advanced position.
Hey, Lime कौन है बे? खतरनाक मार रहे हो तो?
Lime being advanced more so, and you can see now starting to drop back.
कौन सी क्या मेरे को तो Lime का अच्छा लग रहा है?
Chronicle Outlaw, not really one player within touching distance of a one-shot kill, so going to be difficult to get back in if you're Vitality.
Portal closed.
And that's where we then start to frame this round a little different. Playing for those exits. And looking at how Enterprise have come into this map so far, it's been 3 direct A hits. The conditioning firmly set into what will be the first full gun round for both in the follow-up. And as I was saying, you know, is that how you're looking to try and generate this momentum?
Chronicle वो कर सकते हैं damage.
You spoke to it before. Vitality have that proven playoffs quality. Top 4 in the last Masters. So, one back in the conversation here as Chronicle's looking for anything more. He's not going to get it. Yeah, I feel that's what Vitality are. Proven quality and playoffs, as touched on as well. The fact that Vitality was basically a disaster until they hit playoff form. And
भाई जिनको भी वॉच पार्टी के ऊपर गोल्फ देखने का है 1000 गिफ्टेड किक्स पे और वाईटी पे लास्ट वाला सी साइड वाला जील्स सीधा कॉल जाऊंगा मैं कसम
attendance of an audience here Patatech back to his old ways already as we head into this first full gun round.
लाइक करो भाई उधर वाला लाइक करो उधर वाला लाइक करो.
Looks to be a B play queued up this time. And Sayonara again.
That's a good read. That's a good read.
He's played this with caution though, and already having Chronicle out on the mid line gives a bit of information, and the rotation has begun.
I mean, it looks for no. Enterprise happy to give up their space here elsewhere towards mid, where Vitality have plenty of bodies there. In fact, it's just been left to Kron to hold.
Door broken, so slightly easier rotation now for Vitality as we get to the latter stages of the round. The minute mark crossed, and still Enterprise not really showing their hand so far. Mid re-clear coming through with the drone, but it's instantly shot out, and Durka just letting him know.
Go B again, please.
He needs to be careful though, because he has no TP away. And this looks very quickly to be pressure created elsewhere on the map, but the full hit is going to be towards B. That's the lurker gone, so now you should know all towards that B side.
Magnum dropped detached as he so often does. No outlet for Enterprise to go through this time around. It's a full site surge, and they're into Chronicle's neck of the woods. Durka trying to play for something. Only shaves off one at the end. 3 versus 4 back to the wall, but Enterprise with some relief to plant.
Yeah, but look at how much damage has already been done.
And Sayonara finished what was started. Alluri already removed.
Shot, baby, lime hai, chat, lime hai. मैं बोल रहा हूँ, confirm lime hai.
Got Enterprise on the board. Can he haul them through here? Patatech another on the fadeaway. Both Enterprise players bunkered down.
Nice
has managed to bag another. It's Chronicle versus 2. And they'll be making their reprisal from the same right-hand side into the crosshair, straight onto this half stick. Needs it under his brow. If this wants to work, it's a full stick. In fact, no face from Patatech. A little naive in the end there, as it's a Red Bull clutch.
Against Kron, he makes no mistakes.
I mean, surely you still give it the face check after first 5 seconds?
On top of that,
first kill this round, Vandal.
On what was every player on below 50 HP and still hitting shots. Lime looking unbelievable as he's grown into this VCT stage.
Lime crazy maar.
Frustrated from the coaches.
भाई उसने क्या किया लेकिन Patatech ने रे निकाल सकता था.
Rare Yoru from him this stage, an agent which he was consistently playing in the run-up to the nerfs. And TP already committed to in this early mid-fight. Chronicle has to keep his wits about him.
Nice kill from Kron, but Durka gets caught in the meantime. You look at this, Kazi.
So just because you took my name, now I love you, yaar, mere jaan ke day.
Back ends of Vitality's holds.
Sayonara
does only have a stinger, and he doesn't want to give anything away. Enterprise in a very good position right now.
Sayonara just reconfirming that mid-control as Vitality split up 2 and 2, looking towards either end of the map.
Yeah, you can see Vitality already beginning to drop off, especially with Profec's position right now.
Oh, shit.
An Enterprise given a runway towards the A site as Profec tries to steal one away, but can't quite do it.
Numbers moving over here, though. Vitality ready to defend this A site through Yampi.
Yeah, he has the run it back, but instead steps forward and gets precious real estate for Vitality. Profec playing off his captain, who's been
यहाँ से भी अल्ट मार सकता है
on what was BBL and Yampi gonna
यहाँ से भी मार सकता है
in the meantime as that drone gains nothing.
Shot बे
and Yampi heating up into this. It's Kazi, the Phenom, that has to try and clutch up. Well, manages to get rid of the Phoenix, but now every other body heading in his direction. Knows that one will be coming from an opposite direction, and Kron accidentally activates his ultimate, does get the round.
Bit of a fat finger there, but Vitality won't mind. It's a crucial round to win at this stage in the half.
Long time, how's you make Gucci? What do you think about new bundle? Insane. Insane. काफी time बाद मेरे को पूरा bundle पसंद है. Will come end of round 6? No.
On this operator, of which his usage has skyrocketed since joining Vitality. Such an important piece. Yampy as well, of course, moving over to Duelist.
Press my ulti. Fuck.
Fuck, बोला लग गया, सौड़ा लग गया.
But the kind of mistake which you don't pay too heavily for at this stage in the game. No, definitely not. And especially with the momentum that Vitality have on this defense.
बोला था कोची को देखता मेरे को पता नहीं मेरे को लाइम फेवरेट लग रहा मेरा
clock back in and we can talk about
Lime is liming
performance so far because he had a great round last time. Oh, absolutely, and I think by
Kron भी पूरा साल
association
अच्छा खेला बे
attached to the Fnatic conversation as
thank you for the 8 मेरी जान
with
गड़े
their elimination. You look at his performances from 2025 to 2026. Well, the agent pool has plenty of shared similarities there.
हजार लोग देख रहे हैं लाइक करो फुल स्क्रीन सेट कर लाइक करो
best from him and he demands that of himself as well.
Ultimate Slick
rode it out through kickoff to get Sayonara in of course as well.
आप Pacific Live वॉच पार्टी कितने कर रहे हो प्लेऑफ के लिए रुका रहे प्लेऑफ के लिए रुका
stages of the year as you expect.
It's not only just the impact that he has in server, it's the impact out of server as well. Being such an experienced player, being to the heights of VCT.
रुको लाइक करके I love you यार.
Multiple Champions Grand Finals.
Still searching for that chip though, of course. So Vitality 2 wins away from Barcelona.
क्या स्कोर लाइन लग रहा है जब मेरे को पता है 13-4.
Be hoping that this is the perfect start. 3-round lead as it stands, and Enterprise, they've only got pistols to bring to this one.
Yeah, Enterprise continuing to contact through middle.
This is something which they did a lot in the Gentlemates game as well. It's playing behind those Brim smokes, as you can see Chronicle giving this some respect with the TP active.
There they are. Here.
Cron still wants the engagement and will get it. Not much of a contest, but that second shot right and TP's away. But double stack here to try and get rid of, and Vitality doing so well. Spike now known about, and they can start to set up the defense accordingly.
From this position where you don't expect too much more from Enterprise,
डाल दिया इधर तो शायद पॉइंट मिल जाए लेकिन वो लोग नहीं डालेंगे स्मोक वो लोग फाइट करेंगे.
Chronicle. He is smoked off, and so further gains made. It's only Sayonara here now on B.
Kill him right on lane, but Cron's here as well as he starts to get in towards his position, but caught out by Magnum. Now Sayonara under pressure, but that's where he starts to thrive. We've known this, we've seen it time and time again, as he sees the side before he gets taken
out. Magnum.
So,
short
what was an
buddy.
advantage for Vitality has gone away. Ultimate to create a little bit of delay, Prophet forced away, and TP to main.
Very quickly finds himself in this position, counter check him though. I think Magnum has the right idea about this.
Should do it. It's about Yampy's reprisal as well, you need to keep note of.
पार्टी को भी मिल रहा था ना. अच्छा दूसरा का दूर था रे.
Patitech is now watching for the drop towards heaven.
ठीक है.
Still though, Prophet catching Magnum out, and now it's all up against Patitech. A player which Yampy and Prophet failed to beat last year in VCT. And Patitech just waits time out. Plays it on his own. Goes for it with the Sheriff, but can't win out. So Prophet and Yampy convert, and it is up to 5.
Yeah, Patitech was looking to play the long game there.
According to you, who is the best fellow player from India?
Eventually out of his and I think at this stage it gives us
an
opportunity to talk about this map veto as well, as that was a very close round on the eco for Enterprise to convert.
Yeah.
You're looking at it, Summit coming in immediately, as you mentioned, as the desk discussed. It's not one which we've seen Vitality played, so immediately you're expecting them to bring something big out here.
I think as well, if Vitality win this one convincingly, then the rest of the teams don't want to try and tempt fate. It's a big win for Vitality in the mental game later in this playoffs. But as for now, it's Cron once again through mid.
Once more hunting through the lens, and we'll pick off Cozzy with
Chronicle bhai.
His efforts fall in vain. Just like that, crack of the whip, and it's a 3 versus 5. Another situation where Enterprise have their back to the wall.
Bhai mar hi nahi raha hai Chronicle.
Yampy just bringing the drone offline with the wall. I think it had already tagged him, to be fair, but a applying some of that
same position
theory here early, as you can
same
see.
position sare rounds.
Enterprise struggling against what is one of our top 4. Different opponent, not a team that has necessarily struggled as much in recent times. Sure, there's been wobbles here and there, but for the most part, always seem to stabilize when it matters most. Got to think, 2 games off of.
पहला ब्रिम को कांटेक्ट करना पड़ेगा. अगर ब्रिम ने यहाँ पे एक किल मारा तो कुछ हो सकता है. अगर ए वाला ने पहला कांटेक्ट लिया तो फिर लौड़े लगा.
And it's just that jump up in quality that you're going to see in the playoff stage here as well, which they have to try and contend with. Magnum still looking to open this round back up for Enterprise as they currently trail.
30 seconds left.
No tools to deal with this operator, still lurking on the back of their mind as Magnum gets the timing wrong there. Yumpy swinging out to find him. Too many angles to consider right now. Patty finally chips in. And oh, it feels like too little too late. Ult used in the previous round. There would be a molly here for him, but yeah, the spike's on another planet.
Bunks by isn't it advantage to playoff teams because they had weeks to prepare on abuse changes? हाँ तो अच्छा है ना advantage.
Okay, how many more orbs is he going to be gifted? Because he's 3 off of his ultimate. Kron up next.
Kron को free kill है.
I don't think. Oh, he does pick
Go
it.
together.
Well, the thing is, though, Partytech still gets an extra orb for his death, so he's 2 away.
Which player get most kills this round? Darke, Jumpy, Magnum, Perfect, Pal, tie other best.
VCT, EMEA's
tie other.
Most of it has been attack sided. Yeah. Well, the rest of it, the world is defender sided. It also brings up, an interesting talking point about the clash of styles that we get from both of these in-game leaders, something which I'm sure we'll build on later on. As right now, the ball is very much in Yumpy's court. Alluri prying away with this Hunter's Fury, and Kozzy just can't get kick-started in these rounds.
Yumpy
once again defending and Prophet helping out this duel.
split का बॉल था लेकिन clean hold किया bro, clean hold किया.
Yumpy breaking his absence from global play, of course, in the last stage with attendance in London.
Will there be kill caused by ability or ultimate before end of no?
This was just as convincing as you could ask, really. Disconnect between the duelists on the Enterprise side. They've been struggling to work that space so far. Some great counter utility mixed in there as well. So back to pistols. Hero rifle here for Kozzy, and if anyone could, it would be him.
एक बंदा right में, एक बंदा side में. चलो.
I mean, that's who you depend upon. On the lane, Derka, TP about to go, but he doesn't want to vacate and leave Sayonara all alone. Sayonara tries to exit. Kozzy is the one to open the proceedings here. Derka now having to dimensional drift to get out of this one. And luckily enough, we'll run it back as well from Yumpy, but he gets stopped in track.
Bro, क्या blind मारा भाई?
Of course!
Bro, क्या मारा? Bro, क्या sexy बे? कोई help भी नहीं कर सकता है बे. मालूम है 2 खड्डे में 2 बंदे default है. सीधा women blind pick क्या? से मारा कुछ नहीं कर सकते बे. वो लोग बाहर आके भी नहीं मार सकते. First 40 seconds this round no. Slow killing
from default. And yeah, as you say, I mean, they're really starting to heat up now. Timeout to follow. And Enterprise perspective, yeah, you want to see a step up in their own duelist department. I mentioned it a couple times already. Kozzy, the youngest player,
भाई क्या सीन है? मैं जीत भी रहा हूँ.
Make it to this playoff stage.
सारे गलत है मेरा. Top 13%. Not bad, not bad.
Okay, not looking
good
bad.
Good call.
It was in that first map of the Fnatic game, their debut at this level of competition, where you saw a real drop-off. And I think maybe we're seeing some of the same nerves creeping in here to the first map of playoffs. Yeah, I mean,
अरे मैं कितना pre-entry दूँ?
Not the most convincing of retakes, sometimes having to be like a 2 versus 1 or whatever. But Enterprise are finding ways to get that spike down. They just have to do it much more convincingly. Like that last round, right? There's what, 4 or 5 alive in the end, and Derka able to show his best.
इस round के comms देखना है.
As the guest was putting it, it is the case of a legend
against
someone who's hoping to emulate that kind of success at this division. Only 172 days since Kozzy's Challengers debut. At the start of the year, he was ineligible to play in the 2nd tier.
That tells you all you need to know
भाई
really
ने
about his
फैनेटिक को
meteoric
जिस हिसाब
rise
से
and
धोया
the
था
mentorship
उस
around
हिसाब
him.
से गैस मारा
We
था
expect some
Language.
results, but as you can see, it has
Fnatic
been a
low
little
feel कर रहा
laboured
था
so far. Yeah, I mean, 3-9 is tough. I mean,
ए
Lame's the one
जितना
who's
सुनने
impressed
में
me
आया है
most, 'cause, yeah,
चैट
a pretty rough play ends.
हाँ
As for now, though, as the barriers
क्रैशेस
drop,
नहीं खेलने वाला है
Vitality
क्या
have
अभी
a massive stack towards E. Timeout behind them. Have Enterprise made those improvements? It's back to this A presence, which they so often showed at the start of the game.
बट मेंबरशिप वेयर
Some main control
On
though,
the
not
way.
looking to scale any further.
मेंबरशिप लेके क्या फायदा किक कोरी बनकर अरे नाम आते ग्रीन में यार व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे मेन एकदम
Chronicle to just drift into
जरा
this
भाई
main
बस मेरी
space
जान खड़ा है
though.
जोरो इनको
That's
बता
alone for the stat
Members
towards the
per
E
kiss.
save, but very much looking like an E split for the time being, and you can see Vitality having thoughts about taking this main space
एने जा रहा
away.
क्रैशेस
Good paranoia to set up Yampi,
Confirm.
but Lame now has to try and protect that space. And you're also looking at the tools which Enterprise are using to consistently fight back for this. Going against the grain as now the split looks to be
be
set up
fast.
fine for, perhaps, as the spike is backing up through middle. Towards that B site where Kron is the one that holds on. This is an open avenue, so
Bro,
it's a
crazy
question of
timing
how
है
far can Illiri possibly
crazy timing है
encroach on
लेकिन ये लोग आगे नहीं गए
Dual end towards main.
अब वो
Kron
टीपी
against
नहीं मार
Lame.
सकता लेकिन
Both players
30 seconds
using
left.
the operator. Lame not using it on the attack side just yet, but
लग गए
Lame knows the
क्रॉनिकल के लग
position
गए
that
कुछ
he
नहीं
needs
कर
to play,
सकता
knows the lane that he needs to toe. Causey though, tempts fate, and now Cronin towards sight, still manages to get kills.
Yes!
Completely surprising Enterprise, and with time now so low, Kron just needs
10
to protect the
seconds
spike, needs to make sure he doesn't get caught.
Buddy.
His time getting low,
Buddy.
and Yampi now winning the round himself. Vitality up to 9, Chronicle with 3, and this is just unbelievable mechanics. Just when you think the Enterprise had stopped the rock with a
मॉडल
timeout
को
there,
आपकी याद आ रही है
it was
गोल्फ
simply
में
to let
एचडी
the
बोल
air
रहा है
out of
वो
the room
नहीं
instead.
होता है लोग
Not the
स्किल्स
first
दिखा
time that
सकते
we've
हैं
seen a double
remaining.
entry on these rounds
सबसे
from the
बाप प्लेयर
defense,
हूँ मैं
really.
गोल्फ का
When it rains,
Will
it
anybody
pours.
3 or
It's
more
been
kills? No.
struggle
3
city
ज़्यादा
for
था, 3 ज़्यादा
Enterprise
था.
so far.
Padding, stop stat padding, stop baiting, please, I swear to God, bro.
And so it gets to the point where you wonder, are we just looking towards the next? But for now, we get to listen in to
बोला.
diagnose the problem. It's Enterprise in the comms.
डर के जैसी बोला
Let's go, let's go. I'm popping smokes.
Go, go.
पार्ट
Guys,
के
we
बीच
have no,
में
we have no flank. Okay?
कैमरा देख रहा था रो मेरा
I push him.
पार्ट के बीच में
No back set remove. Heaven. It's heaven.
ओ शॉट बे
Taking job.
They can flat.
Yeah, I'm planting open. You can play
Holding
nothing.
B main
Boring
flank.
job.
I'm playing around my ult, guys, okay?
Yeah. Backside. Side.
टर्नर अभी
Portal close.
David has
Link.
I'm just holding.
no one main, no one
One
main.
enemy
I'm just
remaining.
holding.
शॉट
Bro, you on it.
बे
Ah,
Stefan Prodigy.
ब्रो सायनारा बैन
Stefan.
प्रेडिक्शन की गांड मारी अभी तो हुआ था डिस्को टॉक शो 1972 में और दे तो क्या भाई ज्वेल्स फिस्ट किधर है कौन दिया बड़ा वाला दिया क्या कौन दिया क्या दिया
You almost expected to at this point in time, to be honest.
लेकिन नहीं दे
Cairo.
रहा
One round left to play.
जिसने भी ज्वेल्स दिया थैंक यू मेरे जान
Will
बड़े
be with the opportunity of taking what will be their third 13-0 this year.
बिंग्स भाई ग्रुप में बोल रहे आज बिंग्स नहीं है तो बचत नहीं हो रही है रोज वॉच पार्टी करे एवरीबॉडी एग्रीड टू दिस क्या आप इतने बुरे हो
And when we speak so much about momentum carried from play-ins, Enterprise coming into a map which they've played only once so far,
भाई अभी नाइफ हुआ है ना मतलब
it's
प्री
difficult
रिकॉर्डेड
to keep building on that.
नाइफ हुआ तो प्री
Chronicle here
रिकॉर्डेड
with
है
the
मैं
tour
मान
de
ही नहीं
force
सकता ऐसा
present
प्रेडिक्शन
in
दिया
A main to open. Feels like it's the wind out the challenger seals when everybody was getting excited. It's the
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सॉली अगर
Titans
गलती
of a
मैंने किया
region
मैं
that start
फैनेटिक
to
फैन हूं
really
कि बुरा
show
टिकट
what they're made of.
मेरा आया रुक जाओ
Chronicle, the one to take
एक सेकंड रुको, एक
contact
सेकंड
with the tour de force, and well, under pressure, good utility, good ultimates as well. Causes entry looking excellent. Enterprise taking Vitality off guard. 5 versus 3 for Enterprise in this final round of the half. Something to keep them in it, and they are very demanding with this cave space.
Now they are trying to force Vitality to use utility to clear them out deep, but now they drop back into a much more secure post plan. One that Vitality should have no chance in as Kozi denies it. Yampi won't get 5 and he won't even get started. And then zone flawless for Enterprise's second round.
Things
coming good for them at the very end. You can see Kozi playing with confidence in how he takes some of those duels, but it simply has to track and translate into that second half. It's been the Legends dominating so far, and we get to hear from one now. A chance to gaze upon some reflections from Chronicle on his journey through stage 2.
Which role will get first blood? Controller, initiator, center, duelist, baby.
Never believed in super teams. This was created for people hating all the teams. It's very important to never break under those sort of expectations.
By Kron क्या बंदा है ना लेकिन
those sort of things, it just feeds up your head with useless information that never gives you any great
मेरे को Kron सबसे वो लगता है मेरे को
I always like to
passionate.
them with
Passionate is the right word.
Guys, shoot me!
Binks bhai, VP कहाँ से लो?
I will just continue to do the same against every single team internationally as well. You are the guy who chooses how you want to lead the team. You will give that positive energy, aggressive, good energy to a person like Derki. He will just follow up as well, and he will never be in his head maybe thinking that
consistent का बात नहीं, लेकिन वो तो है.
He's not
क्या
feeling
बोलते हैं?
comfortable because he knows like people are covering his back.
क्या है वो?
You're distracting people.
Kron वो है. क्या है? मैं क्या बोला था अभी? क्या है Kron?
Same goes for negative emotions, but that's the thing. I'm not the guy who.
मैंने क्या बोला था?
I do believe that qualifying to playoffs actually gives us a time for
तेरा दुकान किधर गया? वो एक महीने के लिए था.
We still have to work on a lot of stuff. I do believe we still have quite a lot of stuff to fix and maybe improve.
Passionate.
Coming up to players, being very scary team for anyone to face. We should just focus on the work, actually be great in winning match.
Passionate. Ta-na-na-na. Ta-na-na-na-na-na.
So while Vitality may have lost Pearl and now Breeze so far this year in their map pool, key components of it, the silver lining seems to be Summit, the debut dominant so far, a 10-2 scoreline against Enterprise, and after the Challengers team having a fantastic run in play-ins, it's not been the best of starts for them so far.
Yeah, make sure you scan that QR code if you want to see us in Barcelona, if you want to see Vitality in Barcelona, as it seems as if they're marching on towards that 10-2 half to get things kicked off. Enterprise's defense, though,
काफी अच्छा business
should be pretty decent overall,
and
Meltiaka are going to look to try and dismantle it already. There's no way that things are going to start like this. Competition completely bleating at Enterprise.
Oh, nice fresh.
But maybe not Magnum.
Finds a way to stabilize it. Chronicle still with the Headhunter active, and Magnum seems like he wants a repeat.
Oh, well, so does all of Enterprise, but unfortunately Vitality there to shrug it off and find themselves up to 11.
Yeah, you can see what Enterprise were trying to do, re-clear of the mid-space after Magnum finds those kills, see if Vitality had scurried off towards one of the sites, but so disciplined in their approach. I was speaking about this stylistic duel that we're to expect between the two. Maybe we don't get much of a look in here. From the IGL perspective, as there's
will Kozi be alive or no?
Yeah, but they're such a proactive team.
एक और मैच है क्या आज? हाँ ना.
And you're already starting to see some of that awareness.
Almond खाने का टाइम आ गया यार. 10 वीक है.
Once again, as you'd imagine, an 11-2 half.
रोज में जाएगा 24 5 मेरी जाएगा.
Can Enterprise find any way to give themselves some confidence here to
आज मैं healthy खाना खा रहा हूँ.
That's not a bad start from Kozi.
Short because
Kozi does show up time and time again in these little moments.
वही तो बोला था Kozi
as
ऐसा
they
प्लेयर है.
rotate away, thinking this was the lockout.
आज finally मैं healthy खाना खा रहा हूँ यार.
Have numbers in place. Jacka now starting to pull the attention of the Enterprise.
बस मैं आपने खेल रहे हो. मेरा गेम इसके बाद है.
And now goes back to the pack.
Talisman just seeing how much he can stifle that A defense.
क्या कर रहा हूँ? ये लो.
Rotation call.
Tex-Mex wedges.
Already Vitality into the side.
इसमें potato wedges है healthy.
Lime's going to win out at close
Short पे
range
Lime.
with the hand cannon. Perfect Dark
अरे
combining.
अचानक से खत्म कैसे हो गया?
Shooter. And numbers restored on the Vitality side. Alluri all that remains. This is too tough a task for a Ghost in his hands.
By the way, ये
point secured.
ये
Almost as
उनका
early
map
as
pick है.
possible for the bees.
Yeah, I mean, Enterprise,
उनका
now
map
10
pick है ये.
rounds in a row to try and get
Any
things
comments?
back on side, and Vitality could realistically come back in with a full buy in the next one if they wanted to.
यार गरम है.
I mean, yeah, it's frustrating.
Not going to be able to iron that one out.
No.
Team में Vitality
Clinical
खत्म
shooting
है.
from Durka. He's on his own push back to a champs event. Over a year now since he last attended.
No comments. किधर से order किया बोल सकते हो? ये Sparrow.
Looking to come back up at just the right time. Enterprise forcing everything they have into this one and already looking to play on the front foot in A main.
Yeah, Prophet respecting the push. And
As
the
bada
fact
alu
of
diya.
Vitality too as well. Now starting to be forced in towards the B side. Derka though, finding Lime creates a question mark that Enterprise don't really have an answer to, as they now have to go back in towards the CT to clear. Prophet now
ऐसा गेम देखने में मजा नहीं आता
contacting
पता
in
one
towards that
sided
push
वाला.
from A, and that's going to cost them Causey as well,
Down mid.
as it seems to be a fight on all fronts.
ए वो
What is
सकता
there
है.
to be said of Durka from this position?
Thirsty.
That flank looked to be everything. And it seems as if he's going to greenlight an A plant here at the very least for Yumpy. He's arriving with the spike. It's Chronicle left behind, but cleared and cut out from middle.
Mistakes left and right here as Vitality were in such a strong position, but struggle to convert from this.
Bell बजा एक
Yumpy's just
और.
got to be playing for a rolling retreat. Find one, drop back. The only problem is he's the one with the spike, so precious time being lost for every moment. He sticks around.
Same time though, Durka has been on it from the get-go. Worried about a cam. Hear it. And unfortunately, he's going to end up getting caught from that. So it's now up to Yumpy, who has shown us time and time again he's good at defending this A site on the other side, but will not be able to defend it and
हो
post.
सकता
So
है कि मैंने कुछ
Enterprise
ज़्यादा
will get
खाना
the
मंगा
full
लिया रहेगा.
round.
And like I say, nose to the
Possible.
grindstone. As many
Very much
rounds
possible.
as you can possibly pump out here from Enterprise has
Collect
to be
miss.
the
One
name
side
of
action
the
by
game.
the membership. बताओ
Just
Collect
take it
बताओ.
one at a time and see how far that can take you when we get towards Abyss, of
किधर है?
course.
Yeah. It's only bonus rounds that Enterprise have really
कहाँ पे?
won, except from that last round of the first
किधर है
half.
Collect? ये रहा
Which is
Collect.
damning.
किधर है?
Nice. Ooh.
Is that the Seagulls?
That's some positivity. That's some positivity. Next game के लिए काम आएगा.
Trying to get to Pathetic just a little bit, trying to keep his head in it. You can see Vitality still offering resistance in terms of their own purchase here.
Reply please. Reply to you.
Mid, where both duelists on Enterprise are trying to work the map a little bit. Early information from Lime collected. Durka, the same.
This is your first match first party
Yeah,
stream
knowing
from
about
Fit
all
to.
the places that Enterprise
क्योंकि मैं वो नहीं कर रहा हूँ ना.
from, but
Planes में कर रहा था.
Vitality don't have the answers. They've all went in one by one.
दो मारेगा line.
And well, in the end, it's basically an end zone flawless from Enterprise,
भाई
excluding one
सोचो
dead.
अगर यहाँ
If
से
you're on
comeback
the
आया
other
तो
side right now, especially in the coach slot for Vitality, you're just hoping that you don't have to use a timeout here, really, more than anything else. And that the answers do ring true in the server. Of course, we don't get to listen to the console.
Bye. Thank you the membership मेरी जान कटे.
Solution.
Your biggest mistake was that you pissed me off.
For a lot of these rounds, though, it feels like those
new
openings
team
have fallen
है
into
या
Vitality's
old team है?
lap.
New team है. New team है.
Pushed back to pistols now.
Challenges team है.
All too much from which to work.
Challenger team मतलब
Just noting
Wow.
the sheriffs there as Alluri is pulling Pathetic
essence
across.
क्या है basically ऐसा बोलो.
But it's this hold in B main that will allow them to lean heavier towards that A side for Enterprise.
See Alluri calling the rest of the troops over. He understands the task at hand now. While Vitality is still kept at arm's length, it gives us time to tee up the conversation. At this point, are they now favourites for the stage? Of course, Heretics, the previous champs, eliminated a top 2 team, top 4 at Masters.
बस सब तो अच्छे teams गए
I
भाई.
think we can only
इस
have
बार.
favourites conversations after we get that next round.
Bro, लेकिन
because you've got
एक
KC or
अच्छा चीज
EBL,
इसमें क्या है बोलो?
I mean, FUT in their own right
एक अच्छा चीज क्या है कि हेरिटिक्स भी गया,
It's all of these
फेनेटिक्स भी
teams
गया.
which are household names when it comes to a
ये
playoff
सब
stage,
चीज में
I
एक अच्छा
suppose.
चीज है.
That's the biggest
Guess
thing.
करो क्या है?
Maybe excluding KC. Very true. Couple years
VIT
ago,
shut up,
perhaps,
started.
but, just a one kickoff run, I suppose. As you say, we're looking for a step up
What are eating
in
text
front
much
of an
wedges?
audience which has long demanded it. Vitality scaling
जीतेंगे
into
और न
the B
तक.
side. They managed to get past the first line of defense. Kron and Profek finding something for themselves.
Rajin ने इतना अच्छा मारा.
A gun recollected and a chance to pick up the spike with his ult.
Yeah, this is looking somewhat decent. I mean, Profek has a TP, so he could put himself in an awkward spot. And Alluri's here early. He should wait for Patitech, or this could be an awkward one.
So back to that argument of if you want to be the best in the region, can you make it convincing? It's Profek to try and close it all here and now. He might just have heard his former teammate Patitech making his way through from Link, but Alluri had the time to take the line, and with that, he will keep Enterprise alive.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of connections, threads that tie players on either side through history.
Next match भी करूँगा हाँ. प्लेऑफ पूरा करने वाला मैं सारे रीजन का.
And Profek.
No, hello.
Tier 2 team,
पागल हो गए क्या?
Diamond, all the way back when.
चेस का फाइनल का वॉच पार्टी करने वाले हो क्या 20 ऑब्वियसली नहीं.
30 seconds left.
You've got the Fnatic line as well. Nice from Causey. Profek unlucky not to clutch up there in the end. But Vitality have these individuals, and they will pop up time and time again when they need to.
Not to mention the BBL core, of course, from last year. There is plenty of shared fabric in the tapestry of these players' careers. And as you say, you don't have to look far back to see the thread wrought by the same needle. Even in the coach slot, Pal's first Tier 1 experience was as an additional coach for Vitality in 2024. Eliminated by Itapata's Leviathan, his highest ever placement as a coach. So very familiar with one another, both in-game and out of it. And a first 60-second break here for the staff on the attack side to try and correct this one, because, again, 7 rounds, it's not going to take much for them to get over the line here. It's just a question of finding that gap.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, overall, Vitality have the coaching staff to make those adjustments. We've seen it time and time again for the changes and the impact that they have post-timeout. Pal and Scott have managed to not only course-correct stage 1, but course-correct
I think you can even say the same on the Enterprise side. The amount of times they go many a round down and find a way to keep themselves in it. They are the best from that tier of play for a reason.
Win condition देखते हैं.
EP का win condition है कुछ. Streak right now since losing the opener of Plains.
बहुत alt rotation भी होने के favor में है.
Opportunity.
Vitality क्या?
To keep this alive. 7 rounds for Vitality to close. And with the ops out, some early mid-space taken. No reaction from the defense as of right now.
Vitality given so much mid-space and so many avenues in which to
ANC
channel
got postponed to next year. ANC क्या होता है भैया?
Insterka the only one caught by the ill drone, which is
नाम देखिला लग रहा है.
Enterprise that can grow.
I mean, this next ult cycle is absolutely everything, and Ozzy holding on to the angle here. It was a jump for Chronicle to try and play off the back of. Nice synergy.
Split करो हो गया insert.
Finish आगे जाएगा, B पे brand देगा. You can see the reclaim now starting to come in, but flash timing gets Chronicle pushed up. Was he not expecting this and just walks straight into trouble?
No.
There's your opening kill.
But Lime now starting to walk B main as well, and that's up against Yampi.
Big 1 versus 1. The next of the operators looking to have its impact. Yampi just shouldering this for the time being. Lime has to keep this space. It's mandatory for their chances. He'll take the ult offline, but Profek's now arrived as well, and that's the point where he has to give up the ghost. Patitech still trying to hold this one down, and through the volley, he did it all. They all just combine. The stars align for Chronicle, and that puts Vitality at an advantage.
Yeah, I know, the last 2 coming back in. Magnum at least has his ultimate for information, but it's what you do with that information that counts.
But
Alluri, a step ahead of the curve here. Double stack of players playing from main, and so Enterprise looking to match it for firepower. Brute force their way back in, up against it, but still in this one for now.
I mean, Vitality had all that they needed to close that one.
Bro, अभी अच्छा खासा 3 round निकाल सकते हैं वो लोग.
And the
double
Minimum.
stack, double swing is what
3 round निकाल सकता है.
creates issues, and Enterprise starting to show what's good on the retakes, but I mean overall, Vitality should have been able to close that one out.
Easiest prediction of my life.
For a line there who gets caught in transition, and brilliant.
Vitality coach दिखाओ.
Alluri identifies it.
No way.
Nice! So they go for the double swing. And now the main thing to be thinking about is those ults again, right? Is this what gets Enterprise right back in the driver's seat?
Yep, 10 round, 10 round, 10 round.
Well enough, but
10
it's
round
only
possible.
Overtime that realistically they're going to reach.
ये सारे members कहाँ गए?
Round, but that next run it back doesn't feel all too far away.
छोड़ के चले गए यार.
No,
तू ही है.
using that tour de force to have a bit of bait to this eco.
तू ही है मेरा सच्चा प्यार.
The progression that you expect on the Enterprise side. Dirk are in for the clear, but there is Chronicle. Big catch, Cozzy caught. Oh, down to a 4-on-4. Good util here as well, but Patatek's just about going to hang in there. Profit entrance.
क्वेश्चन है डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द टीम को चांस पॉइंट ज्यादा क्यों मिलते हैं? वो ऑलरेडी क्वालीफाई हो गए. थर्ड एंड फोर्थ को ज्यादा चैंपियन पॉइंट देना चाहिए ना, ऐसा नहीं. पॉइंट तो पोजीशन के हिसाब से ही मिलेगा ना. कौन क्वालीफाई हो रहा है उसके हिसाब से थोड़ी है.
Crunch coming in from both sides. It's left the spike of Sayonara behind, and Yampi gets caught on his walkthrough. The back calls. Chronicle will do his best to try and follow this one up.
तो बेसिकली फंडा ऐसा है कि प्लेऑफ लास्ट इवेंट रहता है चैंप्स के पहले का. तो जो प्लेऑफ बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है वो लोग को चांस में रहना चाहिए क्योंकि ज्यादा कॉम्पिटिटिव रहेगा. आईची गांड.
And they draw first blood in this playoff stage.
मेरा फेवरेट प्लेयर कटा.
How clean that first half was to end in it like that.
मेरा फेवरेट प्लेयर कटा.
Yeah, I don't put that one cheap, but listen, that is a great
Top 5% के दे.
13-6 on their first summer.
मेरे को ये दे.
And so
Mystery buddy.
Enterprise's own hard work has landed them right in the bee's nest. We get to hear from one of them now on the sideline with Chronicle.
Stand on that for me. Kron, that is absolutely ridiculous. You're dominant, you're dropping over 20 and you're finishing with a knife kill. What the hell's going on at the end there?
I mean, I don't know. I just felt like I went back to Masters London.
Crazy.
Just wanted to show some roleplay stuff.
That's brutal. All right, thank you very much. Great to see you. Good luck in the next map. You guys can catch it after the break.
I always wondered that why boxing matches are in a cage and not in a box. Do you guys see what I'm doing?
अच्छा मेरा परसेंटेज गिर गया क्या बेंचॉट?
And beatboxing.
हाँ, top 2 in the entire world. ये world का है? World का ही. Thank you. कंटिन्यू ऑन चैंप्स पॉइंट. भाई देखो कभी कभी होता है कि तुम लोग एक दो टूर्नामेंट अच्छा नहीं खेलते हो बराबर. तो जो तीसरा टूर्नामेंट है विच इज क्लोजेस्ट टू चैंप्स, उसमें जो अच्छा खेला उनको ज़्यादा प्रायोरिटी है चैंप्स के लिए, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट इवेंट वही है सीधा 1 महीने बाद. तो ये लोग जो फॉर्म में है वो लोग को प्रायोरिटी इसलिए मिलता है क्योंकि जो फॉर्म में वही फॉर्म कंटिन्यू रहे रादर देन कंसिस्टेंसी ये. लेकिन जो टीम कंसिस्टेंट है वो लोग तो पहले ही क्वालिफाई हो जाते हैं. जैसा PRX हो गया, EDG हो गया. अभी EDG का इतना अच्छा नहीं गया लेकिन वो लोग जमाना पहले क्वालिफाई हो गए. समझा? Which team player will finish more kill? डर के बेबी. Will get a first vitality baby. Which player will first डर के बेबी. EDG क्वालिफाइड है. EDG जमाना भाई EDG स्प्लिट के पहले क्वालिफाई हो गया है. वो लोग को स्प्लिट खेलना भी मन नहीं था. PRX भी क्वालिफाई हो गया.
Fish and chips, and here is my partner. Baked potato. Yeah, today's map, first map is going to be Summit. Hopefully we see a lot of. but I'm a little bit hungry. I wish I had my fish and chips. The best fish and chips comes from Ireland.
भाई fish and chips से ज़्यादा अच्छा मेरे को fish fingers पसंद है.
And the best whiskey. This is children. This is for children. Sorry.
Best इसकी बोला ना इसकी. हाँ? पेनेटिक बार. सबसे कंसिस्टेंट प्लेयर कौन है अकॉर्डिंग टू एक ही है पोर्चुगल. किसी ने पूछा तेरे को आज दो सुपर गोल रिप्लाई कर दो. अभी तेरे को दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है तो सुनाई क्या देगा, तो इसलिए मैं रिप्लाई नहीं किया था. अरे साथ काफी टाइम हो गया कांटेक्ट है उसके साथ. मैंने आई थिंक लास्ट वीक या लास्ट टू वीक उसको मैसेज किया था. कांटेक्ट है, वे आर फ्रेंड्स, डोंट वरी. अच्छा भाई माफ करो यार, ना करो यार. वैंग भाई असलान जी चैंप्स पहुंच गया. भाई मजाक से हटकर जी हैज द बेस्ट चांस टू विनिंग चैंप्स दिस ईयर. बेस्ट. ऐसा चांस वापस कभी नहीं आएगा, कभी नहीं. मार्क माय वर्ड्स, लाइफ में ऐसा चांस कभी नहीं आएगा. तो इसके बाद जी है ना करो. ग्रुप गेम मोस्टली वॉच पार्टी के बाद.
You'd been perma-banning Summit during stage 2.
वो
What
मालूम
was
है
the
राहुल.
thinking behind leaving it open here?
So we had time to practice it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's that simple. But we came in working on some of the other maps during the stage 2 group stage. Now we finally had a bit of time off, so we actually got to work on a map that we couldn't really touch previously. So yeah, it's good for most of it. We've been a little bit silly by the end of that, but no, nothing particularly genius, that's for sure.
True.
Were you at all concerned that Vitality were laying a trap for you when they left Summit open in the VIT? No, not really. I mean, we knew that they would scrim it, and it's a new map pool, so we weren't really like concerned. We just picked on based on our comfortability and maps that we are confident in. Yep.
Showcase नहीं हुआ बस.
Well, there you go. You hear it from the coaches in terms of the Summit pick. Welcome back to the VCT EMEA playoffs. What an explosive way to begin.
Yeah.
यार एक किटकैट देख के भूख तो लगता है भाई.
To take stock
हाँ?
A week of madness.
Yes. Yeah.
हमें तो एचडल वर्सेस जी आए तब देखने में सुकून मिलेगा.
Truly in chaos.
तेरे मुंह में घी शक्कर.
Yeah, I mean the
और भी कुछ मुंह में चाहिए तो off stream.
I mean, yeah, this felt like maybe first half it took a little while for Enterprise to really get comfortable. Again, you can talk about comp, you can talk about the map, the prep. Wasn't that much in terms of anti. I think the ethos overall here from Vitality was what was key. This went on for ages.
Poor Lime though. Like I feel like he was having such a good Euro
He almost had the upper hand
just, like,
for a moment.
I mean, he had the upper hand when he had his shorts.
Yes, yes.
Language, sorry.
You have the upper hand in that situation. It really was one-sided at the beginning.
Yeah, it
though.
was. Yeah.
Like they came out and it looked like there was a tier gap between the teams.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that the biggest
1 million
thing
here is
Enterprise weren't proactive with this. With a Brimstone composition, you almost have to not roll the dice, but you have to commit behind that.
Last time 5 lakhs कभी हुआ था याद है 1982.
If you're investing smokes, you've got that. And Cypher cages, they weren't getting enough done.
72 के बाद भी 10 साल बाद.
They were dry hitting sites for what the first 4 rounds which didn't work. They haven't then got a mid pivot with this composition. You saw one time a TP up from Lime and maybe a little pressure onto Kron. What does he do? Nails both with the op. That was the first deterrent then. It's like, well, okay, cool, mid's going to be a massive issue for us.
This was our concern, I think, when we got into that agent select of what utility do they actually have to be able to clear out Kron on the operator,
every playoff match win पे chance point मिलता है. Yes sir.
Had was to contact. I think straight off the rip.
1 point for each win.
They were using a recon dart.
और जो chicken dinner मारेगा उसको कितना तो point.
Fear had been instilled in the players. They really didn't have much to be able to clear out these angles.
The other question behind that is like, cool, you forced the chamber off. You actually still got a double duelist comp to deal with.
Yeah.
So it's not even as if like that's the first like, cool, that's our win condition now. It's like, yeah, it's not just done then.
Yes, I mean, Chronicle was a win condition, though. I mean, he
massively,
was absolutely dominating. Especially, you saw there the disparity in terms of opening kills. Well, a bunch of those were Kron as well. He absolutely tore them apart on the defense side.
Him on the defense is absolutely insane. He went 6-0 in first engagement, which just goes to show you how much Enterprise were trying to be able to deal with them, but just weren't quite able to. And I think that he always had such great position, and that round in itself was insane. But yeah, I think it was just the positioning that he was able to find. They could just never clear him out of any sort of space.
I mean, you look at some of these, it's like a big toss-up between some of these absolute freebies. In terms of seeing him just open,
Illury is lost in that
open sidelines. But even the times he's forced to TP up against the wall and like backed up, dropping a 3K from deep. Insane. I mean, he had a standout performance here in the first half.
We do not need to see the knife clip.
No.
We don't need to see it. So, are you convinced then in this look from Summit, from Vitality?
Yeah, I would chalk that Enterprise. They looked a little shaky in that first half. They didn't have enough of a, like I said, a pivot, any sort of adaptation to really deal with some of the issues that Vitality.
Hello. मैं किक का chat पढ़ रहा हूँ. मेरा दोनों chat on है.
But I would like to allude more to the fact maybe a little bit of a shaky first half.
One of the reasons I ask is we're going into the brand new map now that's just been added to the pool, and we really don't know what either of these teams are going to play, really.
Well, yeah, I think for Enterprise's perspective, March was obviously the last time that they had played it. It's been a long, long time, and I know that you had mentioned they had a good map record on it, but that was in Challengers Stage 1. We're in Tier 1
next match के लिए चालू.
Joke, by the way.
VCT
I said very clean. Well, there are some closer players in there.
I mean, the last time they played, it was like 1917 against UCAM or something. Like it was
Favorite proper dish क्या है आपके gyros?
Misa. Yeah. Misa. Like Jar Jar Binks Misa. Yes, okay.
Cairo can tell you all about that.
So, you're not necessarily convinced that Enterprise's 5-0 Abyss record is all that it's made out to be.
The fact that we almost kind of get a context check here in map 1, I'm now worried about
Hello.
Right.
Just to put that in perspective here, Enterprise were going to really contest here on map 1 with what you would argue Vitality coming in with some prep and whatnot. I'm now concerned for what that 5-0 record Enterprise means.
Well, it's a double duelist composition for Vitality. Chronicle moving over to the Vice, so he's no longer the gigantic threat you would imagine. Plays against Harbor on both sides, but a solo Harbor composition from Vitality. That might be a bit difficult to play, especially on defense.
Yeah,
though, no?
that feels almost kind of risky, but...
Well, a big check-in for what we were talking about earlier, right? For me, Profek has made come on leaps and bounds in terms of Harbor. I think here, this is probably...
Billy's still a doubt.
I just never forget about him on Breeze.
But this is actually what I want to see between Durka and Yampi here. Having the Waylay, having the Yoru. Again, they can almost push all in on a lot of these rounds.
It looks
and
like
make the Harbor work.
It looks like a flood defense comp to me. You've got to throw the flood walls and just send Yampi and Durka in there. But the pressure's on Enterprise now, surely, especially when they had such a rough start to begin on Summit. A map that they picked.
Enterprise कौन अच्छा लग रहा है chat?
A map that they picked going into what they thought was their
opponent. ये जो कार है तो भिंडी है भाई.
It's a concern to see Lime doing the heavy lifting in the first half and Cozzy taking a long time to get into that map.
100%. I think Magnum on the Astra is one of the things that's glaring out at me. Like, I'm not used to seeing him on this kind of agent. So, yeah, how is he going to be able to help the team on this attack style?
Well, it's another situation where you see these teams playing it for the first time. I mean, even for Vitality, those stats must have been from ancient times. It's brand new stuff. Let's send it over to Hazza and Cairo for the call.
रहना होता मजा पागल हो गया रहना कौन लेता है फिजिक्स भाई दिखते नहीं आजकल एक टाइम था जब फिजिक्स का अलग हो रहा था हर बार आता है स्ट्रीम पे
absolutely the onus is on them here to turn this one around. Shades of that fantastic performance early on, the Lotus which they lost decimated on 13-3, something similar already seen on Summit.
And one of the negatives for
them,
we spoke about the positives already, the momentum, is just the amount of tape that these tier 1 teams would have on them. That goes out of the window on Abyss, so an opportunity here to bounce back.
Yeah, it truly is. Vitality, ambitions of champions, Enterprise the same, but two entirely different paths. Enterprise have had to fight and brawl their way here, and they'll have to do it once again.
सबको लगा था ना ये नया एजेंट ऐसे दिखता करके.
Only 4 defeats
लेकिन वो वाइस था.
for them in challenges. 5th if you include Clash, of course, which both of these teams won. But now you're with the big dogs, and Vitality already showing they've got plenty of fight.
map आ गए हाँ.
Chronicle the only player on A, so forced to concede this one early. Harbour Wall coming in on both sides. The high tide showing intent of a flood back through.
Yeah, Chronicle trying to play in front of the blaze wall that Lime had put up, but in the same time, that plant delayed, trying to play forward. We saw this before from Enterprise to try and bleed the utility that Vitality have, but instead they're going to bleed themselves onto the canvas as Vitality take head after head. Party take tries, Alluri as well, but it's Vitality to end the round winners.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, you see Enterprise get pushed into such an uncomfortable position on site. They had the plant in the back. They were looking to push into security.
I don't know which map needs the river.
Profec, which puts them
I think Karod.
Even a step further.
Karod और वो same है.
High tide here more than anything just to contain.
Karod और Sumit almost same है.
That's exactly what we end up getting beyond the cove. Vitality looking solid in their retakes.
Looking solid in pistol rounds. 3 for 3.
Okay.
And I mean, this is a very early kick in the teeth for Enterprise. Coming in, we were talking about how imperative it is that they respond on this map.
Yeah.
Durka back on this way late. V5.
God, Marky.
And, oh, yeah. I mean,
guns मिल गए लेकिन.
Really nice kills for Enterprise. They'll be happy to collect those weapons back, and they only trail by 1 for now.
Causey with the Guardian back in hand. I mean, that Bulldog not able to be given across to Alluri. So as he drops back to main, what does he have for us? I mean, 3 bodies for Vitality coming out of CT.
Smoked off from this position, though. Finally, it does fade, and Causey again on this Guardian. It was those half-buys where he looked to strike and steal the thunder from Vitality, and he's doing it again. Lightning in a bottle for Causey.
तुम लोग भी ये देख रहे हो जो मैं देख रहा हूँ.
Only 2 rounds into this one. Sayonara can't do anything. Prodigy as he might be. There's a new kid on the block, and it's an Emoda 50.
I mean, we've been waiting to see what Causey can give us in this series. We've only had spells, not consistency. Need to see more from him as the rounds progress. But lovely start. Durka maybe a little bit too eager in his duels, and then from there, there's just a swing out from heaven. A Bulldog given away, and Causey just dissects.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
3 big booms.
Yeah, 3 big booms from Shadow. His seal of approval. So Vitality now the ones.
16 साल का ही है. क्या बात कर रहा है?
Something we have to be thinking about is Yumpy, of course, on the Yoru.
He
can receive the call to action very quickly with this TP.
Yeah.
और अपने यहाँ पे जो 16 साल के उनका नाम क्या रहता है?
An A stack, which Enterprise have to be cautious about.
Enterprise pretty good at
क्या हो रहा है? क्या हो रहा है? कब आगे बढ़ेंगे अपन?
Very really early thrifted.
There have been a couple times where they make that blind commitment, and this round looks like one of them, of course. Okay, no, Vitality off the map.
Oh, I thought for a minute Durka was going to try something cheeky.
मैं उसको kill दिया. बकचोदी कर रहा था Durka.
Okay, sure.
But yeah.
I'm sure the in-zone representative's absolutely loving that one, because he's thinking to himself, you ain't getting away with that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, the worst part about it is that stack of 4 players is set up so right.
You're coming home with me.
He's going straight in my basket.
अबे भी 18 वो. तो 16 कौन बोला? अभी 16 या 18 वो.
And so, foolishness aside, we find ourselves now in the first full gun round between the teams. It's taken 4 for us to get here. Alluri is on a Guardian, but he has the Hunter's Fury, and already you can see the split set up through middle. Vitality feeling that presence as the smoke plumes.
It's both controllers, in fact, trying to work this area of the map right
नीचे
now.
क्यों गिरे ताकि वो लोग को पैसा ना मिले प्लान ना मिले अल्ट ऑफ ना मिले
what I thought was going to be starting to execute their way onto the A side, but it's just
कौजी दिखाओ ना
now Patitech activating.
क्या पता वो HP पे मार दे तो
How can you realistically get here? That's a big denial of information, but Profit
ready
so
था
up
बे
to the
Profit
challenge.
drone में देखा नहीं तो भी
top mid, see if they can cut
हाँ ready था बे
making the B play. It's Durka walking out. This is lovely. Trying to test and well, even gets a kill for it. I mean, perfect use of the refract there as well, getting out of dodge. And Magnum now takes up vacated space. Yeah, I mean the question was, are Vitality going to play the numbers game? They just want to bunker on B. Durka arriving late, of course, and Magnum still in middle. Yampi has TP gone, and well, he stands the test. And does so well. Magnum's lot should be known about. They know what type of player he is. And as he's identified, Yampi will protect the spike. So with time ticking away, what can Magnum really give us? The answer is not a whole lot. I mean, the round is just gone.
On the way.
Out of reach. Looks as if he might still give this one a go yet.
Saving.
10 seconds
Yeah,
left.
but no, the reload is there and it's a full cancel. I mean, this round for me, just interesting to see Yampi back on this Yoru more than anything else. Of course, the last time that this would have been played, those 180 or so days ago, as you said, was in kickoff, and that's when Vitality were without Sayonara, so it was Yampi in this double duelist, and it still feels like a place of comfort for him, although it's been a long time since he was on the
yeah,
I think like between these two teams. Not just the fact that both have finished IGLs, but the fact that those big vocal pieces in the team.
लेकिन in my defense मैं किधर नहीं जा रहा हूँ और मैं नाके सोने वाला हूँ. In my defense.
Leading those comms, and it's not necessarily all up to the IGL.
In my defense.
Same time, we'll get to listen into the Enterprise IGL as we listen into the comms.
Technically एक दिन से अगर आज दूसरा दिन है तो technically वो भी सोचा जाए.
I'm gonna drop from window, guys. Peek already with the drone. Check the behind the box here. Yeah, I will check. Ready? Droning now. Start picking.
Take flight.
Copy, go ahead. Droning left side. I put the one.
Droning mid. Nice. Yes. I'm molly backside. I'm gonna flash for you.
Ready, retake to put a flash here to smoke.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take
smoke heaven. Fight yard after. I can
smoke heaven.
Yeah, do it. I will stairs.
Smoking city.
We fight and bounce backside.
I'm gonna smoke quad.
कितना वॉल्स है बहन सो कितना वॉल्स है ओह ब्रो डब्ल्यू बे
I have slow still.
Yeah, I have a recon. I'm picking close.
Try to stay, send the noise now, boys.
One's 2 default, guys. 2 default.
It's मेरा language.
Let's hold them in full. You need to go save, guys.
Yeah, safe.
Enterprise now retaking the lead on this attack side with a
मैं
successful.
ऐसे क्यों लग रहा है ये लोग इनका मैप अच्छा खेल रहे
हैं.
हाँ?
And as you can see, pretty well executed from the attack side in the comms. Yeah.
Genuine question.
You'll see that time
As we can see, players change teams. So players को टीम के पास जाते हैं कि मुझे टीम में ले लो और टीम ज़्यादा सैलरी से खरीद लेते हैं प्लेयर्स को. टीम से अप्रोच करते रहे. और प्लेयर्स ऐसा है कि उसको नहीं खेलने का वो टीम में तो बोल देता है कि मैं अभी फ्री टू प्ले हूँ. उसके बाद टीम्स अप्रोच करती हैं.
But that's what you really require, I think. All the best teams having some leadership in that capacity. And well, in terms of the duelists this time around, it's Vitality. With some A main pressure.
Attacking map, yes.
Look at demand utility, like Durka is here, but doesn't get anything for it. And immediately showing the door is now Enterprise start to posture towards A. Vitality have to fight a battle on multiple fronts. You can see Magnum once again finding some real estate in middle. Yeah, forcing Sayonara
Heaven से थोड़ा कम,
through the vent.
लेकिन
Making noise in this
वैसे level का लेकिन.
So Sayonara left behind to just keep an eye on this one. A little worried. At the same time, Chronicle's starting to investigate mid himself. Yeah, and I mean, look, this just leaves Sayonara more than anything with just too many angles to consider. So he actually drops deeper.
अभी मॉडल विजन से आज गर्ल में मजा नहीं है.
Exits from
आपसे तो ऐसे नहीं रहे, ऐसा नहीं बोलते हैं.
And that's big information from Sayo.
Cozzy has just managed to slip the net here, though. Gets up onto a further line, a more advanced position.
मैं उसको आज ही मैसेज डाल कर गया मैं कुछ दिन नहीं हूँ. Watch party चालू हो गया मेरा.
Right in behind Sayonara. All those angles we were just talking about. Another avenue has now opened up. Yeah. Right under the microscope. You're just waiting for Enterprise to execute. Arriving at 30 seconds now.
30 seconds left.
Investments the Enterprise made now
Sayonara
start to
तो गया.
develop into something a lot more. Into something a lot more worrying. Cozzy up against Sayonara, and it's Cozzy who wins out as he starts to continue his entrance, but Yampy denied, and it's going to be the ultimate from Profek to try and make
no?
the way back into
Arey,
the
reveal.
spike plan. Yampy now the one to do it. Still not being attempted. Look how low this one has gotten. Yampy could swing out, deny, but instead gets the information and wants Kron to reprise his role. 2 versus 3.
Has the ult to come back in on here. I don't think he wants to invest it though.
No, definitely not. Not put Kron in a 1 versus 3.
Bro, मेरे को लगा कोलेट लगा रे बहन शॉट.
Instead.
हाँ?
Magnum low himself.
I love you, Binks, bye.
Yeah, and now it should be a done deal. Unfortunately, Patitech not caught, so Kron tries to catch Magnum himself. Can't quite snare him. So a tap of the spike, waiting for a peek and just burning through utility. Enterprise have so many
themselves on Rankbot, Twitter, T2, etc. and big teams. Their handlers have eyes on such things.
For me there,
इधर भी है.
Enterprise set up through that mid control to take the A
इधर
site.
players देखो ना कैसे लंदन शाह जैसे.
Clear reaction for that space being taken away from them, and it just puts too much pressure on Sayonara's shoulders.
Mercy back a best friend.
Great recon dart from Allurian to backside there as well, just to stop the onslaught as the defenders look to try and stabilize.
Mercy back आज मेरे जैसे बात कर रहे थे. एक किधर रहते रे तू?
And decisive in execution at the end.
Huh?
Rounds few and far between for Vitality at this moment in time, and they're feeling that pain through the buy as Dirka just swings out. Feels almost a little desperate in that essence.
I think again, when we look at Vitality and the calling structure here as well, to me, they're always perceived as such an attacking favoured team on any map.
बच गया bro, what?
To operate. So the start on Summit, a surprise for me, I think, as it would have been for a few.
बॉल डाल दिया.
It's about giving yourself a respectable round count to take into this second half now, where you're expecting the hard graft to be done.
And I think as well, Abyss historically so difficult to defend that B site. Sure, the changes were made so that you could flood back out. I mean, at the same time, those problems will still pop up here and there.
Changes, of course, made to mid as well as it comes back into
the
exactly as it was when it left. And Profek has tried to take some of that room for himself. Something which we'll have to track into following rounds. As it stands, Vitality have done nothing to stave off the spike plant, and Enterprise move into post on A.
Yeah, I mean, post, which contest. Magnum misses his shots against Profek. First time we've seen that all game.
Any more for us, Mr. Magnum?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, Enterprise all tracked on towards heaven, and that's just spam through the smokes. Surprised that none of the players are jumping to the void, to the abyss. Profek gets 1 for his troubles, and won't get any more. Enterprise, consecutive rounds that Vitality are yet to break.
Had to take up on his feet as well, loving life. Again, it's in these latter stages where he really does thrive. As we discussed in this round, it's Enterprise countering initial engagements.
W.
Of course, Profek and Patitech.
वो भी सोच रहा रहेगा ना खड़ा क्यों रहा करके?
Way back.
Yeah, we love to talk about this one, that time on Diamond, but I think it's so important.
Question है ऊपर देख किधर?
Without that time in Tier 2, Patitech doesn't go to any of these internationals, and he doesn't reset his career. That was his second wind, as it was Profek's rookie stage in Challengers. And that's what we're talking about and what we have been discussing from the desk as well. Just the fact that when it comes to crunch time, he's always present. Stage 2 winner last year, of course, with Liquid, and while those global results didn't exactly follow on, he's definitely good for getting you there.
It's that realistic.
Job करने वाला गए ना हार गए ना job left भी.
From the start of the year, Shanghai very much the intention.
जीत तो सकते थे यार वो लोग.
Barcelona.
Yeah, I think as well. I mean, it is doable, but you have to get through a titan like
Language
Vitality to do it, and that's what feels the most impossible part, right? And I mean,
bye मैं बढ़िया.
Comparison here.
Okay.
First game they played against Fnatic, right? Enterprise. Lost the first map 13-3.
भाई EPA मैच जीत सकता है चैट मजाक से हटकर.
I mean, it's been a
देखो
touchstone for the narrative so
ये
far.
गन राउंड्स के तो लोले लगेंगे वाइटलिटी के.
What do you do with those following maps though that makes most difference, and they are certainly showing their best face so far. Numpy down with one kill, Lime trading for it, and the run it back with Spike in hand. Looking to carve out a little more room on A. It's the op spotted instead. And where is that one on Magnum? Bottom mid where he falls.
Yeah, I mean, Terka tries to get out onto a lane as well. I mean, Enterprise's hands have been completely forced onto A.
With his ultimate here to try and stall out any potential retake attempt. As you can see, Enterprise aren't willing to make the next move. Anticipating some additional presence from Vitality.
And the utility coming back in is rough. So Sayonara waits for that info dart.
Party take का ult है लेकिन मार नहीं सकता है वो बस. Problem
Body's on site right now for Enterprise, and Kozzy is the first to show face. Lime can't connect onto that second fight as Sayonara snatches two in quick succession. So it's Patatek, the player we were just talking about, tasked with a clutch. Fortunately for him, the plant, less than favorable right now, has to expose himself to multiple angles, and so he decides to play a disciplined game instead. It cost him previously, it might not this time. Patatek's found the first, he's spotted Kron as well! And just smashes it away from Vitality.
City में recon तो मारा नहीं हो सकता वो City.
Which keeps coming back to haunt them.
From that first match, that first map, where Vitality could not lose a clutch.
उसका plant भी नहीं था भाई.
To be honest, they do not look like they did. This abyss that they've picked, expected to be a lot more convincing. It's in moments like this, though, you get frustrated from a Vitality fan. I mean,
on the other hand, so intelligently played there.
Bro, Vitality हार गया, मजाक से कर ये map गया है. Vitality ये map गया है. Uncomebackable है अभी.
Same opponents as Lime spammed out this time, and well, Vitality opening proceedings. This is a real change of pace.
Yeah, I mean, quick ultimate in the start. Derka now looks to investigate mid, finds the jet and now forced away. Patatek trying to step in forward, and Vitality now starting to show exactly what we expect.
ने fight लिया, लेकिन उसको advantage नहीं था. Kozzy को था advantage.
Enterprise in another clutch scenario.
And Magnum already interrupting with this one through Link. The B plant coming through. And a smoke to buy some time. Vitality almost completely flanking in this retake.
थोड़ा लेट हो गया तो इल्लूरी के बाद अल्ट है.
Any space, make sure that CT not taken, and now Magnum going to use the Cosmic Divide, try and make it work in his favour. And does! Lovely stuff! 2-on-2 now, and Yampi tries to connect up with Kron. Magnum can't quite find the latter, now it's up to Alluri. The captain gone away and has to be up to a classic, which is a difficult task.
Bro, Kron निकलने round बचा है. What? भाई Magnum ने इतना instant खेला था भाई.
But showing promising signs.
इतना instant खेला था वो.
Reaction off of that initial A kill.
Oh my god.
As it stands, just lowering that deficit a little bit. This was it, instigated by the drone. Great play from Magnum. Ultimate's invested on both sides here.
That's my redemption. That's my redemption. Okay, guys.
Okay.
Comeback starts now, boys. Comeback starts now.
How many more rounds
like
do you need to be convinced by this comeback?
I don't think it's necessarily a comeback just yet, in the sense of they're still well in this game. As Ultimates and Derka just leaving this one. Kron left to the backside, and Sayonara's Hunter's Fury as Kron is completely isolated here. Magnum's luck once again finding value and vitality. Now have to put all their hopes on Derka to get something back, but 2 versus 4 is difficult now.
मैप तो गया, मैप 3 अभी। हाँ किक पे लाइव देने से समय करंट सिम लोड नहीं हो रहा है, बाकी सब चालू हो रहा है, कर दिया रिफ्रेश।
Picks off another, it's
आइडिया नहीं है।
Prophet gone and Sayonara.
बाकी लोग पे है उधर चिलिंग्स कर रहे हैं।
What is an advantage they can take into the second half?
It's another round that Enterprise put themselves into a very quick exec, and I mean, we've said it before, that's difficult to hold on to, and yeah, I mean, in the end, Enterprise.
Question is, क्या एक और टाइम आउट लेंगे वो लोग for 2 rounds only?
4v2.
We picked something together, bro.
Come on, bro. Nice.
Second layer of Magnum.
Bro, no time out.
A reprieve there. As now, Vitality's full focus is on mid coming
No time out, bro.
The penultimate round of this first half.
Back in a flash.
Turk already dropped down to 45 with the Guardian. 3 players on the other side of the bookcase.
I mean, it's all about the flick instead. He's going to get nothing. So he can start to walk this mid space, and that's going to give Vitality key information.
Sure, you say nothing, but it's
4-1
just the absence of player presence right now, which is giving Vitality a heads up on this. B play heading in, but Yumpy has the TP to get out of trouble.
Yeah.
Prophet showing that they want to fight this though with the wall thrown in.
Yeah, and trying to flood back in. They don't
good.
One,
Flood karna padega, guys.
Play in this flank, something that they've not done before, and now get the value from. So the players now stuck on site. And it's
bro, nikal liya, bro. What?
Sayonara's going to get one
bro,
of his own.
kitna pyara ult, kitna pyara sandwich. माँ कसम it was basically था. Bro, ult डाला तब भी वाला जीत के.
Great round
bro,
from
क्या sexy round निकाला है.
Caught between 2 minds there, I think, almost feigning that flood back through with the use of the high tide. Yumpy sticks around for 1. It's then this heavy flank generated off the back of the mid control.
W ult, bro.
The wall here as well. The Harbor ulti coming back in, which sets them up for success.
Nice boys! Nice boys!
Nice क्या nice map फिर चलो
plan creation there at the end of the round.
और नहीं देखा
it can happen
मस्त मारा बे perfect ने sexy खेला और
support here
उधर जिंदा रह के bro ult मारना
some huge ults for Enterprise to try and use on this B play.
Still here, still getting tagged up. Oh, I mean, BBL, the BBL double just not considering it. And now there's another freebie. Enterprise now going to be an 8-4
cozy round
have to use the ultimate, so I think that's half the reason why Vitality get a little bit caught blindsided by it. Run it back now to
लेकिन वो ऊपर क्यों देख रहा था पता नहीं.
Further as the Hunter's Fury waits in the wings.
Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time though, I don't think they're going to get a chance to even hit it. Ultimates in pocket, not even used. An in-zone flawless for Enterprises at attack finish.
World हवा में क्यों थी? कौन सा वाला रे?
Yeah, blistering pace brought to many around here by Enterprise.
रेस ठीक-ठाक खेल लेता हूँ कोई important teams तेरे जैसे अच्छा खेल सकूँ.
We asked for an answer back from the tier 2 team. We get a chance to hear from Magnum from before the game.
और ऐसा डुओ जो पीता ना हो पानी ज़्यादा और बेहोश ना हो. वरना आज जैसे हालत होएगा. पेट चैट क्या भाई अच्छे से पूछा उसने. चैट लाइक करो यार, लाइक करो, we're close to 1K likes.
What when you're going up against a team like Vitality that have these big players that have accomplished a lot, does it change anything in terms of your approach, the respect that you're going to be giving these teams?
I mean, I think it's first test, like for us really, because yeah, I mean, I think all the teams kind of were doing changes and stuff, and this team was actually kind of uprising, you know, like they were playing better and better, and that's why they're in playoffs. But I think our strength is that we are kind of fired up, you know, like we've been playing match back to back. So yeah, this will be our advantage. But today is first test for sure, in my opinion. In my POV. But yeah, I'm super excited to play.
Can I get a quick answer for you?
पता नहीं किसको बहुत गंदे डाल के क्या?
You already had a big change coming into play-ins, and now there's more changes happening for playoffs. How do you stay on top of that stuff?
It's super good for us that they removed Breeze because it was our permaban, and Abyss is one of our most favorite maps.
इतना हेल्प कर रहा है मुझे यार, क्या बात है? आप खुद
ही Pinky, can you stop shouting, Pinky?
हटो हटो.
Oh my God.
चलो अब मेरा उल्टा वक्त चालू हो गया भाई.
नहीं अब चलो कोई बात नहीं है.
I am getting worried here. Can you stop shouting?
तो बकचोदी है.
Uncle!
First.
It means a bit more, you know, to win today. But yeah, like I don't have anything against them. You know, I love the boys, yeah, I mean there is gonna be some talking going on. But I think it's in our favor. You know, it's very easier for us to get in their head than vice versa.
EPS no sponsor. अरे अभी भी तो आए क्या sponsor? अभी भी आए वो लोग.
And I mean, Magnum, a player that did not get a tier 1 offer this year, but has worked his ass off, Hazza, to get into this position.
Bun doesn't like me, शायद बाल पे मदद दर्द हो गया. ऐसा तो play भाई.
If you want to be there with us.
जो भी like नहीं है वो सीधा hide हो गया. टेंशन है.
That comment about shouting across the stage is something which Yampi really brought out of him in stage 2 last year, playing some of his best Valorant, and you're seeing it here as well.
Vitality.
Adidas in itself is such a big sponsor. That's true, that's true. It has to have sponsor और क्या चाहिए? तो कौन बोला ना sponsor?
Enterprise gonna get the first blood and
oh, वो Adidas का logo है.
At all. Looking for the next thing. Yampi is the one to get that. Magnum here, he's gone, and it's his own captain that does it. Vitality, another great pistol round to start things off. Cozy the last remaining, and Chronicle will deal with him. 4 from 4. Vitality. Absolutely cutthroat as they snake their way through the middle of the map. Right up the guts, that first
Lallan Shah with 11 mans. Hey, कहाँ रहता है रे तू?
Play off of one another. And this, so often, these rounds built around that mid control, but nothing offered back in terms of main control, and Chronicle there to pick up the pieces in the end.
Nice boys!
Solapur.
We were wondering what Vitality had been working on in the break. I think you could probably get away with adding pistols to that list.
Yeah.
Fake teleport. Time to jump.
Yantp needs to be careful though, because this deposit of Cozy on the line, especially the typical box that we see, it's a difficult one to clear, and well, unfortunately he's going to get that kill. And walks straight towards Magnum, who waits with open arms and unfortunately gets a jab to the face.
How many more is Yampi going to get from this though?
Surely not anymore, right? He's already starting to walk away.
As much noise as he can. And well, everyone else is off the map except for Patatek.
और ये गिर भी नहीं सकता है, ये गिरेगा तो उसको अल्ट आएगा.
Well, he's not going for it.
नहीं गिर सकता है वो.
I don't think he's going to do anything. This is just most likely.
ये गिरेगा तो उसको मिलेगा. Yampi को किल उसका अल्ट आएगा.
Ultimates, of course, Yampi is one away, like you said. So that is a win condition that Vitality can look to play towards in following rounds.
I mean, the Harbor ultimate, not the worst to try and scale for either.
Yeah, and I think that's.
बस मैं कौन सी टीम चांस में देखना चाहता हूँ, but qualify नहीं कर पाएगी. Fnatic.
Yeah, this is a new one for
अबे मुझे ban दे देगा क्या? नहीं, on the way.
Back out. Vitality were one of those early adopters, I think, of their Clash composition, being the debut that we got from this agent. So that's the question in my mind. What is the game plan for this defender's side?
अभी यूरो अल्ट है, क्या लगता है? मैसेज जा नहीं रहा है बेनसॉट.
Enterprise should be almost better at consistently through their other maps.
क्या लगता है?
They tend to find the defense side much more favorable just because of how the calling style is.
Yeah, and as
पंको पंको सब ठीक है? पंको हेलो, सब ठीक है? फन गेम है.
Bomb David, I'll run B.
I'm gonna hold B-Link in a second for the EMP.
Yeah, I can hold me, I'm holding go.
I'm calling this.
Stay fast, pick mid.
I don't see. Wait, I do see. I'm crossing and we speed up.
Okay.
Let me die. Putting wall.
Water rising.
I'm coming, Dark.
चलो.
Sit upside.
I'm coming CT.
I'm going heaven with Dark.
Man, full abyss.
In the heaven smoke.
I tagged him, you can spam him.
Don't worry about me.
That side. Push him, I'm coming from abyss.
Slow him.
Oh.
I slowed him. Wait.
He's full slow.
Other.
Bad.
Nice.
I have
Confidence देख रहे हो? He's full slowed.
I'm 1 HP.
Not rotating from
हाँ मेरे वाले calls है, सुना किसने?
Can he lurk?
भाई just उसने angle छोड़ा बे.
I'm close CT.
Will you 1 HP?
Can you flash this? Yes, flashing.
Nice, stop mid.
Or in backside. Should just
Save करो.
Safe. Life was mid, he might be close.
Yeah.
ठीक है
रूल सेव कर रहे हैं
yes
कॉल आ चुका है हंट बिगिंस हो रहा है चैट
Vitality trying to
लग गए कोई सेव नहीं कर सकता
as they look for the last two rifles.
It's impossible है
For Enterprise to hold on to.
Oh shit
Unfortunately not going to be allowed. An end zone flawless.
भाई वो लोग ने अल्ट यूज भी नहीं किया है
Vitality looking good as ever. Yeah,
Vitality. Happy return of the day,
out of this mid control, able to de-rig that B site hold quite handily. Look at the control it's providing them. And this is again where I want to see the defense force some kind of a reaction.
लेकिन बहुत स्पेस दे देता है
or do they maybe want to try and go
बहुत मतलब unbelievably ज़्यादा
And I think often seeing that
दो बंदे आइसोलेट हो गए थे बी वाले
end of the split. Decisions to be made. It's a one-round gap right now, and if you didn't believe in the comeback, well, it's on.
वो लोग रुके हैं मिड पुश के लिए
Come back from momentum, probably going to do half the work for Vitality. Zerka caught by Patitek's Sheriff, and Sayonara
भाई इसके पास स्पाइक है
a little bit of anxiety as he tries to get himself away from this spot, and well, Yampi tries to help out, and that's not going to work out.
Kyra, I mean, it's rounds like these that you've got to be putting together, and look at Enterprise with the mid-control overloaded.
So confident, and well,
अरे यार
they will
Chronicle ने
head
निकाल
into
दिया
Chronicle, who has not missed a beat on
Shit,
the second
Thirsty
half.
निकाल सकते थे बे
Lime and Magnum now. The
भाई
only
क्या
two
हो गया
remaining.
आज Chronicle को
I did like the call. It looked as if they were going to fully gamble on A. It's only Lime here, but I mean, he gets up close. It's a difficult clear.
Sayonara does have.
बंद का माउस लेना है कोई अच्छा माउस पता है 999 का अच्छा आता है 999
Now Vitality can relax. They know what they're up against. They're up against Magnum, and well, maybe it's not as relaxing a prospect as once thought, considering the shots he's hit. But he is with no shields and now known about. So in the end, the spam that wins out. It's all even.
Lean बे वो लोग इकोनॉमी भी देखो
Corroded, and we find ourselves corroded on equal terms.
Find ourselves on Haven.
Not going to be seeing that one for a while.
बिग तेरा माउस कितने का है नैन भाई आप मेरे माउस में इंटरेस्टेड है बता
Stop. Please. I'm doing you a favor.
प्लस मेरा माउस नहीं है मेरा
We
स्नेक
already
है
did this bit earlier in the stage.
What are you going to split?
Recycling
Big
material. It's terrible.
कोई तो बोल रहा था चलो नेक्स्ट मैच
Timeout though, and
नहीं अभी भी ईपी
can
जीत सकता है
Enterprise recycle any of that strap book?
I
You got
still
any
believe.
set pieces for us?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
the one
time
thing
out
they're going to be bringing out that is new is Causey's operator, because he has not necessarily introduced that yet in this series. That's a key point to be considering, getting him on a lane and making things easier for the defense
भाई
to
गाँव क्या
move around.
कब से स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं अपन 4 बजे से
Taking command in
5
the
6
timeout
7
and
8
Scott on the
9
other
10
side.
Yeah, I
कितना
mean,
बजा 10 6
gotta
घंटा
say, feels like it's almost the chronic thing that Enterprise don't get off to the best of starts.
Digital joining story क्या है
And as you say, with Causey
क्या story
being
है
the youngest player to ever set foot here in the Riot Games arena, plenty on his shoulders, of which he has been delivering so far.
नाच खेल रहा है क्या obviously
To see a little bit more across the board from Enterprise.
नाच नहीं खेलने में जा रहा हूँ group games
Thinking of Lime, particularly on this Phoenix, this has been his
कौन
best
जीतेगा
agent so far in the stage as a natural
देख
flex player.
vitality
of
form
course.
में
He
लेकिन
often
I
finds
still
himself between
believe
roles,
कि
but
EPA
I
मैप
wanna see
जीत
a bit more
सकता
from that 1-2
है I
punch.
still believe
Variable.
वो लोग को बस मिड का आंसर एक कुछ करना पड़ेगा अभी के लिए ऑफ लगा दिया है
Have played in front of them.
Dark and beyond.
Yeah, exactly. Yampi has got so much space off the back of this ultimate, and no contest really. And Enterprise now 5 alive.
Again, the Thorns doing the heavy lifting here, and actually the fake out buys Yampi a little bit more breathing room. Oh, committed.
Bro,
the Steel Garden to push back this defensive
Bapalt.
line. Who are trying to set themselves for a retake.
Yeah, it's 4 call at the same time as they try to reprise their roles into this retake.
Profek also has the Harbor ulti as well, but it would be such a costly investment
is a chance to put a real dent in Enterprise's finances.
करेगा क्या heaven side ult?
Can they stop the rot? Here we go. Chronicle, first point of contact in the site, traded out. Kozzy up close with the op. He's the one you expect to get on the spike. No. Rifle changes hands. He's now leading the line. The point man of the resistance. The push back into main.
Once again.
2-on-2 with the spike half. The shots.
वो बैकअप भी नहीं दे पा रहा है वो वॉल की वजह से और उनका ही वॉल था वो उनका ही वॉल था
take the lead back for themselves. Not only that, they do the dent into the buy of Enterprise.
इसको 4 अकाउंट से सब्सक्राइब किया था अब जा अरे ना करो यार
committed and no, this is where you start to kick off.
Language handsome.
I mean, even
EP आ रहा तो सीधा आउट नहीं सर अभी प्लेऑफ चालू है ना अपल ओवर है
but as you say, it's worth investing 2-3 ults into this
round. Prof का अल्ट्स देखो बे
It's an opportunity to put some daylight.
So this Patty tech doesn't stand up ever again.
You need to strap him to the chair to stop him from standing up. I don't think he's going to get many opportunities from
So अगर पार्टी टेक में अभी 3 मारा खड़ा हो गया तो एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा
miraculous should happen for Enterprise's feet. I'm seeing a blade storm. I'm seeing Patty with his ult. Yeah, but the longer this round goes on, the more scary it is for Vitality. And I think that's got to be the big talking point here. How patient do they want to be? Yeah. And where is the incision? I mean, Dirka's your hitman, right? He's got the outlaw.
सारे members कहाँ गए सिर्फ नॉन मेंबर चैट कर रहे हैं वही तो यार गिफ्टेड दो
eyes on. It's also a bit of a change up in terms of his Waylay play style too. I think he really struggled before with being the guy that just dives straight in and then
यार मजाक से हटकर मेरे को ये भी डिफेंडेबल लग रहा है पता है
But here,
just
towing the line with that outlaw, like you said, he's pushing into the slightly heavier site, the one with those blades. Well, he's seen players towards backside, and it's Kozzy who's the one who finds himself in a good spot. It's a big commitment.
Enterprise have got themselves into
a great position. ने बीटी दे दिया.
Dirk and Kron now to try and combine the outlaw, not finding what it should in Enterprise. Well, they've found the miraculous, and let's Dirk gives us something even better. The unthinkable.
Kozzy 10 HP here, has the ult, but no time. No.
मैं मुझे मेरे यार करे W दोनों का क्रॉस और यूटिल बहुत अच्छा था
I mean, the threat was always there. I talked about it, the looming possibility that if Vitality
blind अच्छा था जेट का पोजीशनिंग अच्छा था सो का पोजीशनिंग अच्छा था रिकॉर्ड अच्छा था
I think the case in point there is it was a half commitment. You see a player here committed to the side, Yumpy. Second layer a little slow to follow up, and 2 players that are digital left in main. Real disconnect.
Game sound low है कैसे? बराबर है.
And what a back-breaking round that could prove to be.
सारे आपके लॉबीज में तो ये नॉर्मल चीज है हम जैसे लो रैंक को बोलना चाहिए क्या चीज? बड़े ले देखो वो तो बड़ी जान मंजूरी जान खड़े.
I mean, he has been. Yeah.
अपग्रेड करने का टाइम आ गया जैसे जैसे. By 47 months is kinda crazy, no? 4 साल.
Comfortability obviously key. Vitality look to try and get comfortable towards the B side. Oh, mid. Reclear, no. It's actually just to try and stall this one out a little bit. Alluri trying to funnel damage into top mid, but yeah, I mean, these are 2 big pieces with no return value.
That's going to be issues now for Enterprise. I mean, even bleeding more utility is Vitality.
Oh my God.
Process in towards Link. It's a little bit messy, but one that Vitality come
Bro,
out
sandwich massage ult मारा भाई.
It's that Link weakness again.
यहाँ से पूरा मैसेज वो करके प्रेशर डाल के वहाँ से ult.
I'm in behind, big 1v1. Chronicles missed the shot.
He's identified it, and that's the key point. Kozzy now out of CT. Wow. Great couple kills. 2 on 2, but one the Vitality now know they have to put all attention towards the flank. Lime with nearly a full belt.
But time again working against him. It's the wall that he wants to cut this off.
Yeah, but now with a player in towards
possible
him,
it should
be possible. Sayonara now knows where the approach comes from, and Lime not allowed his chance. Double digits for Vitality.
already.
What is
6 साल वाले भी है 5 years.
Yeah.
0 में language.
It is. And it's Vitality.
But my long time no see. कैसे मेरी जान I got new job in Amazon Prime Video. मिस्टर बाबा कैसे हो? कैसे मेरी जान खड़े? ये कौन सी आईडी है?
I think caught Yumpy.
भाई
I hate VIT.
ये कौन सा आईडिया है?
I just have to say.
I think Dirk has got like only a couple of duelists in the game, which
क्या वही वैभव भाई
doesn't
तो
have
मैं
any
सोच रहा
grievances
हूँ.
towards Jet and Raze. Suppose Yora as well, but Yumpy's on that one for now. And a big round opening up here. It will mean a lot. In terms of
Hello, good day, hello.
In terms of ultis, Vitality now posturing that B side, and it's only Magnum.
Channel alt chat. Defendable है.
Beginning to step back. Patitek trying to help
नहीं कर
out.
सकते defend.
As Vitality goes straight in. Terka caught him. So is Yumpy. That was Spike. Issues for this attack. As Magnum goes walks. Spike recollected and chance to go elsewhere. Yeah, but I mean,
Mid से rotation ही नहीं दे रहे वे. लेकिन वो लोग का action में mid बहुत weak है.
Comes up short-handed.
वो लोग next round जाना चाहिए पता है mid.
Pre-firing top side there to
दे रहे
get the
free में
kill
space
on
ले लो.
Dirk.
अपना क्या?
One orb for Profect to get his ultimate is Vitality start their skill at mid. And just
आज
because
कैसे आप
of
सबको
this
reply दे रहे हो
split
सबको
that's
देता हूँ
been
मैं.
conditioned so heavily.
आपका kick stream time emotes मिल गया ना करो.
Towards this side of the map. Chronicle is going to telegraph the push a bit. Alluri drops as he fights back through middle, but Sayonara gets the next, and from back to the wall, it's a 3-on-3. Yeah, Quadzi just so uncharacteristic to miss shots like that as this skill begins. Time. Yeah, that's going to be the key component, the key enemy to Vitality as they manage to dissect, put themselves in such a great position. Absolutely audacious round from Vitality. No right to win that. 3v5 at the height of it, I believe.
Time भी नहीं है.
And the fact that they commit to the B
ये round कैसे?
when Enterprise have the most bodies there.
यहाँ से तो comeback था.
You can see, as I was saying, the gap close shut down initially. Chronicle on the back burner with the op.
सिर्फ एक ने miss कर दिया बस.
From main.
बाकी सब तो free one में मरे.
5v3.
That certainly feels like the round which
Oh my god, ये कैसे?
Sorry, Ito, you're not being punked. This is playoffs.
Yeah.
Vitality.
YouTube में ऐसा क्या आ रहा है मोबाइल में शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम के जैसे मतलब समझ नहीं.
From the coaches.
भाई ये बहुत गंदा राउंड आ रहा है बहुत गंदा राउंड.
As we said, it's legends versus wannabe legends. It's the fact that we've seen such hysteried players on Vitality who have gone to achieved the heights of the opposite sex.
और what is why sexual long time?
Certainly not in such
नहीं
recent history.
sexual
That was the
लग
thing.
रहे पेरिस से. वाह वाह डिफिकल्ट
Versus
वाह.
class and that permanence of it that you're seeing in this playoff stage from Vitality. You know, even players, for example, like Profec that have only just
ये last round है. ये round आ रहा
become new to
GG.
tier 1 in the last year or so, still haven't
ये last round है EP का last. कोई outlaw है कोई outlaw नहीं है. ठीक है ठीक है.
Can they hold their own against the bigger teams?
Good thing कोई outlaw नहीं है. Shot.
He again starts proceedings by finding his man. That's Yumpy gone. But there are ults to fall back on here for the attack side.
Huh? Trust me.
Spammed out, Quadzi now under fire.
Shot.
Well, of course he's going to match the test. Still looking for more and gets it.
Bro,
This
ये
phenom
इस मार सकता है.
continuing on, looking to steal the dreams of Vitality. But won't do now.
Bro, अकेले ने वापस round निकाला.
To find his way onto the B site. Unfortunately, Magnum, knowing that this would be a possibility, a lurker himself denies it. I mean, a 3v5 in the previous was impressive, but a 2v5 even more so.
सब कर लिया नहीं हो रहा है.
But he has crossed to the pillar now. He wins that fight at range against the Spectre every day of the week.
M stream कर दो. Oh.
Just whether he
अभी back in pool for VCT. Yes sir, yes sir.
In a good position to
Jumps में भी है.
Quadzi also closing.
Thank you for the $5 मेरी जान के छोटे.
For Enterprise. Quadzi wants to make them pay, but he has been made to pay himself. And
मेरे को लगा डॉलर वाले है नहीं
Vitality
देखते
still
थे.
trying to work this round, but very
Brain lag हो रहा है
slowly.
क्या?
trying to frisk it in their favour, and well, it looks to be that case. Unfortunately, Lame, the one to deny. He's up to Craw and can't quite get the pistol out in time.
Off mila?
So Enterprise back
bro,
with
uska off gir gaya, bro. What? Bro, uska off gir gaya.
Round, of course,
पैसा नहीं है.
picked up by Enterprise.
अभी भी जीता तो
Immediately
जीती
gonna
है.
be thinking about the next and how many of these big ults are up on both sides.
I just read that 26 man. बंदा आइसलैंड में आपका नाम नहीं है, ना करो.
Team surrounded by veterans.
One enemy remaining.
Only played his first Challengers official at the start of the year, but just 2 wins
Amazon
away
के next show
from
में
Barcelona. The stakes
काम
rising
करेगा बंक्स
in the
भाई.
second map.
थोड़ा कास्ट दो मेंबरशिप हो जाती है.
This one goes the distance. It's anybody's best guess as to who
एनीवे
comes out
देखते हैं
on top.
EMEA देखते हैं सिर्फ आपकी स्ट्रीम पे. लव यू यार. लव यू यार अक्षय भाई. लव यू यार. थैंक यू द $10 मेरे जान गोटे. आपने बताया नहीं आज डिनर किया? बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन आपके पास.
Yeah, not gonna get it. Thought for a second we were going to get the VCT CN dash all the way into spawn updraft, see if you can find something with the blades. But
पॉजिटिव जीतेगा उसका ओपोनेंट टीम पे पैसा डालूंगा. गंबा नहीं करते इधर. ओनली फ्री गंबा अलाउड.
Lane for Causey. And this drone only sees the Vise, which is consistently played mid for Vitality, so it's known information in a way.
हाँ पड़ी.
Stray bullet. Scraping the dome of Chronicle there. Still with the Steel Garden, a big tool for this execution. And
Ball
Enterprise
Recon,
a decision
chalo.
to make. Do they wish to play retake with Lime's Earth, with Lime's ult, or
Recon?
does he want to play Scorched Earth on
yeah,
site?
yeah,
Looks like they
be.
are going to give up the Ghost. Ooh. But he commits the ult and sort of gets caught in this
बहुत
position.
slow भी हो
That's a
गया.
big loss early doors. That's not what you want. Vitality's still aware that they could be flooding
तो
back.
उसका अल्ट कैसे खत्म हो गया भाई? एक वेले स्लो एक थॉर्न खत्म.
Late stages here, but Kozzy, Blade still active, is going to go all the way down. 100 floors if he can't find anything, and Prophet pulls him out of the sky.
Oh,
Hunters
big,
move back in to challenge
big.
the backside space, and
एक और big,
Sayonara
big,
finally
big,
catches
big,
onto
big.
it. Everything put on the table here. The chips are down, and Vitality look to be winning. Holding the edge of the ult here. Enterprise looking for a way
Crucial
back
kill
in.
वाला.
Defender decided ult to try and get this one going. Shocks to the other side of the screen. Gonna need to land both to find the kill. As the diffuser's taken off it, there's plenty of time. And Enterprise bring us back to level terms.
11-11.
मेरे को लग रहा है फेक कमबैक होएगा.
Ultimate's expanded.
3.55 is technically 3.
I don't know what he said in that timeout, but Enterprise.
कैसा दे प्राइम वीडियो में काम करते मिले मेंबरशिप चाहिए.
It's an important one to win because, again,
बच्चे भी मत करे बिग्स भाई. सिंपल चैट भी करेंगे. Shit.
It genuinely feels like Kozzy, few of these rounds, 3k with the blades, 3k with a rifle, 3k with the blades.
एक और टाइम आउट क्या?
Round on round, having influence. And as you say, with so many ults invested, the chance for Vitality to snowball has been lost.
Yup.
Final timeout between both of the teams now used.
मेरे को लग रहा है फेक कमबैक होएगा.
With
पता है.
guaranteed maximum regulation.
2000 लोग देख रहे हैं. गिरेबान में जाके लाइक करो मेरी जान गड़े.
1917 Ukam, 1513 Misa.
Misa? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Vitality on the other hand have had much better success on this map. Think back all the way to
लेकिन मैं तो
kickoff
पे उधर
where
जाके
the
लाइक करे.
GX, what, 13-0?
Yeah,
have had similar results.
Madam, ice cream is very good, but it's very costly.
On the map, though, beaten by
अरे यहाँ पे भी ले लिया मेंबरशिप मेरी जान का टटे अक्षय भाई कमेगी.
Exactly, but I think you know.
अभी वो अकाउंट का क्या करोगे?
That was also the same composition, so actually when you stare at it.
आजकल नए टीम्स अच्छा कर रहे हैं. देवम का वो भाई सारे नए टीम्स अच्छा कर रहे हैं. सारे नए. सारे. ये में तो सारे. अन्य का तोड़ा. और पैसिफिक का तोड़ा.
So is it a third map or Kozzy going for the silent jump? That drone now being heard, and he knows that there's a player in towards heaven. Durka doesn't consider this position, and Kozzy looking for more. Has the dash away.
Again, Durka really struggling to find impact on these entries with the Waylay when he's dashing into the site. Felt almost empty-handed in that situation. Vitality are without their duelist.
क्या करेंगे? यहाँ से सेव कर सकते हो लोग.
One away from the dimensional drift.
हाँ, next round 5 ट्राई करेंगे. क्या होता?
Causey just waiting for the next peak.
9182, thank you for the 1,000 joys, Mirjan. Love you, Mirjan.
Vitality. Things starting to go Enterprise's way.
इसके बाद क्या plan? Second match भी है ना?
Sayonara completely caught. How long do we want to play for that one? Yeah, not long, because Kron's there as well. But Alluri's protected his controller. Vitality have missed the mark post-timeout. And now it's up to Yampi and Prophet to try and get things back onto their terms. It's not going to be the case. It's going to be up to Yampi now. And there's bodies closing in on his position.
I mean, this is a corner to try and clutch from. Enterprise need to play this one together.
And Yampi needs to keep this one clean. Sees the head of the Sova.
Alt.
But now bodies in main. He knows about that. Has to play from a close corner. Manages to escape and gives himself an angle in which to work.
Oh, bro.
To try and spam out his same position. Gets on
bro, मजाक सेट कर निकाल सकता था क्लच. दो बंदे कूद के मारने वाले लोग थे.
All the way up to 12. And Vitality post timeout. Don't get
बोला था लूलू पर एल को तो. Binks भाई इसका transition देखना एक बार please. Binks भाई you're very handsome करके.
24 rounds tolls the bell. No solution for this operator really. I mean, Sayonara.
Till what time the I have will go on? क्या? ये कौन सा English है बे?
With Yampi not getting the ult online, it was that try commitment you're talking about.
खड़े हो जा पटी.
Patatech obliging, staying seated. The only breaks that we're getting now come in the form of a Kit Kat.
Chance जा रहे हो क्या? Chance?
It's either map 3 or overtime for Vitality.
उससे याद है रुक जाओ.
They'll be hoping for the former. As Causey's operator once again denied. Yampi just so eager and caught out for it.
That's with the Yoru ult as well, so I mean he could have committed in the ult if he wanted to. Anything better than going down in that situation. Finally committing into the B site. Durka drifts back with the refract to the rest of his team and leaving Enterprise a position to hold the site.
As they've done so well.
Does bait out the Harbor ulti from Patatech at the very least, and knowing that that won't be there to offer some relief later on, they are going to take this towards the A site.
That is where Lima waits, who, well, he had a great map 1. Map 2 hasn't been at the same standard. Durka 1 away from his ultimate. This would be a big kill to open proceedings, but Enterprise are not too far on the chase here. They have the read, and Vitality are slow here, trying to get out. Issues now as Causey gets into position, caught in the wheelie, but at the same time they're so far up, so on towards site. Lame the one to defend. Enterprise in a brilliant position. He could be the one to win it. His time getting low. Prophet coming to clutch, and I don't think he's got the goods. We'll be going.
Bro, actual में upset हो सकता है chat.
Put under the microscope after a poor map.
Bro, actual में upset हो सकता है.
Of margins that they get through Vitality's map. This back in the pool for the first time in a year, and so we have to go.
सन का मैच करोगे आज रात नहीं प्लेऑफ करेंगे रे सीधा. प्लेऑफ करेंगे अपन. सन का कैजुअल मैच है.
From those players though, Alluri at the sideline.
Illuri, thank you for joining me. It was a slow start for you on the first map, and then
भाई लेकिन ऐसा तो नहीं हुआ था कि कुछ crazy कर दिया कुछ crazy.
I mean, for sure more belief. There was a lot of issues in the first map. We didn't take enough space, we didn't take enough duels, and we fixed that for the second map, and now we're ready to play.
Good night. The third map, we'll be there for the third map after this break.
आज सेन हारी तो बाहर कोई सुन नहीं. हारेगी नहीं. थर्ड मैप का प्रेडिक्शन दे. अगर मैंने तीसरा मैप का प्रेडिक्शन नहीं दिया तेरा भाई लर्न बस. आंदो इतना नया टीम जा रहा है. टी-10 भी आ जाता तो वो भी आंदो है. उसका मैं करूंगा चैंप्स के बाद करूंगा. चैंप्स के बाद I'm gonna cook T-10. I'm gonna cook. We'll make a team around Zenny.
Want to find your fastest server every time?
Wait a minute, let me get T also.
Optimize your connection in one tap.
Hold your horses.
Express and
shield
yourself from
boys.
DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers
आज क्या हमने जा रहा है ना
everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
अभी टेक्निकली मैप पिक फेवर ईपी के इसमें याद रखना टेक्निकली
The VCT EMEA Finals breaks tradition and leaves Berlin for the very first time this summer. It is Barcelona's turn. So live one of the best experiences that our region has to offer alongside the best teams in EMEA. Because the best players ultimately deserve the best, most vibrant crowd. In the end, this is what they have been fighting for all year around.
Buy your tickets now. See you in Barcelona.
Tough guy to 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shade that you said wall 맛보게 fade 대치 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내게 나서 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain of a champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge All forever If I never win I'll never fly. I'll sacrifice right until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high. Run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sun. Pain is my superpower. This will never stop me coming. I kick down every door they lock. No rules, only gods can judge me. 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 If I never win, I'll never fly. I'll sacrifice right until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high. Run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sun. Pain is my superpower. Run until the final hour. Pain is my superpower.
Welcome back to VCT EMEA playoffs. Our challengers team has fought back, and now we're at 1-1, with both teams taking their opponent's map pick as well.
Yeah.
Mike, I want to pick up off the back of Iluri's interview and ask you, is this to do with them being new maps and so people don't know what they're great at, or is it a confidence thing like he was saying?
I started, like I said, coming out of map 1, again, the standard that's set by Enterprise is so high for me. Map 1 felt like it was almost the worst they'd looked in a couple of series now. And it's actually good, and probably almost a sigh of relief to hear Iluri kind of talk about confidence issues warming up into the series, because now I'm feeling like actually going the distance, this is a much closer affair than maybe Map 1 alluded to.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that there's also something to be said about both teams running the harbour, because I was trying to think back to Santiago, and of course people experimenting with that when it got the buffs when we went to Santiago. I feel like we've not really seen much tape, because of course Abyss went out the map pool, so teams still trying to figure out how to actually utilise that agent within their composition, especially when we see Vitality running the solo harbour, for example.
Yeah, to me, again though, you just look at the duelists here, the amount of times that Durka's getting picked first, he just couldn't have that impact. And you look at the other side, and Kozzy's
Kozzy's
doing it again, man. He's doing it again. He's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Coming back to Kozzy, very quiet map one. Now you can see that actually he's got a support system in place. Everybody's rallying together and actually fighting around him. And he was farming, man.
Yeah, I think
absolutely
he ended on like 30 kills or something.
And he got him started by winning an eco round 2. I mean, do not give this guy a guardian. Keep him at least on a sheriff.
What did I say to you in the green room though? I was like, Vitality have definitely bought up this guardian. You know, there's a new skin bundle that's just come out. They wanted to play with the new skin, and then
what's the name of it, Billy?
Ares.
All right, it's better than I could do.
I was
gonna say Ares.
But yeah, like you give this guy a guardian, and he's able to convert these rounds, and it's the constant multi-frags that he's able to pick up. Something that we were observing whilst we were watching him play is he might spot one enemy, but he's always seeking a second before he's taking that first duel, which for me is such a impressive way to perform, especially here. Like the intelligence behind
this is the thing. Every so often you talk about duelists or youngsters playing beyond their years.
Yeah.
His game sense in some of those very tricky situations spot on.
well देखो टेक्निकली इट्स अ विन विन सिचुएशन क्योंकि वाइटलिटी पहला मैप जीती और प्रेडिक्शन ईपी जीती. टेक्निकली इट्स अ विन विन सिचुएशन. भाई मैं कम सोया हूं ना यार, प्लीज. तीसरी बार कर रहा है, सॉरी, जेन्युइन मिस्टेक है, मजाक सेट कर, वरना मैं जो ज्यादा पॉइंट्स डाले उसको क्यों सपोर्ट करूं. मेरा ही वीपी रिडीम होएगा. प्लीज प्लीज. सॉरी मेरा बतक लो, सॉरी. कैसे चले एंड?
Yeah, 100%. It's like you say, if plan A doesn't work out, there's never really a backup plan for plan B, which we have criticized Yampi of in the past.
I think वो song off करने बोला.
To this IGL role, but I think I definitely agree with you, Josh, in the sense of this round 18 Thrifty. It was more like a confidence booster. I think I want to say for Enterprise because I definitely think coming into this series, we spoke about the caliber of players that are sitting on the other side of that stage.
It's time, boys, it's time.
For Lime, for Alluri, these players that haven't actually played on the big VCT.
आ जाओ, बड़े माथे पे क्रेट ओपनिंग करेंगे.
If we're thinking about how this series is going to conclude,
बड़े माथे पे क्रेट ओपनिंग. HF माथा दे, HF.
Where actually they can fight back, even though it's very close. But in my head, I'm still thinking those are two.
Let's go.
With VOD footage, with anti-strand.
Green, yellow there, red there.
Comfortable on either side of the stage. Yeah.
Whereas now you're going into Lotus.
Ton of reps on both sides.
A million
both
reps.
sides.
But I got to ask you, how are you
में
actually?
डाल दे HF ये emote.
Not even necessarily in terms of the map, but like, do you think one of these squads is going to be able to close it out in either way, with the expected result of Vitality or the underdog?
I now think with map 2, I think Lotus is probably, if I was to say...
3 Binks in 1 speed, language, everything. Thank you for the 6 months very journey today. EPF not lost a series from last 10 games. Upset हो सकता है Vitality का.
Is that because
Just game?
Vitality to carry the momentum through from their map pick?
Yes.
Right.
Now I'm a little... I think Lotus might actually be a bloodbath.
When I think back to Enterprise,
Fireplugs ठीक है, Gentleman ठीक है, Fnatic एक था, Ribbon ठीक है, Navi ठीक है, Mandate ठीक है, Jobless भी ठीक है, Barca Esports, Barca Esports में था बे, Barca Esports में कौन था? सारे अलग-अलग लोग थे भाई, गजब का भाई भी था कजू.
Vitality the ones that have to live up to that.
Magnum even said it in the halftime interview that you heard from him. He said it's much easier for us to get into their heads.
Yeah, exactly. And even map 1, they're talking about let's keep Patstek sat.
Yes.
Don't let him stand up.
And the funny thing is, I haven't actually.
बिग में एक बंदा बुलाया है आपका स्ट्रीम देखने, रेफरल के लिए दे दो कुछ. कौन बंदा है मालूम नहीं है ना भाई, वो मेंबरशिप लेगा तो मालूम पड़ेगा ना, सब्सक्रिप्शन देने बोलो उसको. वरना मालूम कैसे पड़ेगा तेरा बंदा. मैं मस्ट इधर करके हुआ तो एक की लिमिट पूरी हो गई तो वॉच योर स्ट्रीम.
From what we've noticed from all of their games so far is
Bang bhai yellow flowers love you very जान कटे बारका नहीं बारका है वही तो मैं बोला
to consistently set up Causey. It's always
बारका को बारका पड़ता है ये सही भी तो बोला
to be able to pick up these multi kills that he's
pick wise let me see
it's definitely a good way for them to kind of set the tempo throughout this map as well. And then when we flip over to that defense for Enterprise, some of the stacks that they were doing when I was watching the footage, they would
मजाक set कर
such gamble, yeah,
Enterprise लग रहा है.
Vitality, you've watched that back, you're expecting this coming into the day.
Someone somewhere known as Mini is going to be talking about the fact, oh, Viper versus
membership लिया तो अरे तेरे को नहीं बोला था तेरे को नहीं
I
बोला
prefer Team Vitality's comp. Enterprise do have to kind of run at them though.
Yeah, I mean this comp from Vitality is like there are so many brick walls that Enterprise have to overcome, so it's going to
जेरी के साथ अभी कॉटन 4 क्या हो गया डांस क्या उसने
Enterprise have been taking tier 1 scalps left, right and center. Can they knock down Vitality? Or Hazard and Cairo?
बे बार का प्रोनाउंस होता है बार का नहीं वही तो मैं बोला
This would certainly be the biggest of them all in terms of results.
Not a game देख रहा था
looking to take and on the road to Barcelona. They are just a couple of
भगवान करे इसी साल 2 million subs कहाँ से रे and 5 million members कहाँ से रे तो एक 2 व्हीलर आ तो जाएगा बात तो ये बात बराबर बोला ये प्लेयर जो माउस पैड यूज करते हैं वो कितने का आता रहेगा 4-5 हजार
have plenty of experience on one that both have plenty of prowess on. I'm expecting to see Vitality have a great defender side.
$100
test Enterprise's attack.
Similarly, I
would say once again,
both
of these teams find themselves on the side which doesn't necessarily lean into their stylistic approach. Of course, Enterprise on the attack.
Chat EP का कॉम्प अच्छा लग रहा है chat एकदम फाइटिंग कॉम्प है एकदम जी फाइटिंग
The onus on them to rack up the early rounds this time. As they're moving bodies behind this A smoke initially, opening up some extra lanes on the map. You can see Magnum detached and playing with caution as he must. Vitality very ready to crunch through the mid door if they need to. Oh, Causey already starting things off well. A clean headshot towards Profek and it's looking like an easy post plan. Vitality at the same time filling the space that Enterprise just left. It's up to Magnum to try and get that space back.
लाडले
Magnum now thought of. Seen
वो kill crucial है ये वाला
again filling that kill feed with blood, but he's caught out in Vitality once
यार
again.
Magnum को नहीं मारना था
win another
bro
pistol round. It's been 4 from 4 so far, and a 5th would certainly put them on their way on map 3. It's up to
यार और को गया
damage on Yumpy and Sayonara. One body shot's enough with the Sheriff. Could be, but that's whether he's given the opportunity to. Well, gets the first pretty cleanly.
यार और को गया
finishes it off with a flourish. Vitality win their first
भाई
pistol
पहला
round in
पिक
a row.
मिलके पूरा साइड खाली होके हारे बे
I mean, there are so many layers to this defender's side for Vitality.
ये प्रो बॉस पैड मतलब ओनली ग्लैडिस कौन लेता है भाई ग्लैडिस
some difficulty coming out of the pistol, of course.
बेटा तो गायब ही है आजकल
Utility here to start.
15-20 करोड़ तो कमा लिया रहेगा बेटे ने
They have been in these. Not a single one missed along the way so far.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And I think from the duelist conversation too, which we've
हंसी
had
के पीछे
around
डरता है
Durka, Ray's the most comfortable for him.
Yeah. Game name LOL Blocks.
I think it was.
No member बन के started दे
Vitality have played Lotus this stage. Yeah, I mean, people talking about the.
मैंने ऑर्डर किया था जनरल अभी भी आउट फॉर डिलीवरी दिखा रहा है वो खुद चल के लेके आ रहा है
Something that Vitality haven't shown too often. Chronicle looking to delete any entries in.
Bro, Thorny का timing
It's pretty decent so far as that skill is well
कुछ
and
crazy
truly
नहीं
stocked
है
and showing how good this C site can truly be. On lockdown, absolutely nothing for
Bro.
Enterprise here as it's an in-zone flawless for Vitality. Bonus certainly going to be strengthened.
Bro, ये तो
And, yeah, when it comes to familiarity in terms of comp for them as well, I mean, this is just one agent's difference.
+1 madam,
from the old
+1
Fnatic comp that we used to have, Chronicle
कैमरा
Vice instead of the Killjoy though.
भाई वो गेम समझा रही है बे उसको
I guess so. I think Enterprise need to find a way
नेक्स्ट
to
लाइफ में
fake out
कुछ भी बोलो
this
esports
util. Otherwise, they're going to have a very tough time.
हाँ
Yeah, I think overall
पूरे
when we
दुनिया के
see
अगेंस्ट
the
जाऊंगा
Vitality
लेकिन
composition,
esports मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
Classical.
Esports player.
Pretty bread and butter, to be honest. Not going to see anything crazy, but Vi's obviously that change a lot more typical in the meta. But one that he gets the kill from, and Vitality had put so deep on A that this is going to be a long rotate.
I mean, it's a massive kill from Kozi. The C site completely collapses, and any window to play into these layers we were talking about, completely null and void. Enterprise have loved to take the extra CT space. Both
duelists
trying to lead out Vitality, but the response is emphatic.
भाई genuine question है. अगर किसको मालूम हो तो बता. ये अब वो हो गया है क्या? बफ हुआ है क्या स्टिंगर?
It's isolated party to cut out the support. He has to work within the vines, able to get his opposite number.
Party round.
This round might just be one. Jampi really finding it difficult to get at least onto party tech.
Party kadayega.
Enterprise straight back in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about Kozi in this round, though. He's the main conduit for Enterprise success. Cleanest kill possible.
Chances of G
setup.
जीत गया. कौन से chances?
Interrupts the timing.
Champ जीत गया भाई.
Well, you felt like it was an overextension in CT, perhaps from the attack side. It's the extra util that they
Binks, in future, if you ever open your own merchandise for anything or product, what will it be? No. Not opening any merch. Here मैं merch खोलूँगा, there will be a conflict of interest. SCTL merch आते रहता है, बहुत सारी चीजें आती रहती है. तो मैंने चाहता कि ये ज़्यादा मैं प्रमोट करूँ, वो कम करूँ, या फिर वो ज़्यादा करूँ, ये कम करूँ, समझ रहे हो?
Sayonara though is able to find out Kozi. Big find there through the gap in the wall, but he's hung out to dry in the end.
So no merch.
By his teammate, Chronicle still waiting for his.
वरना मैं अब तक ANL, JNL ये सब का मैं कम से कम 15-20 बना देता था डिजाइन.
Even Alluri trying to set him up for more lane now, looking to accelerate and gets
one for his पीछे लिखा हुआ रहेगा आना लवले, सामने देखेगा तो जाना लवले. करेगा क्या इंसान? हाँ? कैसा लगा आइडिया?
Almost every tool off the board in the process. Vitality disconnected, but Enterprise can isolate a duelist too.
Tiaka starting to walk, the flash used, and that might be a massive loss in the meantime as Enterprise.
Blind कितना टाइम है भाई इसका दे दिया.
Position which we've seen many clutches, but a position where we've seen many rounds fall apart. Magnum against Chronicle.
Bro, actual में Vitality हार सकता है.
Oh, and Magnum really trying to get in the heads of Vitality there as well. The false promises from that BBL roster to go to champs, and he wants it all back for himself now. Again, you're seeing Enterprise towing the line here, trying to take the CT space.
असल में कार ये बंद हो गया, अब तो आ जाएगा वापस. लास्ट वाला मर्ज बहुत क्रेजी था लेकिन. मॉड्स किक लाइव है.
But it's an equalizer all the same.
आई ये क्या था?
Big kill, Kozi, not longer
ये क्या था?
this world.
And that's something we're yet to see Chronicle do. Make a play off the back of his own flash, instigate a duel.
Yeah.
Of course, back when you used to have the audio from Vice, that was the first port of call. Now you've
मैच के में 1v1 होएगा, IRL नहीं. सब दोस्त लोग कह रहे हैं.
Mid-rounding utilities. Chronicle will be calming the Sky util.
I mean, they've kind of just left him here by himself, expecting Enterprise to make their commitment towards A instead. But it looks like the call is now filtering through.
और वो लोग सिर्फ सी जाएंगे ना.
It's a chance to.
वो लोग एक्चुअल में वाइस अल्टी के साथ रिटेक ट्राई कर सकते हैं.
Actually, Magnum merging into B main. A chance to take this elsewhere if push comes to shove.
लेकिन बीन सेट है, निकाल लिया. हिपे ने निकाल लिया.
Would certainly help, but at the same time they've found that C anchor. And
दरवाजा खोल के बीच भी जा सकते हैं.
अभी सीन सेट करते हैं. But at the same time, as they've taken so long to get into the site, Enterprise are now going to have bodies to try and contend with. Vitality are here.
It's Magnum's late lurk though, which could make the biggest difference. He's making his way in through Waterfall. Phantom in hand, ready to strike. Discipline on a couple of targets and produces a double from it. Gives that extra bit of breathing room for this spike plant to come through. Alluri finally getting that one on the deck. And Magnum making it 3 before the round is done.
Enterprise taking the lead now. Starting to look great on this attack. We said what we expect.
दोनों ने भाई कॉलेज शुरू होने का बात कर रहा हूँ नेक्स्ट मंथ से कॉलेज है ठीक है.
For Enterprise to really sort out. Mike said it on the desk. This is essentially Enterprise having to run it down, get to post and stop. Vitality being able to stall out the push.
That there is a world.
I think we're certainly going to see a
there
lot
is a
more on the
world.
defender's side in terms of the A control.
That is एक साल से almost. सब busy है ना रे.
Now. Early Prowler does get shot out, so Yampi will have some information here, but it's the fast B pop through Lime into this rifle. Yeah, but it's only him here. He's just here to clear out space, and well, there's nothing for Vitality to contest, and eventually he just becomes a joker. Really like some of the calls from Alluri.
पकड़ा गया.
When they had blue room control on this map, on attack side, it's Vitality trying to clear back through though. Ults popped on the Enterprise side.
उसका wall पे चल रहा है ये भी वो.
Of course. Yeah, I mean they have used so much, but the site free.
सारा ulti use हो गया.
They are in the perfect post plan that they could want, but Vitality approaching from every avenue.
Bro, Viper clear नहीं हो गया तो GG.
Wall triggered. Just sat outside of the steel garden, so those rifles ready to use, and
Clear
Cozy and Lime towing the opposite end right now.
खेल रहे भाई.
Their own prerogative to find this space.
वो लोगों को करना ही था क्लियर पता है सिटी क्योंकि हेवन वाले से कोई नहीं लड़ रहा था वो लोगों को मालूम था कि फ्लैंक भी आने वाले हैं.
But they've made the cross through tree instead. Plant a little awkward here to try and defend. As long as that backside space can get back under their control. Yampi still looking to force the issue and see if he can push the envelope out here. Michael has him covered. It's down to Yampi. Couple of bullets, but the captain on the other side will claim. And Alluri extends Enterprise's advantage. It's coming down to the individuals. It's coming down to the clutch. How many 1v1s are we going to see? I think really the important
thing is
because it's like a pressure release valve. Enterprise have space in which to work where they don't have to worry and can focus from onto the site. Vitality do well.
Sit down! Nice!
Enterprise still forced to pay the toll though.
भाई इस वर्जन 11 में चैनल क्या बात कर रहे हो? तुम तो इधर हो तो कौन खेल रहा है?
Yeah, and that's the cost that they'll have to pay. This Enterprise continue that momentum in their favor. Once again, early priority on taking some of the space just outside of blue room. To impede. Yeah, and there's no second layer to this either for Enterprise, so they have to be aware of the backline. And with Chronicle catching Magnum there,
दोनों इको में साला सबसे पहले crucial shot मारा है उसने.
Map starts to shrink. Yeah, Vitality have a lot of bodies towards A as well, and Enterprise look to accelerate into it. This is where Cozy.
भाई Chronicle को line से निकाला ही नहीं है वो लोग ने.
Back through B main and just giving them a bit more of a split.
बोला था मैच के लिए Cozy है
Cozy. Into a site which you expect to be stacked. This is Vitality's strong side.
B पे भी जा नहीं सकते डर के कब सारे यूटिल से.
Durka is the one waiting and he has his showstopper. Playing off the shoulder as well. Drops the nade in, here comes the ultimate. Is it going to find anything? No. Reposition, back towards Waterfall side. Sayonara here as well, trying to catch a player in transition, but the Bandit up empty-handed, upturned is the round. Patatek ulting his way through into C with the safety of a free site.
Enterprise कैसे है मस्त भाई?
Into post.
21 months
of Enterprise and one with the which they have had the answer to every time.
Long range ult मारा अंदर ही आने देते साइड में यार.
To make things a little bit more worrying. Has to win out against Slime though. Spot Slime though, and that's the biggest thing. Can't move without taking damage. Double up.
निकाल सकता है क्या करण?
Prophet playing late through Waterfall. But Alluri on the line, this outlaw should be dealing big damage, but he hasn't managed to thread it through the eye of the needle. Not until the second bite of the cherry. Chronicle's still the biggest threat in this round with the Phantom, but he needed to find more than just the one. Enterprise have this all wrapped up. And a 3-round cushion now for them to play from. Enterprise continuing to extend forward, but I think the biggest point of call is the fact that Enterprise keep finding the answers that they need.
निकाल सकते थे यार.
Something that we were talking
बंदा 1 के VP स्पॉन्सर करते Primordium highest मैच. मेरी जान के उठे 1 के नहीं 3 के.
really earning his
3K VP per person मैं खुद अपने जेब से स्पॉन्सर कर रहा हूँ. All you have to do is watch my kick streams every day, every night.
Earn the right himself to now play in the VCT. So many years, challengers, campaigns.
How's you? I'm Gucci.
Able to make a quality roster.
Salesman ही कहते.
Often partnered up with Kundi, of course. Current main
आपके जैसा खेला डर के ना करो.
But this is
भाई वो लेकिन genuinely नेड मार के.
Looking at this head-to-head.
Alt करके आगे कितने गया?
Where do you see this one going?
Yeah, I mean, you can already start to see the differences in terms of
जो लोग
sandwich defensive side caller to Yampi's attack.
क्या बोला हार्ट मेरी जान गड़े?
Typically, we would see is a better mid-rounder compared to Luri's set-piece oriented defense.
मेरे साथ डो करो ना.
Like
ना पे ज़्यादा फोकस किया मैंने.
Enterprise team. So, you know, to see them already succeeding in this first half bodes well for their chances.
चैनल प्राइस इंक्रीज करने के लिए के कितने रास्ते हैं? दो ही है. एक तो फ्री गंबा करो और दूसरा स्ट्रीम देखो. दो ही रास्ते हैं.
Where they left off. Vitality had the best start they could possibly have asked for, but after failing to convert on their own map pick in a narrow fashion, a 13-11, which we've seen many a time there. This is their next best opportunity.
Magnum once again left alone as we almost expect him to at times.
भाई लेकिन मेरे को ना genuinely spacing के हिसाब से Magnum
MVP लग रहा है. Well, Patitech has just managed to TP in towards the B site, up against Sayonara, who's well aware of the tricks.
Yumpy highlighting it, and now Vitality bringing bodies over to C.
Ready
Enterprise cannot make a commitment this early. They are forced to respect the utility this time.
Yeah, Vitality so reactive to how Enterprise move around the map.
Very quickly, the defense finding itself in a 2-2-1 from left to right. It's Profek that could be put in a stressful situation soon as he's got to guard the A lobby space. Enterprise making moves though, and the TP back to safety.
Profek having to deal with Lame, and well, almost does. Low on HP, awaiting the next player, but Dirka's there to deal with it. Lame continues to accelerate, but it's into a brick wall. The captain of Alluri.
A nice shot,
shots, but he needs 5 more of those.
I mean, once again in a position maybe to even play from the Seekers here, but it's just too many targets. So Vitality
come back, Eval, come back, Eval. Come back, Eval.
First round for them in quite a while here. First right
लड़का लोग का entry है भी.
The streak of 5 from Enterprise.
Yeah,
and it felt a lot looser from the attack.
सेट का watch party करोगे? नहीं. Playoffs का करेंगे यार सिर्फ.
In terms of how they were responding.
इस बार कुछ ज़्यादा ही watch party हो गया, plus सारे region का एक साथ ही हो रहा है. पता नहीं क्यों.
Is probably the big component of this round, and the fact that he's starting to show up is what's needed. Sure, he's 8 and 5 now, but he was finding key deaths that was.
Gaming करो ना रात को, वो तो रात को पता चलेगा क्या आएगा.
Let's have a look into the Enterprise comms right now.
W.
Go tree, go find. I'll cancel. Come on, cop it, boys.
लेकिन very shocking कि A fight ये लोग जीते हैं.
Stairs, Viper. Wait, it's 3 on A. Go B. You want only one B right now.
One stairs.
He should be heaven already. Yes. Walk here. I smoke heaven. Watch out, B.
Okay.
Buy someone.
I'm planting.
Yeah.
I'm only call
B main still.
Women का देखना पड़ेगा. Women should be क्या? Clear बोला क्या? गलत कॉल है. Women should be clear बोला शायद.
Yeah, I smoke hobbit now.
Music by जाएगा तो dude जी.
I have white swing, okay? Pushing full blind. See you, Link 1. Two. Nice, one more.
Nice.
Under you.
Last player standing.
And bro. Nice try.
You were talking about a sayonara step up, but in the 1v1, it's Magnum to eclipse him. Not for the first time.
Chad.
He is able to have huge impact in this map. And this proactive maneuvering post from Enterprise.
भाई लेकिन टाइमिंग मस्त लिया. टाइमिंग से ज़्यादा अच्छा लाइन में मारा भाई. मजाक से हटकर. दूसरा मारा हो तो क्रेजी था. Fucking बोला.
I'm up to 9 now. 9 rounds played.
बहुत डिटेल कमिट किया. चलो सी चलो. चलो सी.
Chronicles rolled over on this C side a couple of times.
नहीं चलो.
Getting punished from him.
डरने का नहीं.
Setup missing. Enterprise really should be looking to hit into
चलो
this side. They're going to make a quick move of it.
Yeah, with ultimates invested as well. Prophet running for the hills. Lame. I mean, he struggled last time against Prophet, but he has got the space. His vitality
Magnum को सिर्फ जिंदा रहने का, सिर्फ जिंदा रहने का Magnum को.
Chasing Magnum all the way down, and they'll get the kill for it. A double. Yampy looking for one more. No, Derkun instead will get it. Vitality in the best position. Up to Alluri, captain. Unbelievable double.
Bro, 1 second. Don't tell me.
Prophet. This just put Enterprise in a brilliant position. This Prophet goes all the way around the world. Doesn't know which way to look. Alluri depending on his guardian, depending on his skill, and depending on his
Gamble ले लिया उसने.
to give Enterprise 7.
दूसरी जगह देखा भी नहीं.
A cool clutch from Enterprise's commander-in-chief.
Hello?
Their savior once again. It's these
Bro, lower
moments that are
bracket.
making all of the difference. 3 versus 1.
Yo! Look at this guy! Look at him! 3rd clutch in a row, by the way! 3rd clutch!
And there's no other way to put it.
Bhai,
You have
kya
to be winning
scene?
those situations.
These clutches keep going Enterprise's way. And it
क्या
feels
देख
like
रहे हैं?
this is the
Hello?
run. This is the team.
इल्लू ये मैप पे एक टीम को अनफॉर किया था. वो छोड़ो, वाइटलिटी हार गया.
The team that were built to even win champions. Lame, the one to enter it. Derkun missing out. I mean, he gets the kill through the nades, but and still invest in ultimates.
Enterprise have to be careful the emotions don't override them here. Oh.
लाइव बीक्यू जा रहा है. 2 बार हो गया गड्ढे से भी.
Into this space behind the wall.
Derkun steps forward and it's Lame to get that kill.
Oh shit.
The stingers to find
Oh shit.
And well, Enterprise start to head towards C.
Yeah, so 3 versus 2 situation. Timing on these vines, you can see Chronicle gets a
Magnum
little bit
कुछ
of extra
crazy
damage out.
round निकाल सकते हैं
And if you're
लेकिन
Magnum,
ये वाला.
got to be searching for any extra space in this situation. He has the steel
ये क्या
guard,
मूवी
of
चल रहा है
course,
पता
but
नहीं.
first
It's not
point of
over till it's
contact.
over. सैन के मिलने वाले थे मुझे. कौन सा रे? मेरा भी पॉइंट्स गया.
Sayonara's got 5 HP, Chronicle 45. It's Prophet that's full health. There's Alluri once again with his guardian.
अरे क्यों आगे गया?
Guys, 2! That's unbelievable! What is
आगे जाना था ब्रो उसको.
unthinkable? Doable for
मैं चुप में बोल रहा.
Enterprise.
Sorry.
And it's Magnum in a clutch.
जो मर्जी करने करो भाई.
So easy for him. Every single time.
नहीं
He's in
मार
the best
सकता.
position for it. Knows that no one's defusing. And just waits for Chronicle to commit. Waits for him to make a mistake. Finally commits and well, Magnum will get the round. Enterprise once again with another clutch.
And able to stoke the embers of these consecutive rounds. Vitality,
Bro, Vitality हारने वाली है.
situation, even the ones that don't
और वो लोग पहला मैच क्या जीते थे वो
This is
लोग.
Alluri by himself, charging head on into 3 players and still walking away with a couple.
Chronicle! You have 5 times bigger salary than me, bro. You check side 10 times.
Don't let
No way, bro. What?
But as unstable as these win conditions feel for
Hello?
this late round, if they can get a 9-3 half, there's almost no looking back.
Nah.
Vitality are better on the attack.
And yeah, they've won every pistol, but the most important one is going to be the next.
Very true. Jerka looking to be the
Bro,
one to
kya?
identify the push and does, but still at the same time it's Lame who once again finds kills. Another death match to ensue on this B side with Spike down. That's an issue for Enterprise. They have to retrieve it. It's mission critical should they want 9. 3-on-3 and Yampy holds on with a shorty. Close quarters, not given. Sayonara approaches from spawn. Enterprise in a brilliant spot. Just needs to convert like they always do, like they always do from clutch points. Every single player standing up and being counted against the super team. Against a team built for a position like this. And Enterprise take away the time. In their favour,
3 players strong, and well, at this point in time, it feels like Vitality have no chance. Enterprise with a massive lead.
6 rounds to take into the second half, and now it's imperative that Vitality do not mentally boom. We saw similar signs from that top 4 we were talking about against Lev, but it's a big task at hand against the Challengers side. An interview on the way forward, an exciting one, as we've got Hero standing by in the audience.
Hero किधर है Hero?
That's right, I'm joined by Hero.
Smart boy.
Give it up for Hero, everyone. Thank you, thank you.
Bro, humble hai,
We
humble
might
hai.
be on the verge of a pretty
Good guy,
nutty
good guy.
upset happening here. Did you expect this when you see Vitality coming out against Enterprise?
I mean, after the first map, I was expecting a 2-0 to be fair. But I mean, EFUT, they're looking real strong, I would say.
Yeah, I think these comps are really interesting too. The double duelist.
Kalam banda na chat.
Most people tend towards Vitality's composition. On the defense side, what are you expecting from Lime and from Kozi?
I think
मैं बोला था
they
EP
be
का
really
comp अच्छा है.
aggressive. Like,
Yep.
I don't think they can let Vitality do what they want to do, and just like make sure they're always in their faces and like just aggressive.
Is there a chance for Vitality to still pull this one back? I mean, they're great players, they're very experienced, but it's a 9-3 half.
I mean, I think it's possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got that belief in them? What are you looking at in
भाई
terms of
कितना
the defense
प्यारा
side
बंदा है
if this wants to be a
यार.
comeback?
Ooh.
Chat.
I would just say like them playing together as much as possible. Like I think that's like the most important part for them right now. Like just doing everything together, going execs together, and just doing everything together, kinda.
And I got a big question for you as well, Hero. If Enterprise
Bro, मजाक सेट कर मेरे को इससे ना टेंस वाला वाइब्स आ रहा है. NGL.
No.
NGL.
Okay. Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, brilliant. We got the second half coming back. Are Vitality going to be able to pull this one through?
Huh?
Or is Enterprise pulling off an upset? Let's head things over back to Hazard and Cairo.
The Hero not willing to concede that one, as in many senses he should be.
Binks भाई मुझे मिलना जाके से प्यारा बंदा है ना.
And hopefully more from him in the future. But for now, looking ahead from this one, the chance of a French
कौन है ये Hero?
and KC feeling far.
पहला Fnatic Hero फिर Navi Hero. अभी पता नहीं क्या Hero.
Saisho asked, is EMEA cooked? Yes, they're being cooked by Challengers teams at this moment in time.
For real, है ना?
It could be added to the tally of Enterprise this year. This year has.
Hey, that was a good trophy with John Ted.
But Enterprise.
तुम लोग अभी क्या टॉप अप कर रहे हैं? फ्री वाला ही है ये.
It's got to start with something small. We'll head into their
टॉप अप कर रहे तो याद रखना सी साइड क्या?
Okay guys, are you one way heaven?
They saw me. They know I was trying to
paranoia. Go. Paranoia.
Careful downstairs, wall down. I don't see. Close, Leo. I'm pushing him.
I'm with you, Elias.
Nice.
अरे यार नेट ले लिया था उसने.
You can go up. I'm in heaven. Hobbit and flank, boys. Hobbit and flank. Two flank.
I'm out of here.
Uh-oh.
Gonna push heaven, guys. Yeah. Listen, open the door and go back and we aim.
Yes. I'm holding left.
Holding right.
Uh-oh.
Come pick. Not picking. Nice.
Oh my god, bro, क्या मारा है?
Backside.
Push. Let's go. Push him.
Bro, हार गए मैप वो लोग. What?
Nice, boys. Fetch pistol. Come on.
Yo, do you see this?
And what a way to win your first pistol round. It was 5 from 5 until this one.
Bro, हार गए.
Push themselves to double digits.
Almost fated that they find their first now.
जेल फ्री में आता है. कुछ लोगों को मिला है. आप अगर उधर जाओगे ना सुपर चैट के बाद में गिफ्ट वाला ऑप्शन वहाँ पे रिडीम वाला आता है कभी
And
कभी.
as I was saying, going into the halftime, shades of that Lev game, the top 4 finish, which makes them a proven quality in this region.
Bro, मेरे अकाउंट में आपकी स्ट्रीम वर्टिकल मोड में स्टक है. एंड इस अकाउंट में ठीक है. क्या YouTube कुछ ग्लिच रहेगा?
Onto the equal round on the attack, and
भाई क्या हो
as usual,
गया
not
यार?
expecting much from this
सारे
one.
फेवरेट
Enterprise.
टीम्स उड़ रहे एक एक करके.
Gotta talk about them, Hazard.
चैंप्स में हम क्या देखे? सिर्फ PRX वर्सेस G. Headshot.
Experience against tier 1 opponents, and Kozi gets caught as well. This is not
लेकिन
quite
दो मारा
as
उसने.
winnable as I thought it would be until the rest of the reinforcements come in.
Now that's the thing, right? You're looking at Enterprise overloading this A space on a lot of rounds. The safety net comes up. That's what the double duelist is built to do. You got the neon wall, the sky flashes through it. So many tools that you can create initial pressure
भाई
with.
इतना कंफर्म है वो लोग ए फाइट करने वाले वापस प्लीज 3 बंदे 4 बंदे एक खेलो स्टार्ट विद वो लोग को लेने दो चाहिए तो रब्बल लेने दो बाद में रिफाइट करो इजी विन खत्म कर दोगे बोनस भी जीत सकते हो प्लेज
Need to make do. Need to show us what we expect of this Vitality roster. The expectations have always been to make champs, and I mean they're in the best position. There is a chance in which they do miss out, a slim one. But it relies on teams like Enterprise performing, so most important test is the initial one, of course. And how do you feel for Enterprise? Should they beat Vitality? I mean, for the rest of
bro, door खोला है late, वो लोग को पता है रब्बल है, अभी रब्बल clear कर सकते कि नहीं वो main question है.
As it stands, they've got to be, you know, competing right at the top end. They said they wanted Shanghai. What a statement this would be. Another slab in the road, of course. Already, as the round drags on and on, with no damage inflicted, Enterprise have got the gamble.
By read them by the book, wo gaya. I read them like a book.
Oh, he's went so wide. Magnum now, the next one, doesn't bite first, but Lime here to try and support him. The utility good and Vitality's execute. Looking pretty decent overall.
Hey, comebackable है.
Enterprise should have next.
भाई वो लोग अच्छा rotate किए यार, लेकिन EP.
It's an uphill struggle for Vitality, but the hard graft is done on this.
Comebackable है.
Setting it up as so all day long.
Ben shot पहले Binks पे गलत point दे यार अब वापस आ गया. वाह मैंने कब दिया गलत?
I mean, surely
impossible.
Yeah, I was gonna say just at close range. I'm not really expecting to get more than one. Vitality should be playing together.
नहीं है कि बहुत confident है वो.
As we said, playing
भले
together
उसको
is
kills
key.
नहीं है ना लेकिन वो confident बहुत दिख रहा है वो.
Here for Enterprise, it's all going to be about exits. Patatek needs one bullet to the head, and if he can deliver it, it's an extra rifle off the board and a dent in this follow-up fire. You're kidding.
Oh,
He's
NT.
not just pinched that Phantom in the smoke. It's detected in the end by Vitality. And with the crowd
prediction कहाँ से भाई?
behind them, they do have their first on this attack half.
Upset हो गया खतरनाक लेकिन EMEA में बहुत गंदा upset है भाई बहुत ब्रो सोचो इतने चैलेंजर टीम्स है इतने सारे लोग अभी चैंप्स में आएंगे ब्रो वो लोग अगर जीत गए तो ओपी होएगा या तुतु होएगा समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि भाई कैसे T1 टीम्स नहीं जीत पाए और चैलेंजेस वाली टीम इतना लंबा रास्ता लेके जीत गए
Vitality have got to cut their losses.
2-3.
No further fights to be taken here. Not until the group back up at least. Chronicle's still trying to entertain this one, and that's where the follow-up comes.
Oh, Patatek trying to escape. To support him as well, and gets the next kill.
दोनों को मारा.
Hazel not just here to take over this round.
Just round what?
VCT. This is map point, series point against Vitality.
A regional leader on the Enterprise are just hammering home. We were talking about this being the bread and butter of
Durkee की टीम के सामने hello.
But it doesn't feel like Vitality
being
the
shot.
Set execution to get out. And it means absolutely everything on
एक
the other
round.
side for this team.
एक round.
Just to taste the blood of a god.
भाई क्या देख रहे हैं हम लोग?
As we start to look at where Enterprise have actually placed this year, what they've actually done, and you look at this, right? Excluding one event, challenging EMEA Stage 2, they have finished in the top 2. EMEA Clash, they basically won their side of the bracket. For those who don't know, there was no grand final.
Magnum MVP?
And, it just shows you the quality that this roster has. When the going gets
tough,
they stand up to it.
लाइन भी अच्छा खेला, वो इलुलुलुली भी अच्छा खेला।
with their own issues to figure out coming from kickoff.
कोजी इतना नहीं किया लेकिन उसका इम्पैक्ट एक्चुअल में अच्छा है।
Best foot forward in this stage 2 playoff. But from perfect start to horror conclusion, Vitality staring down the barrel of
Korgi भेजा, कौन भेजा?
Enterprise with 8 opportunities
किसने भेजा?
now.
सेठ मुझे बात अंग वादा Korgi मेरी जान कर दे।
Barcelona on the horizon.
Vitality 2
weeks off to prepare.
बाहर का होता है वो तो।
To get themselves into
Luri
position.
एक राउंड अल्ट। Magnum एक राउंड अल्ट ब्रो लौड़े लग
It's just the quality, the form
यार
that
वो लोग
matters, not
ये
what
राउंड
you've
हार
done in
भी
the
गया।
past. It's about the here and now.
जी।
The veto would have blindsided many. But it's in the back end with these proven maps like Lotus where it's made the difference so far.
कौन लेगा और?
Vitality down to a broken
I think
fight.
Magnum इलुलुलु को लेना चाहिए और Magnum post plant.
But no commitment as of just yet.
ऐसा कुछ।
Enterprise moving into possession. 3 bodies strong towards this C site. It's going to prove a difficult task for Vitality as they try and bleed this utility dry, not fully committing just yet. Causey wants this next fight. You can see it eager as ever. Lime close by. He's that second port of call, should have been needed. Causey takes the phase and takes the kills. A scalp ready to be taken. Vitality want to fall. Enterprise have shown time and time again that they can do this.
ऐसा लगा भी नहीं वो लोग ने कुछ यूटिल डाला है, एग्जैक्ट किया है। उसके पहले 4 डाउन।
Of the scoreboard doesn't matter what team you are, where you come from. It's
Hello?
about what you do in the server.
No better
kind
of result to usher in that next era of VCT. Time running out here for Yumpy. He'll get into the B site and make it an after plant, but he's versus 4. He gets the fast, but it won't be anymore. Enterprise 1 game away from Barcelona. It doesn't matter who you are. It matters what's in the server, and they show up time and time again. Not the first of these big names to be taken by Enterprise, but a real step up in quality for the playoff stage. Coming out of that first map, it was all about the reset. We posed the question to them, do you have it in you? And by God,
Bro, क्या सीन? लेकिन मेरे को genuinely मेरे को मालूम था कि हो सकता है भाई EMEA में कुछ तो हो सकता है, खेल रहे सारे challenger teams खेल रहे हैं, सारे challenger teams खेल रहे हैं, सारे। Esports के इसमें सिर्फ देखने लिए I think EMEA one of the best देखने के लिए।
They now have that threat of the lower bracket. They now have that threat of other teams coming for their name as Enterprise show up and announce themselves in playoffs. Sure, play-ins certainly look decent.
कैसे बे?
A different name. And this is one we'll look forward to seeing tomorrow as Enterprise continue their playoff run.
A game against calming.
Like it, boys! Like it!
Much earlier in the year, but a very different team in front of them now. Vitality cast down to the lowers with some scary teams hanging around at this business end of the season. Champs is far from a guarantee.
Big Bang track में नहीं खेल रहे yes sir. कल ही था मेरा match.
They've ran the gauntlet, and the star boy is the one standing by for the interview. It's Causey on the stage.
16 साल का क्या?
What a series! What a win! You're now 1 win away from making it to Barcelona. Is that something that's in your head at all, or are you just going moment by moment?
I mean, I'm going moment by moment, and I'm just focusing on the next games.
Is there any hint of emotion within the team that seems heightened when you go up against big opposition like this? It seemed like early on in the match there was a little bit of nerves. Ilori was talking about. Maybe the confidence took a while to get online, but by God, by the end, you guys are crushing.
I mean, I'll describe this game like the Fnatic game. It was first we started rough, not doing everything confident, but like we won after.
your performance on Abyss was incredibly important for your team to be able to pull through. I mean, you ended up dropping, I think it was over 30 kills by the end of it as well. Like a massive performance. What's going through your head in rounds like that where you're finding the moment? Do you try to put yourself in spots to get more and more when you realize that you're able to take over a game?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm just confident picking, I'm killing, and then we go back and play as a team. That's what is matters, just win the round. I don't need to kill everyone, just play as a team and win.
How are you finding the mechanical matchup when you play at a tier 1 level? Because you were crushing everyone at tier 2. I've seen your stats, they were through the roof. And then here, you've also been able to replicate a lot of that. Have you noticed that it's harder to do? Are there challenges? Are there things that are more difficult? Or is it just exactly the same?
Nah, it's same. I don't think too much about this, it's same. I'm just, yeah.
You're a cold killer, man. And you're so young as well. Well, thank you very much for talking to me, Kozzy. Really appreciate it. We're going to hand things over to the desk where Magnum and Lime are sat down, ready to talk about Enterprise's victory.
इसको तो कुछ बोल भी नहीं सकता है.
Thank you so much for joining us live in Magnum. Congratulations on the win as well. 6 VCT teams, I believe, that you've taken down this year. Have any of them even been a challenge?
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of everyone has been challenged. It just especially the
इसका आंसर देखो और उसका आंसर
like
देखो.
today was hard.
राम राम पंच भाई.
I lost it mentally on the summit. After summit, I got.
ऋषि सर मेरे 500 गिफ्टेड किधर है? प्लेऑफ भी पहुंच गए, चैम्प्स भी पहुंच गए. वन लास्ट राइड करके पेंडिंग है. कहाँ पे ऋषि सर? किक पे देना प्लीज. ईएमए में क्या हो रहा है पता नहीं. चैम्प्स नहीं पहुंचे. चैम्प्स पहुंच गए हैं. अगर आपको ही आपके टीम में विश्वास नहीं है तो हम कैसे साथ दे? बताओ. अगर आपको नहीं लगता कि जी चैम्प जाने वाली है तो हमको कैसे लगेगा? और अगर आपको लगता है तो मैं जीत गया. 500 गिफ्टेड बचा है कि नहीं? है कि नहीं? किक पर मांग रहा है, शर्म करो. लैंग्वेज आज ही एकदम हार्ट टू हार्ट हुआ. बोला सी यू लेट शंघाई, नॉट इवन कमिंग टू बुसान. सीधा शंघाई मिलो करके. कौन मैं प्लेयर्स को बोला वो छोड़ो. चैम्प्स तो चलो इजी है. चैम्प्स जीतना कितना इजी हो गया मालूम है? यहाँ पे टियर 2 ही उड़ा रहे हैं सारे टियर 1 टीम्स को. हाँ, हम लोग को बेसिकली अभी चैम्प्स में जाके एसेंशन जीतना ऐसा हो गया है हालत. क्या हो रहा है ये रिवर्स में कैसे आ गए सब? और मैचेस है अभी 8 से. फिर भी इनसे टियर 2 टीम मेक इट टू चैम्प्स पॉसिबल है. ये में पॉसिबल है. हाँ नहीं, अदर रीजन नहीं. ये में 101% पॉसिबल है. 101%. कुछ टीम्स बचे ही नहीं है. चैम्प्स में फिर पीआरएक्स बोलेगी उनसे जीतना. पीआरएक्स अलग है रे भाई. तुम लोग को बोलता हूँ पीआरएक्स अलग क्यों है. एक तो बासुंडी लोग 5 साल से सेम बकचोदी करके जीत रहे. उसमें भी एक बंदे ने साइड क्वेस्ट कंप्लीट किया है. इधर मेन क्वेस्ट का हम लोग का चैलेंज चल रहा है. बंदा उधर साइड क्वेस्ट कंप्लीट किया है भाई. मतलब तुम लोग को समझ में आ रहा है? सारे एजेंट अनलॉक करना भेंसोट. और पहले क्वालिफाई. ये तो टूर्नामेंट खेलने का भी जरूरत नहीं था. पहले क्वालिफाई हो गए लोग चैम्प्स के लिए. उनके लेके उनको ही हारेंगे. सुनो, एक है, एक और प्लेयर का कुछ कर सकते हैं जुगाड़? हाँ, एक और प्लेयर सुबड़ी में करो ना कुछ. हल्का सा जिंक को किसका कर दिया डन, थैंक यू। अभी होएगा ना 2 बाय दोनों तबाही। पीआरएक्स वाले मस्ती के लिए खेलते हैं, ट्रॉफी से एडमिशन है और दे दो क्या। और कितने मैचेस है अभी, नैट्स का है। टेक्सचर वापस आ जाता तो वाह भाई, टेक्सचर वापस आ सकता तो फ्रॉस्ट बैक भी आ सकते हैं, उसमें क्या हो गया। तो अभी मैच है लिक्विड वर्सेस फुट। लिक्विड वर्सेस फुट, ये भी कोई भी जीत सकता है, ये भी कोई भी जीत सकता है। पता नहीं, हल्का सा मेरे को टर्किश पावर के हिसाब से फुट लग रहा है, लेकिन आई बिलीव इन आर्ट्स, आई बिलीव इन आर्ट्स। मत कर लाला। फुट डेंजर है। ऋषि भाई जर्सी दे दो प्लीज भाई, कुछ महीने रुक जाओ, सारे जर्सीज देंगे, कुछ टाइम रुक जाओ थोड़ा सा। टूटा हुआ सास हूं मैं। एंडिंग स्ट्रीम नहीं, अभी लिक्विड का मैच रे। लिक्विड वर्सेस फुट, मत कर लाला, सॉरी सॉरी। बैड फेस तो ऐसा बना रहे हो जैसे अचानक में हुआ। हाँ? ना साल सपोर्ट किया, एक बार ऑडियंस पोल ही ले लेते, है कि नहीं चैट। क्लासिक्स भी खरीदा, कहाँ दे वो अभी। लिक्विड वर्सेस फुट, नहीं रे चुते हो क्या मैं, बराबर हो। लिक्विड वर्सेस फुट, डाल दिया डाल दिया डाल दिया डाल दिया। किक पे भी डाल दो, लिक्विड वर्सेस फुट, डाल दिया डाल दिया डाल दिया डाल दिया डाल दिया। पोल पे मेरा पोल क्यों खोल रहे हो। कुछ हो जाए लेकिन एंड ऑफ द जर्नी में कुछ क्रेजी सा ऑडियंस के लिए, क्या बोलते हो। कुछ क्रेजी सा एकदम। आप रैंक ग्राइंड के टाइम कौन सा कलर का कच्चा पहनते हो टू विन मोर मैचेस। लाल। सारे सांड मेरे गांड पे वार करते इसलिए। बस एंटी कर दिया ना इधर, किधर कैंप्स के बाद। क्रिश का मैसेज बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है, पढ़ लिया था। अबे बंक रुक जा भाई, सब रिवील करेगा क्या, बहन से सब रिवील्ड ही है। दैट्स का चीजिए, टफ है ये मैच तो, ये मैच जेन्युइनली टफ है, कोई भी जीत सकता है, कोई भी जीत सकता है। फुट का कोच को बैन मिला है आज के मैच के लिए, रैंक में किसको तो भर दिया था भाई। ये सब मत बात करो भाई, ये सब हम लोग के कोचेस का देखो हिस्ट्री, क्या है फुट का कोच को बैन मिला है। ये सब छोटा मोटा मैटर इधर मत लेके आओ प्लीज। हाँ, हर साल हम लोग का अलग अलग स्टोरी लाइन था, हम लोग खुद साइड मिशंस वो कर रहे थे। कभी एक प्लेयर ऑप ओनली चैलेंज कर रहा है, कभी कोच डीएम ओनली चैलेंज कर रहा है, हम लोग के अलग साइड मिशन चल रहे थे। जी साइड पे कितना कितना हर साल कुछ ना कुछ था, हर साल कोई प्लेयर इधर से उधर गया फिर उसने मस्ती कर दिया, वो भी हम पे। कोई कोच उधर से इधर आ गया फिर यहाँ पे मस्ती किया, वो भी हम पे। कुछ भी होएगा, चाहे इधर से उधर जाके मस्ती करे या उधर से इधर आके मस्ती करे, बहन जो मस्ती हमारे अराउंड ही होती है। पता नहीं क्या था, एकदम अलग चीज था, मैंने कभी ऐसा देखा नहीं है। लास्ट 34 years ऑफ लाइफ नेवर डल मोमेंट। और इतना अप एंड डाउन में मैं सबको समझा रहा था, नहीं देखो ऐसा नहीं है, इसमें जी की गलती नहीं है, जी की गलती नहीं है करके। लेकिन एंड ऑफ द जर्नी में ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैं बोल दूं यप जी की गलती है करके। अगले साल से ये डायलॉग मारेंगे, ये डायलॉग मेरा सेव्ड है अभी मेरे नोट पैड पे। अगले साल से अपन मारेंगे डायलॉग, मैंने सेव करके रखा है ये वॉइस नोट पे। अगर सीधा साधा रास्ता चाहिए होता तो गायकोलॉजिस्ट बन जाता। डॉक्टर साहब आप कुछ भी बन सकते हो, पूरा हॉस्पिटल आपका है। हाँ, एम आई राइट और एम आई रॉन्ग? आपको जो बनना है बनिए, सब कुछ आपका ही है। अगले साल से फुल प्यारे जो मैं तो जी वैलो एकेडमी का वेट कर रहा था कब आएगा। जी वैलो एकेडमी 7 साल में 100 बार आया है, लेकिन वो एकेडमी में एंट्री लेने वाले वो थे जो मेरे में ब्लॉक्ड है, तो इसलिए बंद कर दिया। हॉस्पिटल मेरा होने से पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन नहीं हो जाता। बस क्या, बस क्या, एक बार एक दिन के लिए हॉस्पिटल मेरे नाम पे करो, फिर देखो मुन्ना भाई एमबीबीएस की एंट्री, बंकू भाई। हाँ, रोज रात को वो गाना बजाऊंगा, मेरे डैड का फेवरेट गाना जिसको नहीं मालूम, चिकी चिक चिकी चिकी चक, वो पता है वो गाना मेरा डैड का फेवरेट है। मैंने कभी भी डैड का 33 तुत्स नहीं देखे, तीस तुत्स 33 दिख रहे थे मेरे को वो टाइम पे, पता नहीं क्यों। अगले साल से जी डिसबैंड है क्या, मेरे को नहीं मालूम, मैं तो बायोसेटल में हूँ भाई। बंको भाई SBBM ये कौन है? एमबीबीएस का उल्टा क्या ना? फाइल स्पेशलिस्ट लैंग्वेज। ये देखो फिर मोहल्ले में कर दिया ओबेक भाई, अच्छे से देखो ना। यूवीबी जी एकेडमी में था तो क्या भाई, इंडियन प्लेयर्स है क्या जी में बताओ? हाँ, 5 चाहिए थे बस, इतना ही तो सपना था हम जैसे देशवासियों का, है कि नहीं? डोंट वरी एसेटोल कैन नेक्स्ट ईयर 5 इंडियन, डोंट वरी ऋषि सर। देखो हाइपोथेटिकली बात करते हैं, अगर ऐसा कुछ हुआ, आपके मुंह में की शक्कर, अगर एसेटोल आ भी गया तो भी हम लोग सीधा बोल देंगे कि हम लोग को 5 इंडियन नहीं चाहिए करके, फॉर द सिंपल रीजन क्योंकि 5 साल में आपने नहीं किया, तो अगर हम लोग ने कर दिया और हम लोग कुछ क्रेजी कर दिए तो फिर भी आपको गाली पड़ेगी जबकि आप नहीं हो सीन में, समझ रहे हो? तो हमको कितना बुरा लगेगा एज फ्रेंड्स, दूर का सोचो, एज फ्रेंड्स कितना बुरा लगेगा। फॉर दिस रीजन वी आर ऑल्सो आउट, है कि नहीं? यप, वरना हम लोग का 7 मैन रोस्टर रेडी था, 7 मैन रोस्टर रेडी था हम लोग का। W20 और नहीं तो क्या, वो पूरा मतलब इतना साल, इयर्स ऑफ ब्रांडिंग, इयर्स ऑफ वर्क, वो सब बाद में वो कर जाता है, समझ रहे हो, डिमीन हो जाता है वो, इसलिए। वरना क्या रेडी था, 10-15 लोग रेडी थे। 5 मैन का क्या बात कर रहे हो, पूरा कस्टम बना रहा था मैं। हाँ, लेकिन अब नहीं, अब नहीं, अब नहीं। एंट्री डुलिस्ट लल्लन शाह। आईजीएल एक्सो संग्राम। नहीं रे, विलजैक ने बोला बे, बेचारे का बुरा दिन था वो। विलजैक भी ओवर डाल देंगे, विलजैक को भी डाल देंगे सेंटिनल। ओ फक, ओ फक, क्रेजी क्रेजी, हाँ क्रेजी। I lay down on the spot for you. Insist. Nah, 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 nah. I insist. I should only invest in Indian talent. Nah, 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 nah. ऐसा नहीं होता ना, ऐसा नहीं होता, ऐसा नहीं होता, ऐसा नहीं होता ना यार, ऐसा नहीं होता, ये नहीं होती है फ्रेंडशिप, ये नहीं होती, ये नहीं होती है। लेकिन मेरे को एक बात बताओ, अपन करे तो करेगा। देखो, रॉसी और गोलू को लिया तो भी गाली खाएंगे। हाँ, इतने टाइम से 2 ही प्लेयर है क्या, इंच अगले को मौका ही नहीं मिल रहा, इंच। अगर वो लोग को नहीं लिया तो भी गाली खाएंगे, वो लोग तो इतना एक्सपीरियंस है, इंच उनको क्यों नहीं लिया, इंच। हाँ, आई थिंक लल्लन शाह का एक कमबैक चाहिए। देयर इज होप इन लल्लन शाह एंड सनक। एज अ फ्रेंड, बिंक्स इज लुकिंग आउट फॉर यू ऋषि सर, और नहीं तो क्या, फुल सपोर्ट। बेथ मेकर का क्या सीन है, वही जो जी का है नेक्स्ट ईयर, सेम सीन। ये ललन शाह कौन है? इसके लिए किक देखना पड़ेगा। हाँ, किक देखना पड़ेगा भाई इसके लिए। मर्सी परेशान हो गया था, बोलते पापा बोलते मैं तेरे को बेल्ट मारू। हाय दैया, फन था आज। यूवी, वाकले, रॉसी, लल्लन और तू केले ग्वार। नाई, आप टीम में रहो, आपके अलावा किसी को गाली पड़े तो बताना। लैंग्वेज, लैंग्वेज। चलो चालू हो रहा है, चले गया मैं।
On this. FUT with the team that had to go through play-ins, but they
कितने बजे का स्ट्रीम है?
lucky to have to
किक का
because they
दोपहर का?
looked really good in the group stage.
Yeah.
Is there a clear favourite in this game? Is it even? Are FUT even the
मजा आ गया
favourites
था
despite
लेकिन।
going through play-ins? Where's your head at?
I think this is evenly
भाई
contested.
पिंकी
I don't think there's a
फन
favourite. I don't think there's a favourite. I think the FUT, getting the reps in and play-ins, you know, Bambino openly said, I think that was really good for us to get that extra practice in. And then for Team Liquid, well, I want to see what they've been doing with all of this time off.
Yeah, they've had the time off. Let's take a look. Team Liquid are going to be playing against FUT. Let's bring out the teams for our second match of the EMEA playoffs. Team Liquid versus FUT for a chance to play against BBL. A high-tempo match. It promises to be explosive. Who's going to hold on? Who's going to make the difference?
Yeah, for me, it comes back to map 1 here. I think we need to see a massive improvement versus KC. Liquid struggled massively to get the double duelist, which is obviously the cornerstone of their ethos currently, to really get the ball rolling versus KC. Here, they have to button that up. There's no two ways about it.
KC were probably a good opponent to play against Haven, though. When we think about KC being one of the first teams in EMEA to start trailblazing that Phoenix on that map pick, so it would have been nice for them to be tested on that one.
If you notice the Bambino's by himself, that's because Riot Games have determined FUT's coach Vlad breached the Riot Games Esports Global Code of Conduct due to some inappropriate statements made online. And following that investigation, Vlad's been issued a 1-game suspension effective for today's match. Take me through the map vetoes, though, because you've got some interesting areas to go. FUT very clearly wanting to go in a certain direction there with Haven early.
Yeah, I think as well, this is one that overall, I think this leans slightly in FUT's favor, right? To look at the decider, obviously, on top of that, for me, I think the hope would be that Liquid have something really well drilled to bring out on map 2, because I feel like map 1 just leans too heavily towards FUT.
Yeah, 100%. I think that as much as we've seen Team Liquid win out on Summit a couple of times this split, that was against, what, Fnatic and KC?
Well, yeah, Fnatic and KC, and like,
yeah,
KC just wasn't convincing.
Really been, yeah, exactly. Convincing, I think, is the word I was looking for there. So yeah, I think I'm intrigued to see what they bring out on that map, if they stick with the identity that they had shown previously, or if they move away to something new, because I feel like this Team Liquid in the past has been innovative with compositions, have changed things from week to week. It's just a question of, do they feel like now is the right time to be able to do that?
Did you like the neon swap for FUT to go back in that direction?
Yes and no. I think, honestly, where FUT, well, we're seeing it again.
Yeah.
For me, I think FUT have looked strongest with Waylay and Jet. Yeah. Pretty much unanimously across the map all year. This is one that is still, again, you lean into Haven. If it's working for them, if it's a comfort pick, they're still feeling good about it, by all means.
Both of these teams are incredibly aggressive. Who do you think is actually going to grab hold of the tempo of the game? Who's going to be pushing and who's going to be reacting, Billy?
That's a good question. I think Team Liquid starting on this defense, we've seen how aggressive they can be on that, and I think that would definitely put FUT on their back foot. It's just in terms of like, how do they react to those moments? You know, I'm looking at Sociable as the IGL. Let's not forget, he is also relatively new to that IGL role, so how quick is he able to have these reactions based off of what Team Liquid are showing you initially on this defense?
Outside of that, Yesterday has been insane for FUT, so they've got to keep in check here if they're going to go hyper-aggressive, especially on Haven. There's so much of the map that Yesterday's able to exploit, and he demonstrates that time and time again.
Well, FUT are on that 7-map win streak on Haven. Could Liquid be the team to crack it? To take us through our second match of the EMEA playoffs, we'll hand things over to Mitch and Tom.
Nuts.
Thank you, Sideshow. Yes, it's going to be quite a challenge down on
Fafa Nuts!
Up against FUT on Haven. Are you looking for a close matchup here, or is it all about map 2 and 3?
All of their maps have been close recently. That's the thing. Their Haven has been safe haven, excuse the pun, but they have had so many different overtimes versus so many different teams, even ones that I feel like maybe you'd expect them to be a little bit more dominant against. So I don't think this is going to be easy, and I kind of like the conversation that was had on the desk. I think both teams have had what they needed. FUT, they need reps. Get into the game, play as many as they can, feel that confidence, feel the rhythm, you could say. On the other side, they like that heavy prep. We look at their coaching staff regularly as the likes of Yautzin sits there in his dungeon and figures out how to break apart these different teams. So they've both got exactly what they needed to play their best Valorant. So I think it's going to be one hell of a game.
Some of the most cerebral calls, and now
congratulations.
Very strong on this map, but has plenty of tape. A new challenge for the attackers already. A man down.
Chat क्या genuine बोलो क्या लग रहा है chat?
On for dear life.
हाँ, Fafa Nuts.
Team Liquid.
हाँ.
Burning up very little in that initial fight. And plenty for the retake if it even gets to that stage. Kicks is holding the line for the first double. And now the two-man advantage and all the info to play to close it 1-0.
Yeah, squeaky clean start.
टीम चू आई है और मैच MVP रह के बिम के साथ और टीम हारी तो बीटी कैसे नहीं लेने का पागल है बीटी लेके क्या आएगा?
You let the likes of Zeus especially
भाई लाइफ में ना बीटी लेने से अच्छा मेंबरशिप लो. बहुत ज्ञानी बंदे ने बोला ये चीज.
I think that is always going to be the difference when you look at the likes of a Team Liquid. Their preparation is normally second to none in EMEA.
Well, now the hard work done in the pistol, and the easy round follows up. It's classics across the board. A lot of teams this stage been struggling, especially in those play-ins, to deal with these lower buys. They've been giving away a lot of weapons, losing rounds.
कब का अल्ट आएगा chat, कब का अल्ट आएगा?
First anti-ecos that come up a little bit later on. For Liquid, keeping this clean is important. They've got one pistol to play with. So a loss.
Rotations नहीं हो रहा देखो. Jet के पास भी है, Cypher के पास गरज सी है.
It's all going to start adding up.
Easy 3-man ace tag. Hey, पत्ता गिरा ऊपर से.
Into the heavier side.
Hey, एक और गिरा.
We've got 3 players here, primed and ready for the fight. Camo's going to start with his flash. It's caught a little slow to follow up on it, but Kicks is there.
अरे कमो मार अल्ट है तेरा.
And making this a nice, easy closer. Indeed, just a one-man loss, no weapons given away, and a very nice second round for Liquid.
Yeah, again, the right read, right place, right time. Maybe happy to play retake. You may have always also hoped a little bit that maybe Camo got an extra kill or two just to go towards
FUT जीतेगा, but I'm always with
a little bit more expensive than it once was, but ultimately ending up quite comfortable. But this is where things should get a little bit more interesting for purchasing up with the rifles across the board.
Never mind, मैं Liquid के साथ जा रहा हूँ.
But Crystalli is a little bit closer to his ult than anything else.
And I love
By the looks of it, the defense.
Nats को इतना प्यार नहीं करता जितना मैं Kicks से करता हूँ.
Same information for Liquid. They played 3 players on A, 1 on B, and then Cypher.
मैं जा रहा हूँ Liquid
covering all the information on this left side of the map. Same trips we've seen.
Chat, can you help?
Most important thing though is the camera. It being all the way down on C long cannot be allowed from that attacking side, and Yedijay's just destroyed it. So removed a little bit of information that you'd hope. It's going to make them look back towards the C site. Liquid now, it's been what, 30, 40 seconds since they've seen anyone had any info on that side of the map. Instead, they stack up as 5, put the drone out on it, sees no one, from so far back. That was only going to tell them if there was a push imminently coming in. And now this very slow push-up, well, if they continued with this fight, it would be dangerous instead. Crystalli's only got one man pushing him, so not as much danger.
Yeah, so the only danger was that if Nat somehow won that, it would have been the spike on the ground. But him finding information, what's a route back in the other direction? Instead, though, early pressure is going to deny the fall back towards the B site. And FUT taking a long time here. That's the thing that's starting to worry me. 30 seconds available. Sociable, however, has already found the opener. Trades back thick and fast. And now the spike has to reroute again.
Hello?
Back to the Cypher setup. They knew he started here. Nat's only looking to do damage, hoping Trex can trade. And that's exactly what he wants. Line up there. Looking for a third round, and it's locked in. Spike on the ground.
Bro, कुछ नहीं कर सकता था. Default round करता line up आता था.
What a strong start. And you got to look at FUT in that round.
Bro, ये round कैसे जीता Liquid?
Deep on C long, right? There's nowhere else that guy
can
be but C. And 40 seconds later, they saw Cypher pushing
Big
A
if any big franchise from India announce their team in Valo, how will they have to climb up in tier 1?
Credit on the other side though. Like, it was constant rotations coming through from Liquid. There were points of the 5-man stack. Then they had 2 players within B, and by the time that the rotation came into C, they had 2 players there as well. They were always in the right place at the right time, reacting to the moves that FUT were making. Zeus though is going to keep that as a hero.
Cam लगा बीच में.
Is where you will see FUT
सुंदर तो तुम हो. Love you यार, love you. +1 लिखो chat.
Zeus able to prod at the front of the group, but still take that.
Trip thoda blind.
No contact seen. Flash.
क्या बनाया रे? What?
That was not intended. Not
Bro,
in that manner,
what?
but Nats ends up with 1. Walks up through the smoke.
ये ज़्यादा हो गया.
It's an ambitious play against a low buy. A costly one now with the rifle recovered. Sociable, looking to do some damage.
Bro, what?
And I think there's another to be picked up as well. Indeed, it's in Crystalli now.
Jared भाई अभी तो दोनों ने यार मेरे पास. Chat तुम लोग help करो
Camo's still in position. Taking quite a lot of damage, but has cover from Purpo as well. And Camo going to make sure this doesn't get too far out of control. At least it seems there's still another player to wrap around, but no longer having any of that weaponry any of those upgrades in
So,
hand is going to make it much tougher.
Nice.
Good recovery from Liquid to make that 4-0. The credits will
What
still build.
on? क्या मतलब पूरा event जीत गया, event
They
जीत
need to
गया.
get on the board and fast.
No, they just do an excellent job there waiting for Trex. You can see the
Event
patience.
जीत गया
These
क्या?
rounds often get out of control because the attackers are able to snowball that first engagement. In this case, second engagement, because I don't know what Nats was thinking. Like, with the Spectre last round, he was the guy to get aggressive, sure. This round, he's lost the plot completely. But hey, it's 4-0 anyways. The rest of the team played it tight, and probably now Nats has a little bit of a leash on him. They're gonna have to control him slightly.
Maybe someone gave him a
पागल हो गया क्या?
Who knows?
तू बच्चा पागल होने के लिए.
Yeah, who's the IGL of this team again? The rascal.
Oh, in with the Odin. An upgrade or two of their own. Even still, Zeus is going to be left on just an SMG. A 4-0 start on Haven. Like we've said, these games have always been close, but a lot of the time FUT have been building up rounds on that attack. So
Match
it's a fantastic start for Liquid. It's how far
Progress of G in this tournament, वो लोग qualify होके पहुंच गए पहले से.
That means literally.
Easily हो भी.
Yeah, he'll back off eventually.
एक हाथ से खेल रहे थे जितना मेरे को सुनने में आया players.
For FUT. Well, they spotted the aggression on A. It's not too late to get back into this game, but losing this round here.
इसके बाद वाला गेम प्ले हो जाए पता नहीं कुछ ना कुछ करते हैं.
To an uncomfortable degree. Camo's move to the left side now, ready to combine with kicks, keep that control, and they're not even looking on the way through. It looks free as can be for Camo, because Nats is laying down lead. 5-0 now for FUT, or for Team Liquid. For FUT, it's a disaster.
Yeah, this is another case of, look how many players were on that B side by the time they made the move. It was 4 in a crossfire.
लेकिन वो लोग बस कुछ नहीं था ना यार, दूसरे जगह पे स्मोक भी नहीं था, यहाँ से स्पैम था, रिकॉन भी अच्छे टाइम पे है.
Hey, there was spray control involved in that. I saw that. A reveal had to go through. Oh, yes. I'm liking it more and more by the day.
पापा के दे दूसरा आदमी से कि आपकी स्ट्रीम चल रही थी. By the way, love you. प्लस लिखो.
One coach down, one has to step up. It's going to be.
अभी तो एक को है 6-0. ये मैप जीत गया. ये मैप जीत गया. ये मैप लिक्विड जीत गया. आग बंद करके.
So far, a lot of it is they're taking their time with these pushes, burning down that clock, and it seems like whatever they're doing is clearly very telegraphed by their opponents. 4 players on that side. Once again, as they walk in. Normally a team in FUT that we talk about being so pacey at times. Like, sure, they are going to
technically आज सारे अच्छे टीम के लगे पड़े.
But we haven't seen one yet where they just run at them. They just hit them at pace. Maybe now coming in with the Hunter's Fury, that might change things.
मैच कब है? प्लेऑफ कब है? पैसे
But do you want to use that in a round where you don't have much to play with?
हाँ जी बंक्या सब बढ़िया.
Wouldn't be the strangest thing we've seen them do, but I really think this is a moment to take stock of everything you've got on that attack side every round. As its value now 5-0 down, Liquid with a lot of credits in the bank, with ultis coming online. The run it back for Camo there, even if you do manage to put a dent in this squad.
Let's come back. What is up? Like करो chat बैठी वालों. Closer to Galax.
For FUT. I don't think we'll see an ult thrown into this one.
अभी घुसेंगे कैसे? Normal
as we see an ult get thrown into this one, but it is only from the shadows. A recon drone of sorts. I'm not sure what you could do, even if they spotted Purpo. He's taking a double. Camo's followed him in 6-0 moments later. They're making it look so easy.
Well, yeah, I guess FUT have at least managed to kill Camo, but
what?
Purpo playing that aggressively is
still
yet to
दूसरा ऑप्शन भी नहीं था क्योंकि ये शॉट वो लोग देख बहुत फास्ट आ गए थे और दोनों क्रॉस रख रहे थे. जेट had one job और उसने कर दिया.
Are a different beast.
Hey Bang bhai, your watch parties are good. I learned too many things.
I don't think anybody
about the game. Love you, very good. Hey.
Haven 6-0 up.
और भी सिखाऊंगा मैं members on this stream पे.
They may arguably be the best within the region.
मोबला लाने के बाद.
And FUT, they get to show us anything, even on this map as well. Sob's dead
Valo
again.
Pro Max करके एक नया वो करूँगा. Membership निकालूँगा. 10,000 rupees का.
He leaves that space open for kicks to walk right into. He doesn't know where to look though. Yedajay wasn't spotted. And that late re-clear from the attacker as well, it's actually working to catch kicks on the way back, just to confirm that space has been given up.
Momentum आ गया.
I love that from Kicks. I mean, they're in a position with a man advantage. Even him sitting in window and just waiting is a risk. And why take that risk?
Yeah.
Plus, pistol on the A site, right? Again, we see this early stack towards the site. They've got everything to work with there. Most importantly, the camera for the information, the only gap being Garage, but as Camo started the round by running through Garage, they know they've got it for a while. And then when they don't anymore, well, he's here to watch it. And Yedijay's found that out the hard way.
And now a two-man disadvantage. Passive angles being held.
Love you, Kunal bhai.
Not wanting to give up some of those positions. And again, now they have the full force of the squad ready and raring to go. They have a couple of ultimates to play with if they want to. But they're almost just looking at this from a perspective of, okay, you're boxed in now. We know that each of these players is within the site. How are you going to try and fight out of this? And there's one at least. That's a decent start. Trex going down. Removes a little bit of the utility. The TP across is bold from Sociable and not expected. He's managed to escape, and at least Zeus manages one. Sociable's position should be known, or at least a rough idea of where he is. The problem, though, is he could just spam from this position. A third already. A chance for them to get this onto the board, and Kicks is just trying to stick it, waiting to bait him in.
My God, what?
Like Sociable might be able to give FUT their first round, but the fact is, Kicks stood in his way.
The TP.
Kick OP, boys!
Catch him off guard, to catch Camo in the Garage. The spam early to pick up the diffuser. And a nice reposition inside his smoke. It looked like Sociable. What a heartbreaking round for FUT. They saw the first round on the board, and it slipped away moments later. 7-0, trailing by a mile. And that distance growing greater and greater by the second. This one not looking too comfortable. FUT of a lot of ultimates, at least definitely still posing some danger, some threat to be given. Look at how Liquid are approaching it. They're on a low buy with ultis. It's dangerous. It's an unpredictable round. And they've sent 3 players into the spawn. They had to run it back to push spawn last round, and there were less players there than there were to start this anti-eco.
It's going to put a lot of doubt, and even maybe force FUT into a fight towards that A site, which is exactly what Liquid want. They've rotated a third player into position. Still, none of that has been spotted. Now there's 4 players here. Genuinely, they are calling a perfect game. They are forcing FUT into the positions exactly where they want them to be. And now they look to swing. Trex picks off one, and every single time, FUT got to be sat there like, and they're not comms. Are they watching like on some sort of radar hack? They're there every time.
No, they should have known though. From the second that we saw Nats push C long, 40 seconds later push A short, and then be there ready for them in the late fight. Couple rounds in, it looked like they were calling a beautiful game, and it hasn't changed.
Language, Shavik, language.
The perfect calls every time. The stacks are there. This time, their A stack even had a Cypher trip on it. They're getting bolder and bolder, leaving more control, gambling more. At least they were. That was because they were 3-man pushed down mid to start that round. Now, we're back to normal play, but FUT want to accelerate. This is where they've stood the best chance. Both players trapped in short. The first is found, the second spotted. Beautiful from here.
Oh, the Nats Odin.
ये राउंड भी निकाल सकते थे वो लोग ने रिकॉन और ब्लाइंड करके रोक दिया था
Still though, 3 ults
so
down
ulti
to get into the side,
left
have an
right
advantage. It's not going to be a round to remember necessarily, but maybe it will be a round. I think that's the most important thing at this point, getting something onto the board. Even still, Camo looking to swing through, has an isolated fight, but he needs to take out everybody else. But it's a lot of commitment from FUT into this round. But honestly, to get one on the board, I think it was worth it.
Oh, they needed something like this. A moment where they can all agree to put it all on the table. As you said, a lot committed. And a lost round here probably does send the map spiraling. But after that double opening, it was very much a formality.
He's had 8 rounds to warm his vocals
up. Oh, yeah. We don't know. Maybe we just didn't see the replay, you know?
I think if he's shouting like that,
like maybe they get a kill.
Language.
A little opening duel. Hit that energy.
That's not clean comms.
No, well, Yedajay's caught kicks, and that cam all the way down on C has been heard.
इधर टिप मारा देख सीधा डब्बे के ऊपर मस्ती चालू हो गया लेकिन मस्ती चालू हो चुका है
definitely sense this is going to be the freer site, and the read is spot on.
Look where Kicks died.
घुस गए.
You can see how aggressive this defensive side has become. Camo going to reclaim some space, and he's managed to get his ultimate online, but immediately traded.
मजाक सेट करो रिकॉल नहीं होता. Straight up
again
to
with a more direct take, an opportunity for Trex to maybe even things up, but he hasn't connected onto anybody just yet.
Chuck that.
It's delayed the plant, allowed for a rotation to come in, and I feel like he's been sleeping at the wheel so far this game. And up against a player like that, you can't afford to be asleep.
I thought we'd be talking about Purpo.
और उसने लेफ्ट में केज कर दिया ना.
Down, it's messy from Cristalli, but the cage being up, it's actually bought him just enough time. They emerge from it.
Red check ने क्या
no longer in their hands and sociable.
3-2-1 करेंगे.
For FUT it seems. Nats needing another big play. The spam to threaten him into the open. He's got the fight he wanted. And an idea of where Cristalli might be. He'll even catch him.
Oh my God!
Nats delivering another big round to Team Liquid.
Fafa Nuts!
9-1 in the lead.
And
it looks like that last one was just a bump in the road.
Genuinely, some of these rounds have looked unlosable for FUT. Like that one was a 4v3 scenario in a post plant. And Sop has just not been hitting today. And you see him playing these aggressive positions. Normally, he at least gets one or at least gets something from that fight. And then in the 2v1, I feel like it was hesitant. I think it was Cristalli was the remaining player alive. It's like if you're
क्या दूसरा टाइम आउट भी नहीं लेंगे हो गया भाई.
You need to help him. You need to play that together.
It's over.
Instead, he played the time and
दूसरा टाइम आउट भी नहीं आने वाला है.
Another big round for the IGL.
Production ने score line ही उड़ा दी है.
Having a lights out performance, the dad buff in full effect, and for the attack at this stage. They're clutching at straws.
So, FUT fans in the production, they've hit the score. They don't want to believe it.
Yeah, I can understand why.
They're checking the score. We might rescind a round. No, I'm kidding, of course. Kicks, that paranoia has just saved his life. He was about to have 4 players swinging on him, but he's made it out. Now the refight comes in. Kicks claims his in the end, and it's a man advantage with Trex down. We're into the 4v3, the reposition. Nasty by Kicks. He's got backup as well. Camo's now the man holding that line in the walkout. Giving the game away a little bit by failing to shoot the reveal, and Yedajay's picked up Kicks. The ult is awful! It's a dreadful display! And Team Liquid stumbling, faltering for what feels like the first time. They've let the round go.
Oh, Purpo.
This
should be impossible, but look at the crossfire that's currently in play. It would have to be the mistake of the day, and I don't think it's going to be coming. At least another round will go onto the board. For the side of FUT.
मस्ती था. New bundle is so mid. Huh?
Good escape.
एक तो ना तेरे पास membership है, उसके ऊपर तू all caps में लिख रहा है. तो कैसे तेरे बात पे वजन नहीं है, समझ रहा है तू?
I'll be honest, it looked like Camo played that round on trackpad. Like it was just really weird. It was like he's been so crispy with it, and just missed the dart, missed everything. Everybody gets one.
ओमेन वो हो गया था, अचानक से रिकॉन देके पपल गया वो.
This is the beginning of something for
वाला रिकॉन चढ़ के नॉर्मल मारा.
Liquid are just going to strike straight back, put their 10th onto the board. We said that normally FUT are an attack-sided team on this map.
पता नहीं क्या हो गया, 1 week से gameplay अच्छा ही नहीं हो रहा है, कोई भी agents.
A lot of games in a row, in fact, but from only 2 on the attack side, I have to think this is already over.
It's the thing we said coming into the game as well, though. Liquid are a terrifying opponent. It feels like from barrier up, they have a read on how you play. And that's Liquid in general. Liquid when you've got this much tape on how you play. Oh, they know. They know what you're doing. But Purpo's being caught off here. Camo only good for the 1. And with that, and with a real chance to put 3 on the board. Certainly doesn't shine a light on the previous attack side performances, but it's a damn sight better than 2.
Yeah, for sure.
Hello.
Pistol round will put them back into contention. Hunter's Fury being utilized a little early, trying to disrupt.
No one's looking.
But even still, from behind, Kicks isn't going to get anything. And for Nat, 17 HP. I don't know where Sociable's going. But even getting out of heaven, there should be no way that Nats can get anything from this position. The third round feeling cemented, and Yedaje will make sure that it is anything but comfort for FUT on a map that they have won 7 times in a row. They're going to need one hell of a comeback.
Oh yeah, that's a solid first half if ever we've seen one from Team Liquid. And let me tell you, we have seen some solid halves. This one's gone. Nat's calling a beautiful game, and the man himself was sat down for an interview before this matchup. Take a listen during the halftime to what Nats had to say.
Nats, your team, I think, was one of the biggest surprises to me of EMEA. You'd made a ton of changes, and yet still your team found a huge amount of success. Can you talk me through a little bit about what it's like as a team leader to make all of these changes and find an identity for a team that works?
I don't know. I think it's cool because that shows that what we do works and we just believe in it. And I think the most important for me from all of that rosters that I've been to and all of the changes is finding the way to make the stuff work in a short amount of time. I think that's what I learned the most, and I believe and I hope it's going to work for the players also. And the most important that the whole team believes, and I think that sometimes is very hard, especially in the long-term projects. And I'm glad that in short amount of time we managed to believe in something as a whole team.
You've created a very aggressive version of Team Liquid. I mean, you guys are running at people a lot of the time.
Indian Sinka Nats kaun hai?
Is it to do with the meta? Is it to do with the people that are on your team? Why was this the right play for Team Liquid?
I think just the most important was to create something more unique because I'm a little bit sad that our region is copying a lot what the other teams does and not trying to create something more unique. And I think the most important was for us just to create something new, not to copy someone, just actually bring something new. And it doesn't matter is it going to work or not, but at least at the end of the day, we will know why it didn't work or not. Because if you just copy someone, you still don't know what exactly went wrong.
Are these your ideas, or is it a team project? Like, who's coming up with these kind of stuff?
I think me, Evo, and Daniel, we are just overall as free speaking a lot about that and like in what direction we want to move the team. Because at the end of the day, the most important for us is to learn something from what we did. Yes, of course, all of us wants to have results, but sometimes you have to learn to be better for the future.
Okay, thank you very much, Nat.
Thank you.
I don't know how much
they have to learn from that first half. 3 rounds, 3 mistakes, perhaps. Nats might not walk through smoke against an anti-eco. That was a big one. And,
they won that round.
They did, yeah. They ended up winning. 4 players.
Last match 5-10 points चाहिए था 1 minute के अंदर ही मर गए.
No, not much.
So out है क्या?
For them, a solid display. Now moving to the attack team, Liquid should have a much easier time than expected taking this map. And with Summit up next, well, I think FUT have got to be terrified for what's to come. Or perhaps they're confident. The second half we'll see a return to form. They couldn't find a way in. Now they just need to keep Team Liquid out. Sociable left with that but not in a good way. The wall, the hot hands, everything at his feet.
damage खाया था.
He couldn't find a safe spot.
ऐसा लगा 4 बंदे खाए भाई damage.
With that, the man advantage locked in.
Nats
covering
101%
the
clear
flank. Sop will be taken down with ease again. Nat seems to be his kryptonite. Perhaps just the kryptonite of FUT in general as he strikes again. Leaving this one to Purpo for the orbs.
A little bit of irony in that round. Crystalli thought he was hidden, but he was revealed by Camo. There you go. But no, I genuinely, Nats has been having a fantastic performance. I think this may be the worst
next one
I've ever seen have. Like, normally he is the guy that we're hyping up as this superstar Turkish talent, a guy that can just obliterate anybody. Every time I feel like it's him versus Nats, whether he's holding the angle, whether Nats holding the angle, whether he's running, whether he's I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that.
What?
I don't know how I didn't see that either.
I think because we were watching Nats not hit the shots and look at the balls.
As soon as the replay slowed at the updraft, I was like, hold on, he's going to do something. That's crazy. Well, yeah, look, if you're already getting bodied on a map that you're very comfortable on, that you feel like no one can dare challenge you on, they leave it open for you, you pick it, and then at 9-3 down, someone does that to you. I think you might just I would have thrown my mouse out the window if I was at home.
Luckily, I think all the windows are very far away for the players.
That's true.
But
Keep your head down in the
I can
audience.
understand what you mean. Like, this must be an incredibly frustrating game for FUT and for Team Liquid. Yeah, if you're Purpo, we've seen him pretty much do all of the things where you go, like, well, that's insane. Like, you should get killed for doing that. He's been running up middle. He's been super aggressive.
We're so back. I just want to say, on record,
tech pause.
The other game's tech pause doesn't look nearly as good on that stage. We should have it. Should be ours. It fits like a glove.
Wow. It is
Arena,
which hopefully will be fixed very soon. But yeah, for Team Liquid in a fantastic spot.
Comeback possible, zero chance.
The only real thing
zero chance. Our FUT attack में रहता तो भी मैं बोलता था chance है, लेकिन zero chance.
I guess it's the smallest silver of all time. Seven times in a row versus all types of opposition.
ऐसा हो रहा तेरा भी होता अगर तू Esports नहीं चढ़ता.
Momentum, even just on an individual basis, see a little bit more from
these.
Oh, Panchos!
Versus EP. Yep, we need to see a little bit more of those.
Who are we? Sorry, too soon. Well, production knows how FUT feel.
I was about to say,
it's a disaster of a day for the defensive side. They're not having a good time, are they? Nothing they want to do is working. And for a defense now that starts out with what I presume is quite a weak buy, can't imagine it's going to get a whole lot better anytime soon.
Does he go into the next one? Because it's back-to-back trips.
He might. The problem is, without that second trip being broken,
with
Yedajay stood on top of a box, the ruse is not working. Nobody thinks it's an A. So why would they leave? They'll just leave Yedajay here on his own to confirm that no one's coming his way. And now, if we switch to Yedajay's perspective, you're about to see a man have just the worst day when everybody rounds that corner. There's a first at least.
That's not bad.
Strong start.
In to try and make this work, and whoa, it doesn't look like Yedajay's having a bad day at all. He is surviving on the back of that side. In fact, he will survive the entire round. They needed something, some sort of miracle to bring them back from the depths. And I'll be with you, I did not think it would be that.
Really, Purple got a little too locked in on breaking that trap. He was going to do it. He was going to do it.
Love you,
and no one else was there to help out. Yeah, really thought that was going to be uncomfortable time for Yedajay, but it appears he's made the best of what should have been a bad situation. Fast rotations, first of all, coming in from Sop and Zeus. Not that Sop did much, but man, he's having a tough game. And my man Yedajay, he's earned a scream. He's earned a belter. It's a fourth for FUT. And most importantly, putting a little bit of distance between Team Liquid and that round 13.
Stop getting scanned twice. It's just not his map, you know.
Yeah, let's hope it's not his map and not his day.
Maybe it's not his half. Cage triggered. Probably not his map.
No, I think today.
Purpo has thread the needle. Oh, no, he hasn't thread the needle. Sociable somehow knew, had the information. And for Sop, okay, I thought he got one. He's at least warming up a little bit, a chance to farm up an eco kill or two. It doesn't seem like Liquid have put much into this round whatsoever. For Nats, still having a rifle available to him, but it will end up being
10-4.
an in-zone flawless round coming out.
10-5 now,
recovery if they're going to have any chance of bringing this back. But as said, I just want to see some of that confidence back.
I thought you were going to say comps, the ones from
no
earlier.
No comeback.
Yeah.
Just want to see some of those.
Put them up now.
And cut to those. No, 10-5. Yeah, it's still definitely not a healthy position for FUT, but a real confidence builder. Finding those two rounds. Yedajay being able to hold his own in the one before.
Sop is matched.
And now Sop returning to the stage. See if they build up a couple more. It starts at least with what looks like a C split. And FUT having a lot of presence on the C side. It certainly spells success for the defense if Sop can hold that corner. In fact, he swings in the spams. Not kind of anyone.
No, they like to do that. They drop the smoke from a high, give him a chance to fight. Camo with his ult is trying to fight through, but it's also
तो
a
भी है अभी
distraction.
finals का भी है chat.
Using his ultimate to distract away from that, swinging in, but they deal with him on a 1-for-1 trade, which so far has been pretty good. Sociable from the backside as well, has managed a triple kill.
10-6 इको जाएंगे, tension ult आएगा, 10-8 इको जाएंगे.
Starting to climb back into this. 4 rounds the difference at this stage. I don't know. Still
20-second कल है.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna say after that first half, the attack side being so abysmal. Not sure what that first cage was. After that first half, I really didn't believe in them bouncing back, but they're starting to find their rhythm indeed. Like you said, sociable. A triple kill here. We had Yedije with a triple not long ago. We had Sop find 2 kills, which, if you look at where he's at now, that's a big step for him.
Chat बोलो ना कोई पहुंच गए क्या फाइनल चलो.
Liquid even going to call a timeout now, feeling the pressure as FUT's momentum starts to
zoom in on the pen flick.
Build up some speed.
They messed it
Wait
up.
a minute.
Can we get the camera a little bit low? I just want to see him flicking the pen around.
He's not going to be happy that we've shown the whiff, the fumble.
Either way.
कहाँ पे मालूम पड़ रहा है
He's
उसको?
definitely getting into it.
He recovered it at the end. That just like FUT in this map so far. Started a bit shaky, but
अच्छा,
now
overall
they're really swinging.
I don't
कितना
know.
आने का था हम लोग को?
Starting a bit shaky, being 8-0 down.
अपन 50 पे Binks shot.
I don't know. I don't know how your games are going at the moment. Maybe that you just false positivity.
अच्छा तो है 5th.
Yeah, the 3-round streak. I think the second round victory, Yedije having a couple of big rounds. You're starting to see why we enjoy them on this map, but it is a very, very long way to go still.
तो हम लोग हो गए क्वालिफाई हो गए chat.
4-14.
W कर दो, W कर दो.
Standouts on this map alongside Zeus. It's normally a 1-2 punch, but
रुक जाओ. OP करने
they've
दो.
almost been knocked out in that first half. He's still playing with the same level of confidence, though. I wonder if he's just got the wrong sense on or something. I think it was him that did happen once.
Oh, really? That's one of the more concerning things that I hear. Zeus down below has no real way out of here, and the trades are pretty good for the side that didn't have a lot to work with. Now with Kicks on a sliver of HP, it's the manpower that's the real problem, and it's only Kicks. And his 20 health remaining. The Stinger picked up. Not going to help him on this range. And perhaps a chance for Sop to build up that little bit more confidence. As he said, it has been abysmal. As long as he doesn't go down to a quick one-tap from the Sheriff, all's well. In fact, he's just going to give up the space.
Yeah, I think at this stage, I don't think they care about Kicks getting an ultimate orb.
Let me OP.
He's not particularly close, and the From the Shadows isn't really one of those high-impact ults. Also, credits-wise, it's not even that much of a worry for them in that regard.
Spike planted.
Already trying to slow his move out of there. And actually, Sop's just going alone. As I said, sometimes you question if players lose confidence. He doesn't. Maybe he's not hitting the shots, but definitely the confidence is still there. A 7th round now for FUT, straight after the pause, but that was just a week by. This is the round coming up that Liquid paused the game for. So expectations that if they are going to break the deadlock, this will be it.
अरे बहुत सिर्फ मैं तकबा को मैसेज किया यहाँ पे मेरे को गाली दिया.
Feel like they have to win this one.
Yeah, I know. I think if FUT win this round, game on.
Like even this round itself, it didn't start out that well for FUT. Like those early trades are great for Team Liquid, but it's recovered nicely. Ends up with 3 players alive. There's really no fear. And now Sop, well, evidently enough confidence is being built back up, or indeed no confidence. Sop's coming out right off rip. Purpo's got it towards the boxes, but inside garage on a pixel line lies Sop, lying in wait for one misstep. One overextension, and it's just a pixel away, but they've avoided his ire, at least for now, but sooner or later they'll step into it. And there's an opening duel for Sop.
A good start to the round and an immediate fade away to reclaim some position for Liquid. Going into their big buy round. It's not the start they were looking for. And the funny thing is, elsewhere on the map, there's not a lot of aggression from FUT at all. You expect this team to be pushing the boundaries, to taking control, to pressuring outside. They are completely passive. They are waiting for Liquid to try and make a move.
लेकिन चलेगा ना लोअर पैकेट से कर लेंगे ना कुछ सीन नहीं है ना
Would have its risks.
मगर टेक्निकली अपन ने बात खेला ना
Looks like he half checked it. And that's enough to clear out at least some of the utility, but more importantly, get the information available. Liquid look to hightail towards that seaside of the map where there is currently an opening. Although you can see in it, I thought for a second it was about to be Sop running in, but no, he decides to stay passive.
ये ट्रिप गलत है.
It's that timing from Nats that terrifies me, but he might be forced to make a move sooner rather than later. They didn't check camo.
Come on, दो मार दिए bro.
He evidently had camouflage. They went right past him.
दो
Time
मार
though.
दिए.
The problem is Nats is left alone, taps the spike to draw the fight, but the wraparound is on.
Bro.
In the end,
क्या
Cristal
एक्सपेक्ट करेगा नहीं वो ट्रिप की वजह से दो बार वो ट्रिप की वजह से दो बार
locked in. The comeback, the climb continues.
Why are you not coaching us in Valorant?
8 to 10, 2 rounds behind thanks to this red bull clutch.
Nah, I'm surprised. I saw the trip and I was like, okay, that must be in a position where Nats is so confident in it, he's not even going to turn around. He didn't look at that direction whatsoever. This was also just manic. The fact that Cabo is able to stay alive in that corner. But Cristali, again, we talk about this, these clutch moments. A 1v3 with Nats having absolutely no idea. And we heard it from the beginning when he joined this team, from players like Yedajir, the level that he could bring, that you hadn't seen the best of Cristali, that sometimes he was overshadowed.
Lower bracket है, lower bracket है, lower bracket का भी कल है क्या?
Cage is giving it away. They know that Nats is here and they are hunting him down. Everything thrown at him. 3 players in a Hunter's Fury. They'll catch him in the end. Sup emerging from a smoke, catches, tracks, and kicks, is all alone. We talked about this even in the interview at Nats before the game.
क्या
They like to play this aggressive style. They like to come right out the gates and flood into that space, challenge you from the get-go. Well, FUT have done the same here on the defense, and it's worked wonderfully. A clean round puts them 10 to 9.
Yeah, they are just dominating at this point. We spoke about the 8 rounds in a row that came in for Team Liquid, and now 6 in a row of their own after winning a second round. Genuinely, if they convert round number 2, Liquid could be, well, either in the break or already in the next map of Summit. And now they're probably living to regret that round, and a Yedajir individual to take that home. And now everybody's waking up. Sop's waking up. And you can see the buy that's in for the attack side of Bladestorm is the main piece. Run it back available, but will it be used?
Sociables here early. FUT have got reinforcements on the A site. Now a 4th of Yedajir making his way in. They're taking on the first wave with ease, and the second is so far behind. The spike dropped, and Team Liquid no longer look like that well-oiled machine. Look at them fall to the man who was basically killless. A pacifist in the first half, and now an in-zone flawless with a 4K from Sup. FUT are back in the game, neck and neck, 10 to 10.
He was 2 and 11 in the first half. He is now 12 and 15. They gave him a little bit of time to warm up, and that is a problem.
Pistol भी जीते थे ना, लेकिन 9-3 के बाद
in-zone flawless. The credits are through the roof. They can afford to invest into extra operators. They can throw money at this as long as they want. And for Liquid, they had everything in the palm of their hand. It seemed like this map was sealed after the first 8 rounds.
FUT को support करते हैं.
And now, it looks like it's going the other way.
Well, the blunted blade of Sup seems sharp again, and Team Liquid are being cut down to size. 10 rounds of the board for so long now, but the streak from FUT has brought them back to even. Big stack up on A. A man lost, and Yedajir, the walking wounded. It's confusing for FUT to see nothing on the other side. Zeus with space towards seeing, no steps heard. The freeze from Liquid. Will it get a reaction out of the defenders? Will someone get curious and give another pick away?
No way, the smoke. Oh, I thought that was going to work in Sociable's favor. Nats' position still not revealed. You said it, Yedajir is desperately low. It's looking set for Liquid to reclaim their lead. But Sop The human turret from above, the re-aggression. Camo's winning all of those fights. The whole point is he's meant to almost be baiting for Nats to give his IGL positioning, but instead, he's done the hard work. And now for FUT, not really any value in saving.
अभी भी attacking map ही है. पता नहीं क्या हो गया. Laker boys!
How much they think they can realistically do from this scenario. Sop believes, which, considering how far away his teammate is a little surprising.
Getting out of there seemed impossible.
Not big.
Said the confidence didn't go anywhere. Maybe it should after that play. Just
they're giving Camo the ace. Or trying to.
Bro, ace se maar diya usne. Hello.
Wake up, Team Liquid. You lose that many, and then Camo with his running back. And then just fight on fight on fight. His goal this round was to almost bait to give Nat space, and instead he killed everybody.
उसने दिया क्यों 2 kill और अब भी अल्ट मारा था.
FUT have a lot of credits. They don't really need to save those weapons. Well, now they've given options to the other side, an op if they wanted it, but more importantly, coming into the next round.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Yeah, after using it. That's the crazy thing. If this had been old, he would just be able to claim this orb, and he would already have the ult back at the beginning of the next round. I think that's why we saw the change. At the same time, he goes for the plant. Never mind the plant. Sop almost losing his life, but instead it's the spam of Sociable. He expected them to fight for that orb, and he didn't even kill the players that went to get it.
A fish in a thin barrel. An easy spam, easy connection. Sop on the off finds another in the swing. Just gives Sop the trade.
दिए जा रहा है भाई.
Pieces put
Sop
right
दिए जा रहा है.
from FUT.
11 intense हो गया.
Find the play of the tournament.
Binks support करो FUT का back
FUT
के side.
That's not a bad start, but
it's the one you know you're getting for free. Let's put it that way. You know Sop's going to peak, so you might as well wait.
The
other 3 players, he says, holding his breath, are not going to give anything over.
FUT 2 या 3 भी चालू करेंगे देखना.
He had him boxed in.
He's coming
Guarantee
back.
fast
Just because he saw him move on the drone, then he said, oh, he's coming back. I'll retreat. Reveal still online. Yedijay could take his hat off if he wants. There's no reason for a mistake to be made.
That लिख के लो छाती में.
It's a simple trade.
2 भी या 3 भी वो लोग चालू करेंगे.
Either takes the kill or causes it in the aftermath. It's a fancy dart. It's got the reveal, but nothing more to be done. 11 to 11. 2 one-sided halves have brought us here. Someone's hitting 12.
मत कर FUT को support वरना FUT जीतेगा.
Whether it ends there is the real question. Sociable has been climbing that board for quite a while now, sits at the top of the pile. But there is a genuine chance that by the end of this half, Sop has overtaken him. Now up to 14 kills, and he has been a real problem for Team Liquid. The good thing is the one round they won was off Camo. He's got his back again. It's just if he can find a place to use it, and he's going to use it immediately in towards C, which is a complete misread. The opponents on the other side of the map, he'll gain all of the space, and this is going to have to be a full retake from FUT.
Yeah, but that's the main thing. You know, you use that ult for free space. Very little utility used on the way through. A flash, I think, is all it amounts to on his side. Of course, a clearance is C-long necessary, but leaves them quite a bit. Still the paranoia. Never mind, that paranoia is gone. Kicks has been shot in the head on backside. With him down, we lose one of the slowing mechanics. FUT might be able to fill in that little bit easier. Purpo, though, stands in their way. Only the one foul behind the wall. Camo looks to emerge, but it's Sociable catching him off guard, leaving Nats alone. And with the defuse underway, that
he can't do anything.
I'm not sure is going to help. For FUT.
Chat match point.
A long road back, one that looked full of peril, but they have navigated it back into the lead. One round now. Could still see this map fall into their pocket and completely change the narrative. An attack-sided team, defense-sided team, just a Haven team.
Yeah, no, this is mental. Like, even if they've had victories on the defense, it was a 7-5
10-3
Vitality, then 8-4 attack, 10-2 attack, 7-5 attack, 10-2 attack, all in a row. This, they've had the worst attack maybe ever.
दूसरा टाइम और भाई साइड हो गया सब अचानक से वाइट पे से भाई.
In the neck half.
यस भाई ज़्यादा लंबा स्पैम नहीं. बाकी चट मिस हो रहे.
fighting from disadvantages at times. And what I can understand the pause coming out from Liquid, because if you're not mentally boomed at this stage, I don't know what would do it to you. Like, this is brutal.
Again, they had the Enigma code. They knew what FUT were doing. I don't know how. But things have changed the second half. Now, how do you get back to that form where you're one step ahead of an opponent that seems to have outrun you? FUT are miles ahead. Team Liquid, after a 10-3 lead, the 10th coming with the pistol, they're now sat 12-11 down. FUT, who I saw that man there bang his head against that chair at a speed that made me worried. It's a good thing those Razor chairs are so cushiony.
So good is finishing this.
Danger. But, well, now he's sitting much more comfortably down there. 13-11 on the horizon. Somehow we're sat here asking if Team Liquid
are
the ones that can stop this train.
I said we'd probably be halfway
through
map 2 at this point if they were able to keep up their momentum. Now they need to find it once again and then find the clues to breaking the momentum of one side. Maybe one coach did one side of the map.
They found my wire.
Someone did an excellent job.
One of you's in big trouble.
Yeah, one of you's in big trouble. No, obviously not. But either way, 12-11. Look at the positions from FUT. They are ready for this. They are waiting for this. Yetajay already going to close out one, but the swing from Zeus hasn't worked out. Yetajay doesn't care. He's going to swing alone, and Crostali is so aware of the position of kicks. They were ready. The remaining two having to clutch this back. They were moments away from victory, and instead they'll taste defeat. The comeback of dreams from FUT. And maybe a nightmare just beginning for Team Liquid. They'll lose 13-11 from
EMEA kick-started this with a 3K, closes it with the two-piece, opening up that last round and closing the book on Haven. For FUT, it remains that safe spot at Battleground that they can best anybody on even.
कौन बोला था टर्किश टीम हॉलिडे पे? हेलो, खत्म हो गया क्या हॉलिडे?
Sop, you are undefeatable on Haven. Even when it looks like you're going to lose, you're down 10-3. You just can't lose on this map. What made the difference for you specifically? Because you came alive in the second half.
I mean, I don't know, bro. I thought we were going to get like 13 though, but I think the force wise saved us, and I was so happy.
Dude, you did fantastic. Good luck in the second map. For everybody at home, you can catch that one after the break. See you then.
Why don't orcs pay you for Jinx? बच्चा कौन सा orcs बच्चा है मेरी जान के टोटे भाई crazy बे लेकिन fuck मजा आ गया बे लगा नहीं था ऐसा गेम देखने मिलेगा बुरा लगा लेकिन मजा आ गया देख के पॉइंट जल्दी क्यों दो आराम से दूंगा ना
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World.
वापस गलर पॉइंट दे गए बाद में नहीं दूंगा टेंशन दे लेने का
We demand the best. This is what backs
शिव बड़वा लैंग्वेज गाली नहीं कुछ ठंडा करने रख देता हूँ चाय लेके आता हूँ इसके बाद क्या करें अगर ग्रुप गेम्स रहेगा तो कंटिन्यू या फास्मा लोमड़िया या वैलोरेंट पुश क्या करें जरा बता दो तो चाय क्या कि सो जा चुपचाप भड़वे ऐसा कुछ
The VCT EMEA Finals breaks tradition and leaves Berlin for the very first time this summer. It is Barcelona's turn. So live one of the best experiences that our region has to offer alongside the best teams in EMEA. Because the best players ultimately deserve the best, most vibrant crowd. In the end, this is what they have been fighting for all year around.
Buy your tickets now. See you in Barcelona.
That was an unreal comeback. What sparked it? I mean, the force buy helped a lot. I think if we don't force, maybe we don't get back into this game. Also, just some really nice CT side calling by Sociable. He had some really nice reads on them. I feel like we were pretty on top of them. And just some momentum, some snowball, things like this. You know, it's Valorant at the end of the day, but yeah. Full credit to Sociable for this one, I think. And I think the force helped us out a lot.
What a comeback. Genuinely incredible. You can feel the energy in there from Bambino when he was discussing just giving a lot of credit to Social, but also kind of infectious.
Yeah, definitely.
I think FUT are just one of those teams that epitomizes snowball.
Valorant push, Valorant push,
there's very little any opponent can do to really topple that sort of tempo. And I mean, that's not even to take away from this was so
15 first blood. Kaise?
A phenomenal game. Again, just gaining passive. Again, FUT's win condition, particularly in Haven, revolves around this push and pull in the early round. Liquid leaned into that perfectly. Passive info from the Cypher setup, and they usually stacked up like 3 strong to grip some of these hits.
100%. I think that kudos definitely need to go towards Liquid's coaching staff, because this round in particular, round 5, we do see Purple Pro being able to collect that information. And because FUT are making no noise at this point, you've obviously got that passive information as well from the Cypher, as you're mentioning, Mike. It just allows all of these Team Liquid players to re-drone and clear mid, and then you can stack towards this B site. You can see the positions that Purple has on the map. You can see the Cypher utility on C. And it just means that every single time these attacks were coming in from FUT, these site executes, Team Liquid were just ready to face it head on, and they had the crossfires in place. Everything was so synchronized and cohesive between them, and it's just the preparation, I think. Kudos to the coaches for that.
It's so rare to see FUT be the ones to walk into a blender, right? Usually they mop up this sort of approach to a site. But even having a third, even in some situations, a fourth player there, they were really struggling.
Anytime you run into a
four-player stack at a site, you know something's wrong with your macro, they've got an insane read on you. And yet still with all of that, still with the ante, with the prep, with the good performances, with the 10-3 up, Liquid didn't win. No. It was FUT who managed to come back, and a big wake-up from the duelists too. They were a big part of that, as much as Bambino's giving credit to Sociable.
Definitely, yeah. You can talk about some of the reads there. I feel like they were on the ball, but Sopman, just night and day. First half to second half. I mean, again, you give him a couple of rounds, maybe the energy starts building a little bit, and he just runs away. Like I said, snowballing teams in terms of stringing rounds together and just basically suffocating their opponent.
Give him a sniper on defense, mate. Just give him a sniper on defense, and he's going to run circles around you. I mean, yeah, kudos to them for being able to close that one out. FUT clearly still the best Haven team in the world.
Oh, there you go. There you go. You were
Liquid was so close to becoming the best.
Yeah. No, you can't argue with it at this point, man. No. I mean, you
6-7.
Look at that.
67 ACS.
Look at that. That's worse than I thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, 2 and 11 is one thing, but it just getting no damage, no impact. Running into stacks all the time as well as the entry player, that's got to feel brutal. and then he just stretches his wings in the second half and takes off. Ridiculous performance. And also, how do you recover if you're Team Liquid there? Because everything went well. Your time off worked, your strats worked, your defense half perfect. And then
this is none of this takes away from the fact that I don't think Liquid were making massive mistakes in the second half.
Right.
Like they were just being simply outclassed.
Yeah,
well,
I think that's a fair take.
And is that going to happen moving forwards as well? We saw mentality play a big part.
भाई यहाँ से हाँ भाई यहाँ से कैसे वो लोग comeback करेंगे चाहे 9-3 हार के
on Summit for Liquid. So now it's like
BT से आ सकते हैं वापस वो लोग
struggled massively. I think what Camo was dropping similar to what we just saw from Sop there in the first half. It was like 2 or 3 kills.
Reset तो हो जाएंगे mostly. Not से speed दिया रहेगा अभी.
Driving force here for Liquid. Certainly now getting flipped in map 1 like that, I'm massively concerned.
And Purple and Camel
were the
characters of the first half as well. I think after the first few rounds they were like 6-0, 4-0, like that double body system was really good with them. But I do get concerned when we look ahead towards Summit because I've just praised about how
बकचोदी कर दे थोड़ा और noobs कैसे हो noobs
हम लोग 8 लोग हैं ए प्लेयर्स कितने अपन प्लेयर्स कितने जल्दी बता
भाई मैं तो वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ
प्लेयर लिमिट है ना प्लेयर लिमिट कितना खेले क्या ड्रॉप खेले क्या ड्रॉप
जल्दी प्लेयर अरे मैं तो वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ लेकिन
अरे टाइम पास करना है सिर्फ
उसमें खेल
टेक्निकल ब्रेक होगा
अरे जल्दी बता क्या खेलना है
स्क्रिबल लगाओ स्क्रिबल
8 है ना लगाओ
8 भाई सुनो वाइपर
बोल
1 बजे आएगा
1 बजे कहाँ क्या सैंड्स खेलने
सैंड्स ऑफ वसेपो बेबी
ए तू जा रे तेरा सैंड्स का प्लेयर लेके भी जा
भाई एक सैंड्स प्लेयर आया था मैच
तेरा सैंड्स प्लेयर आया था
गु खाएगा सब लोग बात है लिंक डाल रहा है
वाइपर
करके आना हां
फासमो 2 दिन खिला यार मेरी जान
एक सेकंड फासमो खेला बोल के उधर बुला
भाई ये वाइपर
देख ले ये इमोशनल मैनिपुलेशन कर रहा है ये देख मैं तो खेल लिया हूं फिर मैं अनइंस्टॉल मार दिया
मैं 3 दिन खेला यार
फैज़मो तो अभी लंबा खेलना है बिंक्स
तू नहीं था तभी भी हम लोग ने खेला ब्रो
वो तो उसमें तो मेरा कोई रोल ही नहीं है ना भाई
तो तेरे लिए कर रहा हूँ ना यार हाँ
दैट इज सम सेंटिस आई कुड डिस्कॉर्ड ऑन
वाइपर
यू आर आई कांट
डेल्टा या सैंड्स दोनों में से एक प्लीज
डेल्टा करा तूने डाउनलोड
नहीं
अब मैं बहुत बड़ा फैन लव यू शेयर नहीं मेरे को
वाइपर यार मेरे लिए नहीं चैट के लिए कर ले यार
भाई सबके लिए
वाइपर चैट के लिए खेल ले यार
फॉल गाइस रोज कर सकते हैं भाई ब्रो
देख सैंड स्पैम हो रहा है
चैट तो बोल रही फॉल गाइस करना है बता
चैट तेरे को वैलो भी अच्छा खेलने बोलती है तू सुनता है क्या ज़रेफ हां तू सुनता है क्या नहीं सुनता है ना हां मैं क्या करूं करके बोलता है ना तू बोलता है ना तू
They were playing with comps. Right. This might feel like one.
बीटी तो 12 यार डैमेज तो अंदर आ वैसे बीटी तो 12
I think this is a very anchorable map where you have your sentinel and they can shut things down. Me looking for a sentinel on the FUT comp?
Yeah, I mean this plays into the kind of just fighting foot forwards.
मैं full IGC को ट्रेंड करवा दिया तू कहाँ से
massively in terms of proactivity on the defense here for it to really be a worthwhile pick.
I mean, if you're nuts, you're looking at this composition and knowing exactly what you need to do when you get into that surface. Like you mentioned, these trap plays that I'm looking for off the back of the breach and the Astro utility and Sop and Zeus.
Point to the on the way, tension mat lo.
Nats knows what his job is. Mitch and Tom are going to guide you through this. It's Summit coming up between FUT and Liquid.
Just going to hope you're going to tell me what my job is, but I'll try to figure that out as we go through.
सुनो, prediction सुनो. अगर पिस्तौल अराउंड FUT जीत गया, straight up जीत गया. स्ट्रेट अप जीत गया ओह माय गॉड आफ्टर अ long big lully long time it's been almost over a year कि 100 euros of the pounds आ चुके हैं जॉनी बाबा ओपन द चैट कर दो बॉयज छुपा दे दो जॉनी बाबा को एकदम गेक्को कर दो एकदम गीला कर दो बॉयज लॉन्ग टाइम नो सी बाबा कैसे मेरी जान गड़े हाउ यू बताओ
I'm guessing they thought they'd lost a bit more control than they had because they're full start, everybody running to the B site, and there is
फुट में थोड़ा सा प्यार जीते क्या जाने बाबा क्या
rushing
सीन?
to the wall to defend the breach, but
हाँ,
the cracks
अचानक
were
से
elsewhere as Yedijay's
comeback
found
आते ही
out,
आपका comeback आ
paying his
गया.
life for that information, and a lurk from Camo that is far behind the pack. I'll struggle to anticipate this one as the A site's been lost.
Phoenix in there, round
trailing
जीत
a
गया
little
straight
bit worryingly.
जीत
All's well and
जीत
good
गया,
as
जीत
Camo
गया.
catches the
जीत
double
गया,
on the
जीत गया.
lurk, the triple evading him, sociable at least, giving
जीत
FUT
गया,
a
जीत गया.
chance.
Map 3,
A
Askan.
slim one.
Askan जा रहे.
There's another layer to this as well. Like, there's so many players just left entrapped in
Clean.
different positions.
Clean
It's something
round.
that Liquid did fantastically well, especially in their opening
फुट
games.
वाला
Just
पॉइंट से
finding
बहुत
that
नुकसान कर
space
दिया.
and
नहीं
then
नहीं on the way, टेंशन ना लो,
exploiting it
टेंशन ना लो.
when players tried to rotate. Nat might be
इधर
the
उसने
master of
एक
it,
मैसेज
but
तक नहीं लिखा है और
they got a lot of
जाने बाबा मेरी जान
intelligent
कट रहा है
players
कुछ लिख दे.
over on that Liquid roster, and we've said
मुंह
it
पे
before.
पैसा पे
A
कुछ चला
Crystalli
गया.
clutch is not that rare anymore. It's something he does regularly, but this one with 3 players lined up, I think he's almost questioning whether he wants to give the orb over.
Well, the choice might not
W
be
yep,
his.
बड़ा आदमी yep.
Nats has a sneaking suspicion that he knows where this man
Man
may
was
be.
wrong
And,
way.
well, he looked the wrong way. Crystalli finding one before going down, but an opening for Team Liquid that I think is very welcome after the
अरे
stall
मैं था
out
सैंड्स
in the
प्लेयर
second half of
सबको
Haven.
पकड़ के ट्रेन कर रहा
Yeah,
है.
I think
तू
it's
कहाँ
going to
से
take a
पकड़ा
bit
किसको
to
पकड़ा तू?
sort of reset after that one. Really
मैं तो बुला रहा था.
sort of gain
Bro,
that
casually
confidence back.
donated
I also
11
think going into this
उसके
map,
बाद
even if they
message
had
भी नहीं
the
लिखा
sort of
उसने
like
कुछ.
loss on Haven, they would have gone, okay, but we're
Hi,
going to win
hello,
some of
how's
it. Like,
life?
I
कुछ
think
नहीं
they're
लिखा
going to
उसने.
have to have really spent a lot of time reinventing the wheel while also playing play-ins at the same time and not playing this map. So for FUT, I think it's going to take some proving that they have
चैट
some
वाले खेल रहे थे. ओ
legs on this map, and I do kind of have the expectation, as always, that they'll be better on the attack. But
पॉइंट्स का है on the way.
Yeah, I was there. It was that's one that Liquid will be quick to forget.
भाई कुछ तो मेरे हेडफोन में साउंड आ रहा है, तुम लोग आ रहा है क्या
They
रे?
didn't have a lot to learn from, and Nats was talking about how important that is. Well, look, lots of tape there to
अजीब
go
सा
back
sound.
over. So always look on the bright side. You win or you learn.
Maybe he will refine.
Liquid not looking to learn the hard way here on
मेरा
map
काज
number
तो
2.
मेंबर है वो,
Should be
गंडमरे.
a clean follow-up. A risk taken by Nats, the man with the Spectre. Usually you'd see the pistol, and possibly the pistol who's one away from having the orb that
here we
really
go.
like, but instead, no
my
one's getting an orb.
It's the
denied.
guillotine.
This is disgusting. It's disrespectful to the game, to the opposition. Frankly, league officials have to do something about that. No, it's a wise way to close out the round. And you know what we asked for a while? You know, would we see anyone go down to the door? Well, there's a crafty.
Thank you, G2.
Deny orbs
I
on
like
the other
how
side.
Richie, like Sop's like, move over. I'm not gonna get crushed by the door. 2-0. No orbs gained, and I think especially with Camo looking to get towards that.
Hello,
round
Big
back,
Boy,
it's one of the
hello.
few attack side rounds
What?
that they managed to get over
It
the
is
line.
allowed, yes sir.
Either way,
By the way, first time नहीं हो रहा, second time हो रहा. It's same जैसा Abyss में
already
कूदता है.
getting aggressive. A contact made. But there's a second layer to this. Sop also pressuring, but that's an upgraded
But
weapon
it's
for
good
Nats.
for
In these sort
Liquid.
of rounds, that's absolutely fine. It puts them up
This is
to
good for
rifles across
Liquid.
the board.
Plus दरवाजा भी तोड़ा नहीं है मेरे
But
का.
clearly the plan was to throw out a wide net in this round because the spike was all the way back in the spawn. Now being retrieved, but the defense are not just sitting pretty. They're looking to
There
clear
were
some of these
1,000
close
kills there.
rounds. Zeus not ready for kicks. And Yedijay had
हाँ,
already
100
gone back
euros
to
of the
A
pounds
side.
मुंह पे मार के.
Kicks has gone back to
कैसा जाने बाबा? How's yours? How's life?
What are the ones to come out ahead in that fight? An even playing field now. The numbers
Shot
not there to
Tripper
defend.
Poe.
Sociable a little off the angle.
Shot Tripper Poe.
Beautiful little one-way thrown up. A cloudburst to
ये
set
lead
himself
किधर
up for
तो
success.
सुनेला
A door
देख
he
के लग
closed
रहा है.
himself. There's no other angle to worry about. And with Trex closing it
इधर
out.
तो देखेला सुनेला हुआ लग रहा है
3-0.
ये.
Well, reminiscent of Haven.
मेरे
A
आते prediction
strong
तो बंद
start
कर
indeed.
नहीं नहीं on the way है, tension ना लो, on the way है.
They had the expectation of aggression, but then they just pause for a little bit. They wait patiently for the defensive side.
थोड़ा हल्का रखकर prediction मैच बहुत लंबा stream किया मैंने.
And other than
Let's go
entering
Liquid.
into the site, the remaining kills
Let's
of the round
go,
are pretty much just
Liquid.
all
बंद कर दिया
waiting
bench.
for players to walk into the angles. It's definitely something the FUT are going to have to consider in future rounds. And on this one, it seems like SOP just wants to deny that orb control. Even still, though, for Liquid.
I didn't have this skin.
Kind of what you expect.
Overrated. उसका knife अच्छा है. Knife बहुत प्यारा, knife बहुत प्यारा है. Knife प्यारा लगा मेरे को. उसका बड़ा चाकू भी अच्छा है, छोटा चाकू भी अच्छा है, उसका एनिमेशन भी अच्छा है. Knife ओपी लगा. उसका player card भी अच्छा है. Flex भी अच्छा है, time pass.
Trying to spot them on the way out, do some damage. Mission failed, and it's on to Yedajay to hold the line. One, really more than you could even expect from him.
Lead देखा हो लग रहा है.
It's not enough for FUT to have a
अरे मेरे
chance.
कान में कुछ तो बज रहा है बे.
Now facing into a plant and a run it back for Camo. Hell, if they get the run it back out of him, that's great.
Because मैं एडवाइस चाहिए कि मैं शादी करूं या नहीं करूं. अभी मत करो. अभी आपको मेंबरशिप लेना है, सुपर चैट देना है, गिफ्ट्स देना है, गिफ्टेड सब देना है. ये सब पहले एक बार लाइफ में अचीव कर लो. उसके बाद आराम से शादी कर लो. कोई सीन नहीं.
Okay. Like I got lost. He's asleep at the wheel. The ultimate can't be pulled out. It doesn't matter. The pre-fire. Honestly, I've seen people with walls that have less read on the game than he does in those moments.
Prefer दिया. अचानक का watch party casual match है भाई.
He's just walked in backwards. Just fully.
Well, you know, you'd never shoot a guy in the back, right?
He just stuck his cheeks through that. I'm not like, what is that? Taking the term of cheeks pink to a whole nother level. That's crazy. Well, oh yeah, weapon thrown away. He did it for the orb, of course, yes.
He already had his
No.
Buying just flex is kind of dumb because it's almost priced as a proper Vandal skin. हाँ? तो Vandal नहीं चाहिए रहेगा ना? Dumb कैसे हो?
Early fault line. Didn't really manage to find anything off the back of it. The breach thus far hasn't shown its value, but this is where they look to pressure into their
ये
side.
plane इतना अच्छा कैसे है बंग? पता नहीं यार.
It's only Camo's ultimate that is lost. They've delayed
भाई
them quite a
scene है
bit,
कि
but at the
champs में भी
expense
क्या-क्या
of a fair
teams रहेगा
amount of
पता नहीं
utility.
bro.
In fact, the entire breach utility belt has been thrown in. Even a few of
सिर्फ
the
PRX
stars
से
have gone
support
as
करने
well.
second के लिए.
And Liquid still have a full minute to play with.
Yeah, they ran back early from B main. It looks like they expect some sort of a crunch to come their way. Very hesitant in that early fight. That sense of trepidation replaced by patience on mid.
Audience का नहीं है वो sound.
An opening pick as the op now goes to search SOP.
Caster के यहाँ से कुछ तो है.
A few targets coming his way. The first locked
पंखे
in
है
with
क्या main
these.
shot?
He's managed to backpedal his way to the B site.
30 seconds left.
Only gap really though is Purpo. Even if he doesn't catch Yedajay here, it's about him sneaking through. They've left the door open and only now go to check it. Luckily, Kicks is caught. FUT still standing just about in this round with an advantage.
God, they still need something from Yedajay. Either just survival
कप्तान
or
भाई?
at least getting one.
इतना knowledge कैसे है आपके पास?
The spike has been caught, but never mind. Yedajay doesn't expect Camo to be there. So even though it's going to be a late plant, it is going to be a plant nonetheless. Back into a 3v3 scenario. Operator given over to Sociable because he's low on
done
HP.
then PRX isn't winning. Language.
They're going to have to try and clear
Shanghai जा रहे हो? पता नहीं मेरे
this
को.
back corner and Purple.
Idea नहीं है मेरे को.
Hasn't really been missing today. SOP at least waking up, but also you got that crossfire held by Camo, and Trex is also watching his buddy. SOP at least managing to get one onto the side, but the patience of Camo is rewarded. A chance for a lineup. And SOP knows that time is ticking away. They need him to pull off the 4K, and in this occasion, he will.
Well, think back to Haven. The 3K from Yedajay, they even attributed it to that moment, to the force by success that they found. That's what got FUT back into the game.
कान में डस्ट दो एकदम शांत रखा ना वॉल्यूम फुल करके कंसंट्रेट करके सुनना तो बहुत कुछ साउंड आएगा.
With 2 kills.
Yeah.
I mean,
अभी भी आ रहा है.
He might as well have had 0. It looked like he had the most uncomfortable half that I've seen from him down on that stage, even on the other stage.
हमें नहीं आ रहा क्योंकि वॉल्यूम बहुत कम है.
Here we go. FUT on the board now with 1. The
gap
not quite as big as it was before, and SOP online early.
Liquid looking to try and
नहीं आ
find
रहा
the
confirm है
recovery.
confirm.
Let's listen in to their team comms to see if they have the answer.
It's gonna over, Kimmy.
Don't see anyone.
Go.
Walk side. 80 on him.
Magic.
Can you close door, Nikita? I will try.
Behind the boxes.
Can you close door, Nikita?
It's going to be hard for me to help you.
Hard for you?
Table fan जैसे आ रहा था, हाँ ना?
Can you close the door?
Wait, nice. You didn't see anyone here, yeah?
You want to walk up, yeah.
Spike down.
City.
Close door, Nikita क्यों बोला उसने?
What a round from Yedije. You're asking about it in the last one, but the reason for the end zone flawless in this one is his just mastery of positioning. Constant moving around that site. The early
How did you know that Pinky is the one and only? मेरे को नहीं मालूम था. कोई और आया ही नहीं मेरे पास.
He's able to find multiple players caught off guard. Like, look at the amount of times people just looking the wrong way with Yedije walking around the corner. This is a nigh on perfect round from him as a site anchor, and it's something that you always worry about when you see a sentinel player switch over to a smokes. Like, can they still hold the site as well as that? Well, in this
Bro,
case,
ये
you
round
can.
crucial है अभी. ये round crucial है. ये round हार गए. लग गया वो लगा Alt Pro Max आ रहा है Binks को. Bro, दूसरी बार.
And Yedije with another block built on top. Success after success. These rounds have taken a turn for the better. The triple flank on the way. I don't think Trex is ready for what's coming around that corner.
Oh my God, Crystal ने मारा अभी साइड में अल्ट आने वाला है.
Because you got that
Viper का अल्ट आने वाला
lose a
है.
lot of the control behind. It doesn't really block off players from making out of spawn. So even though you have the pit, you are ultimately surrounded. The flash leaves Purpo completely blind. Into the site goes one, and already they're getting wiped out. That Viper's pit barely lasted a second on the retake. And from what was an early streak of rounds,
Bye, for gameplay. Bye, bye, मेरी जान बेटे. Thank you once again. Thank you मेरी जान.
Flawless is the credits
Love you मेरी जान.
flying for the side of FUT and their streak of rounds.
किसका gameplay? मेरा gameplay.
It is starting to feel exactly like Haven, but a little bit sped up. Liquid not making it as far into the lead as FUT. Again on the back, it plays from Yedije. This time with Sop. They fight their way not just through this.
How is that not a kill?
Not just the attack inside, but the pit to get back in like that.
We listen to me sometimes. I love it.
The flanks are one thing.
Come on.
Okay. It's got a celebratory Kit Kat. That's how you know it's a good day. And a timeout from Team Liquid as they have seen those last 3 rounds fly right by. They don't want to let any more slip. It's going to be difficult now to break FUT. This is now a team that has solutions.
Season 2 of comebacks.
The flank worked, the initial fight worked, and the way they got back into that pit looked like a miracle.
I think a lot of the early rounds as well from FUT that I did find very frustrating is just, you know how much Liquid are focusing on middle control, and we saw Zeus dry peek it, we saw I think Sop at one point dry peek it, like, and not
Please
even
forget to like
they didn't even look like they were expecting anybody to be there. They were just like, oh, I'm dead.
Up the points on the way, tension
Yeah,
na lo,
close
points
mid
ka.
while the guys just sat back and spawn holding.
It's just like silly aggressive peaks, and now we're seeing them play into the retake.
Ah,
Okay,
mera
one of those
kamar
rounds
dukh
is Sop running around with an operator, another round is Yedije just basically dominating the site. Like, maybe not the most recreatable in the world, but I think now we look to Liquid and say, okay, what have you picked up from this? And it might be to try and put a little bit more pressure on that B site. They've been leaning towards A in a lot of these rounds, and when you're able to pick off Yedije, I think that works, but now he's caused
load लग गए रे लाडले.
They stunned up the player with the drone. Trex had no way of surviving that, and they've even thrown the showstopper in. That was almost round over. It may still be.
The timing there as well. Sop has slipped the gaze of kicks. That could work out in favor for Liquid. A man behind enemy lines.
Bro, Liquid ये round
In
जीत
fact,
सकता
that's
है.
all the players almost surrounded. Camo running forward, making noise, drawing their eye. The molly to slow them down, but they ran through it. Zeus gave his life for the play, but kicks strikes for only one.
Bro, जीत गया bro.
Advantage that could have been greater, but he's willing to capitalize early as the second layer of the flank comes through. If the second isn't enough, the third would be. Purpo joining in now. They got the spike on lockdown, and only Sop to deal with. But this isn't that half one Sop of before. This is one who's confident. Look at the aggression. Walking out into mid with an op. And if he keeps going, he might just cut them off.
Oh, it's all down to timing. If any of them step,
30 seconds left.
it's game over. Does he? He's watching. He's watching. He's looking in the right direction. I don't know how he knows, but he does. He's seen him reading off where they go, and he's trying to get round the corner with a shorty. I don't know if he expected kicks to be low. I feel like he should have an idea that he's not. Either way, he's made it back to the site.
10 seconds
Only
left.
one bullet left.
Spike planted.
In this shorty, it needs to be dead accurate, and it is! I said at the beginning, the confidence has gone nowhere, but I feel like it's elevated to a new level at this point.
Bro!
Yeah, that blunted blade from half one of Haven.
Bro,
now it's
what?
making the rivers
He's
run
flexing on
red.
him. He's flexing on him.
Incredible work from Sup. The
Bro,
push on mid, catching
insane,
in spot. I was working as well.
insane.
Will he think they're already on A? Will he look towards long? But no.
Bro,
He had it
insane.
locked down, and a Red Bull clutch puts FUT onto 4 and 4. This
Match.
map is somewhere that Liquid has
Bro,
shown.
मजा set कर.
Who are often regarded
मेरे level का confidence भाई.
being embarrassed at their hands when it comes to Summit. But right now,
Yep.
FUT are on 4 in a row. They're matching everything that Liquid are putting
ये
down.
crazy था. Hello, madam.
And soon, they'll be looking like the better squad here if Liquid can't pick up the pace.
Yeah, they're doing it in their own way. There's no doubt about it.
Purpose से ये जाएगा.
Brilliance. Purpose like, yeah, I'm going to try and displace his aim by flying up in the air at rapid speed. Not quick enough.
What?
Double it, give it to the next person. You're not getting past Sop with that. And again, they look to play into the retake, giving up that A-site control. We've seen post plants from Liquid in this position before, but let's be real, they have a lot less to play with here.
Now, of course, he's up against the low buy, and he shows
God,
fear. Sup, perhaps a man who needs to cool down. It looks
उसको
like
पड़ा है वो shot पे उसको.
have any effect.
Killed by Sociable.
वो भी बड़ा है.
Side can kill him. So Sociable does it himself.
I will say, not Sociable's fault. That is just Sop dives straight into that aftershock.
Bro.
That man was not going to stop unless someone stopped him.
मेरा just shopping.
Not sure
भाई
Sociable
slow motion
intended
दिखा
to be
सकते क्या
that
please?
man, but well,
Bang.
He makes things look
What a
so
round.
easy.
Bro, ओमेन का भी लगा था, ये भी लगा था, bro, ये भी लगा था, उसको किक्स
That's
को
when
भी
the
लगा
aftershock
था.
went through and he dives directly into it.
ऐ लौड़े, ऐसा बोला
looks
था.
genuinely mad.
Yeah,
with
so
Sociable
what
there.
are you doing? It's like, that was there before you moved.
Come on.
And you have to laugh at it from the FUT coaching booth.
It's like when a kid runs into a table. That's what it is when Sop gets killed by a utility that was there before he ran into it.
If they weren't 4-0 down and now into 5-4, they might be a little bit more worried. There might be a bit more of a serious tone there. Like, all right, mate, you got 3 in an anti-eco. Slow it down, please. But they are 5-4 up. And if you do anything to kill Sop's confidence right now, you're making the wrong play. The guy is feeling it. And for Team Liquid, they have to find a way to cancel him out. All thrown towards the B side. It does get Sop to rotate. And they picked off Zeus. Nats is the one taking the double. The whole idea here was to get the A site in a much more vulnerable position. And they've done that now.
Yeah, Dejay left on an island once again.
वापस आ रहा है.
There is a rotation. And actually, he just eliminated kicks like it was nothing.
Sop's coming to watch us back.
That was almost meant to be the surprise factor, but yeah, he's
Okay.
taken the angle. This is the one position that could be the fly through, and instead, Popo's got the, for a second ago, I had a gap. But that gap dissipated. Trex is in a good spot. Yedijay going through, it's a little bit too much. Even still, though, it puts it down to a 2 versus 1, and this time, Sop, I was going to say not going to be overconfident, but he is. He's running it down. He's running straight into his opponent. Cristalli has revealed exactly where he is. And why not at this point? Sop is dominating from 2 kills in the first half of the first map to already 13 in the first half of this one.
Yeah, he kick-started this comeback just like Yedijay on Haven. Much earlier arriving to the party. What a start for Liquid as well. Like, the run it back is used, so that's not a kill. That's being traded out 2 for 1, but they are so painfully slow in going into A.
और
Even
disconnected
after
भी
that
है भाई
first
एक
fight,
दूसरे
Yetajay
से.
spots one creeping up on main, and he's given a ton of time. Sop is allowed to go from spawn all the way to cave to watch the gap they just created.
Where's
and
he
that's
going?
Liquid with a misread
Where's he
on
going?
timing. We don't normally see
where
that.
is he going?
Okay, Sop.
Lag.
Now we can say he's overheated, and that flame
Lag.
has been snuffed out.
Lag,
They
lag.
wanted to crush them in this round.
Lag.
An attempted pincer from the B side and crossing into mid. I don't mind the idea, but it has failed miserably, and Yetajay is called upon again, and while this time he's baited by the spike.
Shut up.
Tries
ये
to turn
तुझे
around and
ने मेरे वाला
sociable.
सीन किया है. एक ने बहुत ऑफ मारा, मैंने बोला मेरे को भी दे, और मेरे साथ
The
ये
agent
हुआ.
not
Basically.
really necessary, and you know, that's you had it for free. There you go. I think maybe thought about the knife.
Can we get a replay of Sociable spinning around and looking directly at Nats before walking away? I swear to God, he looked at him. It must have come up on the radar.
Crazy है ना बे.
6 rounds in a row is ended by an end zone flawless.
Oh, let me just check. Yep, someone there. Better keep going.
Bro, इसका लगा नहीं
Maybe I
bro.
missaw that.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Okay. Yeah, I think he maybe saw his hand. Never mind. It's not quite as obvious as it looked from his opponent's perspective.
कैसे भाई?
6-5, a chance to be even at the half.
देखा कोई तो पेन चला रहा था पीछे.
Liquid on this map of all. Yeah, that's a letdown if they can even make it there.
क्या स्टन मारा, क्या रुका है देख.
Sop back off the angle, but when you lose one angle, another one will reveal itself. Showstopper out, but Kicks has picked him out of the air. An important kill to keep his teammate alive.
मारा headshot.
Sop still waiting around middle, but again, this is the Liquid pause, the thing that was working for them at the beginning of this map to put them in position, and what this time?
Lag.
Sop not quite able to pull off the flick. Instead, they're looking to try and clear the man that has been on this A site all the time. I imagine they would consider it to be Yetajay, but he's actually swapped up. And although the Cosmic Divide goes down for them, I think it's actually helped out Liquid more.
Leaving that mid space and leaving the door open is a death sentence, and against the man who loves to lurk.
दरवाजा बंद नहीं किया है
Because he's
लाडले.
walked in and everyone's already dead. Catching Cristalli, the cherry on top of this round is Liquid, landing themselves a plant in a 5v2
आज
fight.
रोज को आ रहा है WW.
And I don't imagine they'll be saving it for the next round. Used to cut off those rotations.
क्या वाइपर लोगों के साथ मशीन पार्टी या फास्ट में खेल लो, देखते क्या
Like I
सीन
said,
बनता है.
even a 6-6 half, already a damn sight better than it looked like it'd be.
देखते हैं. मैं heavily tired हूँ यार, heavily.
Have been the two
आज break
players
भी नहीं लिया ना कुछ
you can pretty
भी.
reliably put your money on to be putting those clutches
2:30
on
से
the board.
जगह हूँ almost
Would have to be
4
the best of
बजे
them.
से तो मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ.
So
4
many
बजे से लेके
angles
अभी
to
तक
clear.
कंटिन्यूस.
So many
बिना
Coven
break के.
tracks are already going to make sure that this round is an impossibility. I think with Liquid breaking that momentum again, they weren't able to do it in the last map once their opponents got going, and I think Yetajay, he knows there's someone coming from
Prediction
behind
ही डाल
eventually,
देता. किक की chat तो
but
active
maybe has
रहती है.
accepted his
Active
fate,
सब है
looks
chat
to
मेरा.
try and maybe improve the KD slightly, and he
एक बार
won't
वाइट
be
पे
able
जरा
to do
देख.
that.
100 gifted दे देख कैसे chat active होता है.
Flawlesses for Liquid to
ऐसा
close
नहीं,
out the
active
half,
सब है.
but it's been a storied half, a back and forth, but we will end level in the end.
6-6 for FUT. While a lot has gone right in this series so far, with the head coach temporarily suspended, Bambino has had a
बोला
lot
था,
of
this
pressure
side
on his
आपके
back
साथ
here
दो
today.
करेगा.
Looks like he's handling it well.
मैं तो
We
खेलने
sat
को
down
ready
with
हूँ.
him, or maybe stood up. I
लेकिन
lied
सीन
last
ये है
time.
ना,
Before the match, let's see
मैं
what he
डिले
had
के
to
साथ
say.
खेलता हूँ नहीं. और जो लोग मेरे लॉबी में आते हैं,
Bambino,
वो
you
लोग
have said very publicly
crazy
you
है.
want to play against Team Liquid. So why is
तो
that?
मेरे से ज़्यादा
I mean, they're a fun team. to
मेरा
play,
दोस्त
you know.
frustrate
I think
होएगा.
they're really cringe in the best
जो
ways.
कि मैं नहीं चाहता.
Like they play the cringest setups, and Nats is gonna walk all over, right? But I think that makes for fun games. I really respect their coaching staff. I like the way they play, and I think it makes for good Valorant, and that's what I'm here for at the end of the day.
Does it make your job a little bit difficult to try to figure out what's going on? Are you trying to kind of hard ante, oh, Nats
No,
likes to take this timing at this
I
point in
actually
the
think
round?
it makes my job easier.
Right.
When you play against a team like a BBL or an Eternal Fire, you know you're going into a mud bath and it's just going to be a wrestling match and we'll see. Whereas Liquid, they play in quite a structured way. And for me, the structured
PRX
teams,
के साथ
they use
देखो
the
एक
team
बार
to find
wrestling
patterns.
match.
So I'm feeling confident.
In terms of the time off, Liquid have had quite a bit of time. The playoffs.
और दो गेम मुंबई के लाइसेंस के पागल हो गए, हम लोग भी पागल हो गए, उसके बाद हंस रहे थे.
I know you said that you quite like playing a lot.
उसको नहीं मिला ना, लंदन से हम लोग को मिला था.
How do you kind of balance the ideas in your head of what's better or worse there?
Yeah, I mean, obviously more prep time is always the advantage, right? And had we had our choice,
अरे एक दो अगर एनर्जी हो तो.
We did going into London, you know, maybe some comp changes, some harder anti things like this. But talking from like the player's perspective, which is the most important at the end of the day, they just want to play the game. They just want to play the game, you know. And so that's where I think we have the advantage in the kind of player side, that they're just coming in hot, you know. As coaches, we got the little bit harder job, but I'll take that every day of the week if my players are comfortable.
You've got the harder job?
Well, no, the harder job in terms of the prep, you know.
That's on camera now.
No, don't go quoting me on this.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Thanks a lot, mate.
Let me ask.
It does seem like he knows what he's talking about. I'm not sure though.
Who had the harder job, him now or his brother on GE? We'll never know. That we do though.
He has a brother?
Yeah. They look quite similar, but
well, this map's certainly not handed to them on a platter, a fruit platter perhaps, and we'll be having plenty of those over the Stage 2 finals in Barcelona. If you'd like to join us there, scan that QR code and you can get your tickets. Our finals, last 3 days, we'll be there, and perhaps we'll see these teams there as well. We could see them both, certainly not out of the world. The possibility.
6 पिस्तौल चाहिए भाई, लिक्विड को कुछ भी करो, पिस्तौल चाहिए.
They can lock it in here. Be just one win away. Team Liquid, they've got to battle back in the pistol, and it's a bit of a bloodbath, but looking favored to the defense to start.
Yeah, this is going to be how this game goes. Just the sheer level of pace is being thrown out. Yedajay under serious pressure, but again, looking to make a diamond-level play. It leaves just one remaining, down to just Trex. His teammates crushed, but he's known for these moments. Sociable and Crustally found themselves in a post-punt, normally safe pair of hands, and even still some utility on the belt of Sociable to play with. Trex was expecting some sort of flank to come out. But it has never shown its face. The crossfire of players should make this impossible. He's got the expectation that Crustally is here, but doing something about it is difficult. Stun even going to come through on the cross, and it's perfectly played by FUT. Yedajay, again, will be the hero of the round, and I'll be honest, I don't even know how he got out of that with one.
Again, I think for FUT, under Sociable, it's been so nice to see this team have those moments, that tempered approach, where yes, they still have the aggression on Haven, especially on the defense. So many rounds where Team Liquid were just tripped up at the starting block. And the thing is...
Right, nice try. Nice! That's some breach value.
So four isn't enough for Bambino. That's what we've learned.
The thing is, for FUT and Turkish teams in general, they were always known for having that aggressive style, the tempered approach, peeling back when the moment calls for it. For FUT, worked out for a pistol.
I think they found the balance. That's the thing. They've got Sop and they've got Zeus, who are nutcases. But then you have players like Yedajay, who I think is a very safe pair of hands. Crustally as well in those late round moments. And then Sociable, that's kind of the line between the two. He can do some of the most insane things you've ever seen. But he can also... Nice shot from Sop. Losing man on one side of the map. I'm also just looking at these are the insane things I'm talking about. Sociable's just walked through their spawn. By the way, he's one of the players with a rifle. He just never stopped going the second he was walking forward. He's got to be careful because there are other players on the map. And yeah, eventually he's going to be punished for it.
Kix wants that rifle as well. They kind of have to defend it. He stepped out a little bit too early. No rifle to be picked up. Well, no rifle to be picked up by Liquid.
क्या लग रहा है वाइटलिटी के साथ हुआ वैसा फुट के साथ होगा मतलब?
Again, now it's a very achievable goal. Winning the round, sure, it's always the golden standard, but a couple kills, even one here, the cost will be felt. But Camo fails, or Purpo must succeed.
8-6.
The problem is that spike plant location is not kind to him. They still have a nade, a free resource to be thrown at this man, and it's already on first tap deployed. Nice and easy for FUT. 3 players alive, 3 rifles carried forward.
Yeah,
a little bit of spice. Again, just not quick enough. It never seems to be, whoever's jumping versus Sop. But yeah, this for me is mental. Like, you got your support player pushing through the spawn with a rifle. They get out of it scot-free. A couple of upgrades even being purchased up to make this 4 rifles and an SMG.
बंदा आपको best agile कौन
Again,
लगता
the
है?
main danger always seems to be Sop, and let's see how pacey he's going to be in this round.
Purple wants to challenge, step back in after the smoke fades, but that is quite literally what FUT were hoping for. They have 5 players in mid, spread out in a fan. No matter where he stood, if he peeked into that angle, he was seeing at least one of them. And moments later, Purpo's gone. The man advantage with FUT. Maybe not for long. Kill on the Zeus, damage on the Sop as well. He's down to 23, just dodged a shock dart to stay alive. But yeah, Nat's going back in. There's a little bit crazy. And Trax might have lost his mind. They were crunching from the other side, and they're even not crunching together right. One at a time. From Team Liquid, the cerebral gameplay that we speak about. Nowhere to be seen early in half number 2.
Oh, yeah, we were singing their praises on the defensive side of Haven about how good they were getting the gambles in, having those crossfires. That was solely 1 by 1. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see a pause directly after this round, because that was so messy from them. And they had them trapped. They knew where they were. They knew the positions they were coming from, and they almost had everybody in the right place at the right time. But instead, they all decided, this is my round to be a hero.
But Nat slowed them down. He peeks. Trax, I guess, tries to trade him, but
really
a little bit late.
Yeah, really
so he's
late.
on his own. And it almost looks like Trax is also trying to keep the fight going so the guys come up behind. Right? If they're canceling and going back in that direction, they'll turn a quick eye and your boys will clean up. But then Camo's like 3 seconds behind on the flank, behind his teammate. I think Kicks is around the corner. That just looked perplexing. And I really would not be surprised if a timeout is called, because when you see a round fall apart, there you go. Saw the timer on the screen, Team Liquid timeout. And you lose a round like that in the way that they just did at 9-6 on map 2, when you lost the lead in the first. Geez, I would not want to be sat in
there is
no point in this round.
Main economy का बात नहीं है, ये लोग ultimate को
he gets to swap weapon, for God's sake. That's a double flank, and he gets to swap weapon, upgrade, and then swing on his own terms. Never should have happened.
Well,
अकेला swing बहुत गंदा था बे.
Chance for
ऐसे भी नहीं कि वो bait play था.
to maybe get them back in check. Of course, again, we've seen Liquid in both maps.
You want to be a caster? वैसे आवाज ठंडा से language.
Half as big as the last, but it seems like then FUT just flip a switch, something ignites a
flame. Points on the way, did you points?
They don't stop from that point onwards. At least in the last of it. Okay, they got the last couple of rounds. That's going to steady the ship a little bit.
Boys!
I think losing a pistol they should have won to Yedoje, who was alone and on 30 HP while killing 4. Maybe that brought back the problems, but that round was very messy.
आपकी कमर दुखती है ये आपका बंक्स मेरा बंक्स दुख रहा है भी.
Something drastically needs to change, otherwise their map choice, the map that their opponents haven't
Nats
played.
is 10 on 10, baby.
And they are currently 2-0 versus KC and Fnatic. Expectation was that this was their safety net after things slipped away. And well, Sop, a man who they completely shut out of half number 1, has been nothing but fantastic ever since.
He's ran away to join his team thinking like, well, they're not going to re-peek me on mid, but 2 people did. They were looking for him. Purpo and Kicks won't find anyone home on mid and fall back to the B site with Nats that leaves 1 man on his own.
The only rifle
with shields and a rifle. The man who hasn't been spotted and it's given him a lot of ground, so he gets the jump on the first. No time to flash. He's got a swing. The stuff is perfect. It didn't do anything in the end, but because Cristalli was a little too quick on the trigger.
Displaced.
Sociable. Hey, robbed of an assist though. The stats won't show his impact, and Mini's going to be harping on about the numbers. He missed the true impact there. Fear.
ये तो जीजे इसके बाद क्या करना बताओ.
I think they might have that.
रुक जाओ यार, comeback आ सकता है.
Up close. Oh, it's not the prettiest from Sociable, but no, this is only a 3 versus 3. They've got to be careful. The time has been ticking a while. I think that's going to help them out the most. But a chance to make this costly. Again, though, Purpo made the distraction. The rest of the players need to try and make their mark on this round.
Fade का भी उल्टाएगा, Fade का भी उल्टाएगा, Fade का उल्टा गया.
And in the end, FUT
Fade का भी उल्टा गया.
Their first
Bridge का भी
outing on
उल्टा
Summit.
रहा है.
It's looking like their first victory. And a chance to send them one win.
Lola लग गया, Lola लग गया.
Into an excellent spot in terms of the points, in terms of a chance to make it to champions as well. Either way, after 4 rounds in a row, it was where we saw FUT break back and go on a streak. This time it's an opportunity for Liquid to maybe do the same. However, let's listen in to the team.
Team तो कर रहा है, Viper जा तो सकते हैं फर्स्ट में.
Smoke verdim. Sağ ol. Arkaya baksana. Alacağım abi. Kanka şey dikkat et. Kanka çıkar.
Stun gaf मार लेते हैं, double stun है ना वो लोग के पास.
Versene bana. Yesu smoke'ların var mı default smoke'lar?
I don't know. अभी trio strike खेल के super hard carry and many classes still live. कैसा future है Valorant है क्या bright एकदम. ये लोग थोड़ी खेलेंगे.
Ball is over, boys. Maybe drop.
Tension है.
I'm aiming left. Guys, I want to TP triple with one more drop. Raise drop. I'm gonna TP triple. Go. I wall your drop. Wait on me.
Oh, the bridge full.
Play triple.
Ah be abi. Go get him.
Ring gas save, guys.
Fuck.
Go save ring gas.
They got bridge full, bro.
Well, it looks like they're running for the hills till weapons carried over for Team Liquid. The only thing they'll leave behind is that rifle. And their pride, perhaps, with 11 on the board now. FUT, it seems like are unstoppable. A statement victory, even so far. Haven, the comeback was unbelievable. And here they start 4-0 down. That comeback right away from round 5. And since that moment, since about round 7, Tom, it has felt like Liquid get to touch the...
That 4-0 score था. 4-0. 4-0. 4-0.
When you're in a pretty damning position.
जा रहा हो बाहर नहीं, अभी प्लेऑफ चालू है ना.
And again, it's looking direct. For a moment, I thought SOT was just going to send it, but instead they take the orb and they're replaying their move back. I think the defense have pushed up, expecting maybe a more all-in play, but the second they don't see that move, they're going to fall back, not wanting to fight.
But I think वो लोग है ना.
Maybe even losing a little bit of the confidence, because I feel like we've seen them pressure and push.
Liquid ये कॉम के सामने नहीं खेला रहेगा ब्रीच वाला.
They've fallen all the way back after the
This is
initial
what I
contact
feel.
on A.
प्रॉब्लम ये है कि कुछ चीजें जो लोग कर रहे हैं ना वो थोड़ा बीटे उनको खुद दे रहा है, बट बाकी जो कुछ चीजें है ना उसमें ब्रीच उसको बीटे दे रहा है.
Now they're on him, and he's forced into main where waiting is Yedishe. A beautiful stun from Sociable. Puts Poco out of commission. Kicks, drips and falls in camo. Hot hands are going to get him one. With Sociable down, ult online. He might have a chance to get them back into this. The Gravwell is delaying him by a little bit. Ult down to half by the time he makes it to the site. But he's caught Zeus looking the wrong way. Yedishe falls with him.
Bro,
and Team Liquid,
off angle
the patient
approach. They
have found their way back onto the scoreboard.
It's
exactly the same as the last map. They look like they were in trouble, and Camo has brought them home around to like his patience with the ultimate. Because again, I think the initial usage of this running back was just run as fast as you can through all of the utility, make loads of noise, be a distraction. But we've seen players a lot more being very patient, being slow, almost using the element of surprise. And him being able to clear all of these close corners, but also just pouncing.
Bro, दो मारना is crazy. दो मारना is crazy, bro.
Liquid desperately needed. But again, we saw this in the second half of the last match.
Yes, in counter comeback, possible है?
FUT respond. This needs to be the beginning of a streak for Team
Bro,
Liquid.
A 5-man rush actual में read अच्छा कोई है नहीं. वाइपर अकेला होल्ड नहीं कर पाएगा, सिर्फ वो स्पीड स्पैम करेगा और वो केव या सिटी रखेगा mostly.
Has gone for A very interesting wall indeed. Normally we see this more to compete for main, compete for mid. Instead, this is locking off that control for a retake, but he sat on site. He's surrounded! Didn't even see Sub coming. The shot blinded onto Trex with a deep run through. Trex had no idea what was coming his way. And that Hunter has to be furious with the old falling flat foot, Miles in the lead. Even a C's insult to injury. Liquid might almost have to consider a save, but they need this round.
Yeah, they're in trouble. They're in big trouble. And even if they get one, it's traded. A 2v. It seems impossible. Yeah, I thought they'd save, as you said, like when it was 3, but now they're boxed in. Because you best believe that Social Boy isn't going to stop pushing. You best believe there aren't other players running around. Look at the way Soul's just sprinting around the entirety of the map. They are trying to into these positions. There is no escape from this spot. Well, Purpo's going to try and dance for his life, but he will not survive. FUT, one away from continuing in that upper bracket. And
bro, मेरे हिसाब से वो लोग ने नहीं खेला
just
chat
a
bridge
one and
com.
done for Liquid. But with this man and
मैं
this
और
kind
कुछ
of
नहीं
form,
सोच पा रहा.
I'll say it again. I'll be a broken record. He had 2 kills in the first half of the first map, and ever since then, he's been the best player in the server.
Yeah, it was crazy. How
that is Sub.
Completely catching multiple players off guard. A great little detail at the end as Social
That is
sets
Sub,
up the stun
dude.
instead of the swing.
That
so
is
that
Sub.
Zeus can go for the fight. Sure, he dies, but who cares? They're at 12-7, and now they've got a showstopper to open up the round. But the shot doesn't land. Purple and kicks answer right back. They might not have much to play with, but what little they do has given an advantage. The Blade Storm's still online.
क्या करेंगे लोग रेड करेंगे एक स्मोक आएगा राइट साइड स्मोक करके दरवाजा बंद करके
I
फाइट
think he
करेंगे
just walked over a rifle. Indeed, Purpo took it. Just gifted it over.
Yeah, I'll have a Blade Storm and a rifle, and you can keep your stinger. Doesn't seem very fair.
वॉक इन फाइट होने वाला है.
Even still though.
एक स्मोक दे सकता हो राइट में कि नहीं? W smoke.
Well, the Liquid players have got to be careful.
अभी fight चलो.
Just got the information they needed.
एक और shot drop करके इधर डाल दो.
Back in, but it has to be said, FUT have won tougher rounds than this. But with 4 players and a flight basically holding them in. Going back
40 seconds
would have immense risks about it because they'll have to do it quickly, and I think they'll have to know. Yeah, look at all the angles are being checked, except this one.
Yeah, I think it's the first time I've seen someone in that position, so I'm not surprised that they're surprised by it. An in-zone flawless from Team Liquid. Answer. FUT tried to say, let's end it now.
ये पोजीशन सिर्फ तब भी कोई चेक कर सकता है अगर कोई स्ट्रीम कर रहा हो.
At the end of the last round, this was an intentional, disrespectful close to the game, but they've been denied. Team Liquid 4 rounds in a row. They have done stranger. In fact, they started off this map with that. They started off the previous with 8.
30 seconds left. 30 seconds left. One enemy remains.
The other thing I'll say is this was a very different round to what FUT have normally ran because of that showstopper, because of the direct approach. Now Liquid have to prove that they can beat what has been.
Bro, sociable ult, crystal ult, today ult आ रहा है. कैसे रोकेंगे लाडले?
Online for Nats, but again, it's finding the position to use it. The operator. A bullet.
Chat info डिने करने के लिए Phoenix को smoke off करके रखा है.
More than aware of. But again, they've been quite passive on this defense, sitting back,
so
waiting for their opponents
to
take some control, and giving this
space
to FUT definitely has its risks about it. In fact, they're even going to start walking up, expecting somebody to be here. It's whether or not they can win this fight. First shot, stun, but Trex does escape around the corner, has a teammate for support, but even still, trade coming in from Crystalli. Kicks is fighting for his life on that side, but he's fighting well! 4 kills! He should have been dead long ago! But he has given Liquid Spike on the ground. He's not hunting for that ace, but he might just be gifted it.
Bro, what?
Looking to wrap the corner, and Kicks, he can't quite close it. But his teammate will a moment later.
They've weathered the storm.
I love Kicks. I love Kicks. I love Kicks.
Standard round from FUT.
Nice one, Kicks.
dodging that opening shot. Kicks was
how does he survive
honestly lucky
this?
to trade, but then getting out 7 bullets left, and he takes 3 kills from that point. 7 shots and his position known. But it makes no difference to this man. A lifeline indeed. Liquid were on their last legs. They refused to falter.
एक टाइमर क्या लगता है?
And FUT
Possible तो है देखो OT मानो या ना मानो possible तो होवे.
A player would run out of that smoke.
Like
back a second later.
7 shots for 3 kills is insane.
हाँ possible तो होवे बताओ.
HP from the initial battle, so like there should have been no way that Kicks survived that. And okay, he dies in the end, but that's another round that slips through the fingers of FUT or the toes.
मेरे से क्यों नहीं लगता इससे?
Either way.
मेरा स्ट्रीम देखा करो भाई.
Look at their purchase.
मैं भी ऐसे मारता हूँ.
A lot of them very close.
इसके बाद क्या सीन पता नहीं.
Weaponry unlikely to be here. Even still though, you look at these sort of buys coming up for FUT and you go, I feel like they could close it here.
Well, I look at any kind of buy that stops him vaulting. Even if it says he invested 0 credits, the classic in his hands is terrifying. It's more about the pace, his positioning. I think A site.
Bro, next round में 1, 2, 3 ult confirm है.
Rifle for SUP. It's a whole lot better than a classic, and of course that biggest investment goes on to this man. If things start to go right, Crystalli and Yedije could have their ultis. There's already a rolling thunder there. An opening pick is much more dangerous than it might look. If FUT find a reason to invest into this round, they could take over.
And they go for the same route as the last round, this time doubling back. Nats is, again, sort of setting up the bait. And the bait. Oh, the what? Oh, it's trigger discipline, but even still, he sold Nats down the river. He was willing to let his leader die so that he could get those kills.
Bichara Nats,
it's a worthwhile trade.
Some of you will die. A price he's more than willing to pay. Of course, Nats would be the king of this castle. There's been a revolution. For Team Liquid, a 10th round, that's what they need, and it looks like they've done the work. Sheriffs are dangerous in the hands of FUT, but with Sociable down to 2 HP, and Yedije...
Lol, read that.
Seems like all the danger
मेरे को लगा ये B पे आवाज करेगा 1 किल
is out of this
के बाद.
round. And if Sociable goes on to win this one, they'll never live it down, but I wouldn't back him.
No, they don't even need to push, and I think they know who's on the other side of the
वाह
stage.
तेरे वाह.
They're going to make sure that
Chat देखो possible है
a trap setup of
OT
sorts.
मानो या ना मानो.
I do think that Nats was
Phoenix ult
expecting
है वहाँ पे सब ult है
before he got
लेकिन
around that
retake में Phoenix ult है.
Yeah, he probably didn't expect that much trigger discipline to come into play, but
बस ये round जीतने का है.
got 2. So
I got mine.
Isn't that working? I got mine and yours. I got yours as well for you, in case you didn't notice. And the ult online for Camo with that final kill. Don't hold back. For Team Liquid,
That's
deciding
good.
when to put that in is going to be important. They have a Viper's Pit to play with as well. 2 more rounds. A loss here sends them into the lowers.
I always talk about the Liquid lower bracket runs, so
Jokes are dead.
I'm sure they don't want to go there so
W
soon. Camo
एक और मार
again.
सकता है.
He's won them so many rounds off the back of his
Bro,
ultimate.
shot पे.
And no one lost
Shot! Kicks का पता भी नहीं है.
A freebie on Sociable, a second as well, and Liquid.
Bro, clean.
You throw in that run it back. And it feels like we say
Smoke के around बहुत बाप केला. Phoenix के पीछे बहुत बाप केला. Phoenix का ult बहुत बाप किया.
From the clutches of
W
defeat,
baby.
they are now just 1 away from taking us to
W.
OT.
इतना ult मारने के बाद भी W.
Within 1 of overtime, really nice.
Crazy खेला था उन्होंने.
The flash first of all completely.
इसके ult में पीछे पीछे देख walk करके सुमड़ी में.
He's not the only one taking that space. Kicks walks with him, staggered a little bit behind. And it's enough to get him into that smoke. They see the run it back fade and think, okay, well, now we just have to worry about the second wave. But they don't know about the man flying under the radar who surfaces at just the right moment. 12 to 11. One more for Liquid. Now 4 rounds in a row. It's brought them here. And for FUT, only the Rolling Thunder really to work with. In terms of those ultis, a pick for Sop.
ब्रीच एल्ट क्यों करेगा वो राउंड पे? वो राउंड पे 2 ब्रीच एल्ट पोस्ट प्लांट के लिए था या फिर प्लांट के बाद डायरेक्ट किधर प्रोएक्टिव लड़ने के लिए था?
He needs to hit the shot and it's impossible against Sop. They did it just to kill one man. That one man for them felt like a worthwhile trade, and they spotted a second man. Sop's only low, but it didn't matter.
Neon हो गया bro.
Maybe the fake comeback for Liquid. They need to win a 3v5. Now Sop's low. Zeus is low. No ultimates to play with on one side, a Viper's pit on the other, but they still have utility to delay, to slow. And they're going to have to wait that out.
Getting the slow here as well to make use of Sop's low HP. He's gone around in the
front.
And Liquid need to be quick. The Viper's pit put through to make it uncomfortable. But everything being watched still. The pit, it won't cover that much space. It makes it difficult to defuse. They need the picks and none are found. And in zone flawless for 13 to 11. A fantastic season from FUT, and the cherry on top are now just one away from our live finals in Barcelona.
Yeah, it was talked about on the desk. This was a squad that very easily and maybe should have done without a loss to Na'Vi at the very beginning of stage 2. Should have just made it to playoffs the first time. And them going up against Liquid wasn't necessarily them coming as an underdog at all. They went through the play-in, they got their reps, and they started hella slow on map number 1.
Fuck, crazy. Hello!
अच्छा नहीं है।
कौन आ गया?
स्टोरेज ना
फाफा, तेरा फाफा का दोस्त।
ए खेल रहा है।
तेरे फाफा ज़रफ का दोस्त तुम्हें। हेलो।
आप मेरे दोस्त हो? अरे बाप रे, पता नहीं था। हाय फ्रेंड।
ये तो उल्टा।
वाह, भूल गया किसके कंधे पे रोया था लवड़े।
आपने तो स्टोरी चेंज कर दी। हाँ जी, मुझ पे घुमा दी थी कल।
मेरे को थोड़ा सा टाइम दे। 5 मिनट दे मेरे को बेंच। सुसुआइया।
इतना नहीं रोया था, कम था थोड़ा।
हाँ बताओ क्या लवड़ बताओ।
नहीं, जब तू आया था तो मैं शांत हो गया था।
क्या प्लान
वो तब जोकर भाई थे।
यार लेकिन उसका कोई वो नहीं है ना रूल्स।
नहीं वो नहीं है, पर ऐसे तो खेल ही सकते हैं ना।
तो ऐसे खेलने का तो बेंच और वैलो खेलते फाइमैन।
पागल है क्या वैलो? अभी
ऐसे क्या खेलने का बे? इतना फास्ट में जब चैलेंज आएगा तब बेंच और खेलने का है।
आजा। अरे पर अभी भी खेल तो सकते हैं ना। बताओ
तो वो तो वैसे भी खेल नहीं रहे ना यार
हम लोग।
अरे ज़ेरेफ भाई रोड
साइड कर रहे हैं ना।
फाज़मो जैसा गेम है ज़ेरेफ भाई, रोड साइड रिसर्च।
कौन सा? द अदर साइड रिसर्च।
नहीं
ए वो खेलते ना वाइपर, वो वाला जिसमें तू प्रो है।
अच्छे नहीं थे रिव्यूज।
अरे नहीं वो अभी नहीं, वो जोश वाले गेम अभी जोश है नहीं, तो अभी थोड़ा चिल वाला गेम्स खेल रहा है भाई। खेलना है यार। दिख रहा है गेम
भाई वो हॉरर जैसा है भी नहीं, चिट्टा गेम लगा मेरे को। एनजीएल
देख यार, हॉरर के लिए नहीं, हम तो फैंटम ढूंढ रहे हैं भाई पिछले 2 महीने से।
फैंटम नहीं मिल रहा।
तेरा वो फैंटम का चैलेंज अभी तक नहीं हुआ है क्या?
वो फैंटम आया नहीं ना गेम में।
फैंटम आ ही नहीं रहा।
फैंटम गायब हो चुका है, एक गेम में आया नहीं अब तक।
लग रहा है वो लोग ने चुप्पी से डिसेबल कर दिया।
कल्टी मतलब उसका भाग गया है वो गेम से।
क्या करे चैट?
आ जाओ फिर।
कोड
सोच रहा हूँ मैं, सोच रहा हूँ।
कमिंग स्टार्टिंग रिग्जे 1 सेकंड।
बिंग्स भाई नहीं खेल रहा।
कहाँ है फाज़मो? हाँ जो प्ले कर रहा है।
सोच रहा हूँ मैं। सोच क्या
रहा है? जल्दी आ। ये बता
देख सीन ऐसा है कि चैलेंज जब भी आएगा तब हम लोग को बहुत फास्ट में खेलने का।
नहीं तभी तो खेलना ही है। तो अभी खेल ले।
हम तो जन्म से खेल ही रहे हैं।
अभी आई थिंक वी ऑल शुड प्ले सम पमल पार्टी।
तो आई थिंक तेरे को ये नहीं लगता कि तेरे को वो जो फाज़मो चैलेंज आएगा जो टफ होगा उसको तेरे गेम सीखना चाहिए अभी खेल के?
ब्रो
ऐसा तो नहीं लगता?
प्रॉब्लम ये है कि टफ तुम लोग के लिए है, मेरे को तो सरवाइव करना है। तुम्हारा काम है कि मेरे को सरवाइव करवाए।
ये ऐसा नहीं होता। तो एक बार सोलो इंसानिटी मोड पे खेलना। कभी किसी कुछ गेम नहीं खेल रहा तो एक बार
सोलो ही खेलने का रहता तो मैं बेंच और डेल्टा से खेलूं।
6 का कुछ गेम खेल।
सैंड्स खेलो सोलो। 6 प्लेयर का ड्रॉ बैटल है।
एक सेकंड रुक रहा, फ्लैश एसिडल वाली बात करे, तेरे को ट्रैक कर रहा हूं।
बेंच चोट के क्या लेते हो भाई तुम उसकी?
हाँ हम लोग का बातचीत हो गया, तू वापस आ सकता है।
अच्छा थैंक यू।
फास्ट बात किया हम लोग ने।
बिलीवेबल भाई, आज का तीसरा ट्रैक है ये मेरा।
बोलो क्या सीन, क्या प्लान,
क्या हो रहा है?
कुछ प्लान करो, कुछ प्लान करो, कुछ प्लान करो।
अभी क्या प्लान कर?
पोल वोल डालो, पोल वोल डालो। सैंड्स का एक पोल डाल दे।
स्मैश कार्ड्स बोल रहे हैं। सैंड्स तो हाँ, 0 वोट 0 वोट।
आ जाना फैज में यार, देख यार हम खोल के बैठ गए।
मैं सैंड्स आ जा यार, वो बोलता उसका कुछ नहीं
हो रहा।
नेम प्लेस एनिमल थिंक
उसका कुछ नहीं।
कोमल पार्टी भी नहीं होगा।
क्या है, सब बोल भी रहे चैट में।
+1 इन फॉर दैट।
आ जाना।
क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्या बोल रहे हैं?
अरे शेरलॉक भी उसमें कुछ भी लिख सकते हैं, मतलब सिंगर, समझ रहे हो? सिंगर, फ्रूट, एनिमल,
इसमें
एक्टर, गेम, बोला गेम
का क्या नाम है?
खोल के दे रहा हूं, एक सेकंड
भाई। मैं तो फैज में मिल के बैठा हूँ, तुम लोग बता दो भाई खेलना है नहीं खेलना है, क्या खेलना है।
वैलो फैमन
लोग फैज में का वेट करके बैठे हैं।
ए वैलो फैमन
नहीं, वैलो नहीं है वो। अरे भाई लोग बहुत फैज के लिए वेट करके बैठे।
वही मैं
भाई पर ये जो गेम बता रहे हैं ना, उसमें क्या है कि गेम आपको एक लेटर देता है और सबको उस लेटर से वो जो कैटेगरीज होती है ना, हर कैटेगरी का कोई चीज लिखना होता है कि एक्टर हो गया, कंट्री हो गया, वो है
क्रेजी। वो मैं बचपन में किया था, नेम प्लेस एनिमल थिंग। आई वुड लाइक टू स्किप इट।
गेम है, मैं वो बता रही हूँ कि चैट के साथ खेलने का गेम है। मुझे लगा ये कुछ और बता रहा है।
बिंक्स आना फैज में कि इतना कंफ्यूजन क्या है रे तेरा मन।
अगर मैं आज मैं मन इसलिए नहीं कि हम लोग बहुत लंबा फैसला करने का, जब रूल्स आएगा
लंबा तो हमने भी बहुत लंबा खेल लिया, ऐसी बात नहीं है। पर तेरे को आई थिंक सही मजाक से हट गए, थोड़ा खेल के पता करना पड़ेगा कि
हाँ मतलब थोड़ा तो दिमाग पे डाल ले गेम क्या है,
वरना एकदम
मेरे को तो मालूम है गेम क्या है,
तो तेरे भी लग गए, वो वाला बात हो जाएगा।
नहीं गेम तो मेरे को समझ में आ गया क्या है।
नहीं हर घोस्ट का
अगर तुम्हारा 0 एविडेंस आ गया ना,
वो तो मेरे को चैट हेल्प कर देगी।
चैट के भरोसे रहेगा तो जीजी है फिर तेरा।
ओ ये नया वाला है। अबे ये नया वाला है, ये वी आर सो डेड।
द अदर साइड भी है ना।
भाई सुन मजाक सेट का डिवोर खेलेगा।
निकला है देखना 17 अगस्त।
मजाक सेट का डिवोर खेलेगा।
कितना प्लेयर गेम है, कितना प्लेयर?
डिवोर तो 4 का है शायद।
हाँ तो बेंचो फास्मो कौन सा 5 का है।
हाँ बट खेल तो सकते हैं, वैसे डाउनलोड करना पड़ेगा।
अरे भाई जब
ये कभी और प्लान करना चाहिए,
डाउनलोड करना पड़ेगा। कितना है? 14 GB है
भाई। देख हॉरर वाला फन है, वो फन है, वो फन है वाइपर।
बट कभी और
प्लान तो हाँ
देगा वो
प्लान से कुछ नहीं होता। कितने का है देख ना, छोटा गेम है तो कर ही सकते हैं ना।
तेरे को थोड़ा तेरे को पता ही नहीं होगा, तू क्लूलेस होगा तो उल्टा तेरे को भी मजा नहीं आएगा, देखने वालों को भी मजा नहीं आएगा।
नहीं मेरे देखने वालों को बहुत मजा आएगा, तो उसका टेंशन मत ले, तो उसका टेंशन मत ले। वो लोग को बहुत मजा आएगा, मैं बकचोदी कर लूंगा।
बकचोदी के अलावा एक पॉइंट आएगा जब हारते जाएंगे ना, तब डिप्रेशन।
रुक जा, मेरा रेवेन्यू ऑफ हो रहा है, मेरे को वाईटी बंद करके आने दे, 2 मिनट रुक।
ऐसा देख रहे हो, इतना है कि भाई साहब हाफ रेवेन्यू में भी भाई साहब इसका डबल।
अरे मेरा मल्टी ऑन है।
तो अभी इसका टेक्निकली 2x चल रहा है, जो भी उसको 4x करना है।
लैंग्वेज
या
चैट आ जाओ किक पे सब लोग।
लंबा रहेगा वो भी।
आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ
कोड नेम
आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ किक पे आ जाओ, चैट किक पे आ जाओ।
अमेरिका वॉच पार्टी
किक पे आ जाओ।
पागल 1 घंटे के लिए आ रहा है, इतना टाइम पास कर रहा है।
अरे अमेरिका नहीं कर रहा हूँ मैं, प्लेऑफ्स कर रहा हूँ सिर्फ। अमेरिका प्लेइंग चल रहा है।
रॉकेट लीग खेले इतनी रात को, गाली पड़ेगी ना।
तो अभी तू है ना, मतलब फिर
मैं हूँ।
आइडिया अच्छा था।
मैं तो वापस फॉल गाइस खेलते हैं, वापस फॉल।
मैं ऑब्वियसली 5-10 मिनट के लिए तो मैं हूँ ही वाइपर, टेंशन ना ले।
क्या तो वापस फॉल गाइस कर रहा है, कह रहा
स्मैश कार्ड्स ट्राई करो बोल रहे हैं, स्मैश कार्ड्स।
वाइपर एक बार डिवोर देख, स्मैश कार्ड भी कर सकते हैं।
स्मैश कार्ड देखना
कुछ अलग बेंचो, जिससे एकदम आत्मा झुंझुना उठे, एकदम सब लोग के आंखें खुल जाए, एकदम खड़े हो जाए, एकदम मजा आ जाए।
बैकरूम्स एप्रीहेंशन खेलें, बैकरूम्स एप्रीहेंशन।
अरे उससे ज्यादा जेरेफ नहीं है 3-4।
कितने का? 6 है ना।
मैं कह रहा हूँ अपन
भाई जेरेफ तो अलग बेटे मत है। तेरा क्या सीन है जेरेफ?
क्या मैं तो फैज में बैठा हूं।
जब फास्मो सब लोग डिसाइड कर रहे हैं फैस्मो, तो तू क्या ये सुपर मारियो ये और वो पागल है क्या जेरेफ? लौड़े
मैं तो रूम बना के रेडी हूं भाई। बिंक्स का मन नहीं है तो बैठे बैठे बातें घुमा रहा है, बस बातें घुमा रहा है। कुल मिला के बातें 3 लोग तैयार है फैस्मो के लिए, बातें घुमा के।
ठीक है सुन, मेरे को 5 मिनट दे, मैं आ रहा हूँ। मेरे को 5 मिनट दे, मैं आ रहा हूँ। 5 मिनट दे, मैं आ रहा हूँ। 5 मिनट दे, मैं फास्ट मार रहा हूँ। 5 मिनट दे, मेरे फास्ट मार रहा हूँ।
आपका व्हाट्सएप कहाँ है?
एक गेम
अरे पूछ कर भाई।
चलो चल बाय बाय बाय। वाईटी वालों बाय बाय, किक पे आ जाओ। वाईटी वालों 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 किक पे आ जाओ।